Chapter 1. What use are you? Experience points, 0. Function, scan. Xiaotian gazed at the two lines of text in the upper left corner of his vision, utterly bewildered. After pinching himself hard and rubbing his eyes, it finally dawned on him that he was not dreaming, nor was he hallucinating. He had received something akin to the fabled golden finger often bestowed upon protagonists in fortune-favored novels. But shouldn't there be a user manual or something similar to accompany this? With merely two lines of text, I can at least recognize myself. However, the real question is, how on earth am I supposed to gain these so-called experience points? It's not like I can level up just by casually slaughtering some farm animals like in a video game. Thus, without sparing a moment for personal grooming, he hastily dressed and began experimenting with ways to accumulate experience points. After stepping on ants, killing chickens and ducks bought from the market, and engaging in various unspeakable scenarios, Xiaotian ultimately deemed it futile. His home had fallen into disarray. The kitchen was a war zone of feathers and blood, and a faint aroma of foul dung hung in the air. This would have been better left untouched. You can't possibly expect me to go around committing murder, can you? We're living in a legal age with surveillance cameras everywhere. Besides, even if I did kill someone, I still wouldn't gain experience points. Xiaotian mumbled, disappointment evident in his voice. Anyone who found themselves in possession of such an unscientific item, only to discover they couldn't utilize it, would undoubtedly feel a swell of resentment. After his initial excitement ebbed, he cast aside the first line regarding experience points and focused all his attention on the second line. Function, scan. He concentrated and mentally tapped on the word scan. An indescribable formless energy surged in his mind. But before he could express his surprise, another message popped up in the corner of his vision, plummeting his spirits once more. Insufficient experience point scanning cannot be performed. Ugh! His earlier excitement instantly morphed into frustration, and he felt as if he could spit blood. Damn it! Could you not at least tell me how to gain experience points? Who on earth created this? And how did it come into being? There are no instructions at all. It's worse than a third-rate product in Huawei. At least those come with a manual. Once he managed to calm down from his agitation, Xiaotian glanced around at the disaster that was once his relative's home. An unpleasant realization dawned upon him. This house belonged to his cousin. He had resorted to temporarily staying here to escape his mother's incessant nagging. Once college began, he would head off to the bustling metropolis, enjoying a carefree life. Fortunately, my cousin works late into the night, so I still have plenty of time to clean up, Xiaotian thought as he noticed the electronic clock in the living room displaying 8 p.m. He let out a sigh of relief. How had an entire day slipped away without him noticing? His cousin was a police officer, but let that not mislead anyone. He was just an ordinary beat cop, not one of those imposing detectives. After all, this remote county might go years without a homicide. And even if there were, most cases involved love disputes. Solving them was as simple as pie. The only issues plaguing the town were petty thefts and neighborly disputes that cropped up endlessly. Otherwise, the police wouldn't find themselves toiling away until the wee hours of the morning. Xiaotian's cousin was genuinely a good person with a smile that exuded the charm of a neighborhood heartthrob. He attracted many admirers. Yet, there was one thing that made Xiaotian's skin crawl: was a neat freak. A neat freak. A neat freak. Emphasis intended. If his cousin returned to find his once spotless home turned into chaos, Xiaotian would surely be meeting an undeserved fate. Despite being young and vigorous, Xiaotian's cousin was no slouch either. By his own description, he was a martial artist. Ever since he had apprehended a petty thief 3 years ago, he had developed a fervor for martial arts, embarking on a path of no return. At least this was how Xiaotian saw it. He vaguely remembered that year, the year of the college entrance examination, the day that would determine the fates of countless students. During that time, his cousin had caught a thief who could scale 10 stories in just 40 seconds, doing so without any safety measures. The effort to capture such a swift burglar had been an arduous task, inciting the entire county's police force. The speed of that thief was astonishing. He was practically flying over rooftops and scaling walls like it was nothing, Xiaotian recalled. Fortunately, the crowd had ensured the thief didn't escape unnoticed. His cousin was one of the officers involved in that operation. Upon learning how the thief could scale a story every 4 seconds, his fascination with martial arts was ignited. According to the criminal's confession, He had trained in lightness since childhood. His father had tied heavy sandbags to his legs and only allowed him to remove them during sleep. After multiple training sessions, the thief developed astonishing skills. Since then, his cousin had taken it upon himself to learn martial arts and had even procured those dubious ancient manuals online. If it weren't for his uncle and the family paper mill, his cousin would have struggled to afford even half a book of martial arts secrets on his meager salary. Xiaotian scoffed at this. The thief's lightness technique at least had a scientific basis. The average person could never climb 10 stories barehanded after mere years of practice. But moving lightly like a swallow was achievable. Still, the notion of purchasing internal cultivation manuals was outright ridiculous. Did he think he would one day transcend the heavens? These thoughts remained unspoken, carefully filed away in Xiaotian's mind. Although he felt his cousin was wasting time, none could deny the exquisite muscle definition he had developed through rigorous training. 8-pack abs? Did he even know what that looked like? His cousin certainly did. A punch from him would leave Xiaotian aching. To this day, Xiaotian's ears still echoed with his cousin's taunts. "You weak scholar." Well, it mattered little if he was looked down upon. Being a weak scholar was surely better than being a musclehead who practiced martial arts aimlessly every day. Rumor had it their aunt was distressed over this acquaintance's remark that his cousin had lost his mind, leading many hopeful suitors to disappear from his orbit. Handsome and affluent. That was a fine catch, but intelligence deficits required careful consideration. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Xiaotian rose to tidy the house. Click. The sound of a door unlocking froze Xiaotian in place, his languid expression stiffening. "No way." 3 ominous words flashed through his mind. "Xiaotian, come back to the station with me." The person outside trailed off mid-sentence. Xiaotian met his cousin's gaze, and they fell into an extended silence. "You had better tell me what is happening here, or I will make you taste the wrath of my fists." His handsome cousin, with an almost delicate demeanor, cracked his knuckles ominously. Cousin, if I said all this was a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Xiaotian forced what he thought was a convivial smile. "Guess how many punches I'm going to throw at you?" Ultimately, his cousin forgave him after Xiaotian admitted his fault with a carefully crafted demeanor. However, there was one condition attached: must return the apartment to its previous state of pristine cleanliness. If not a trace remained and no peculiar odors lingered, he would be kicked out and sent back to endure more of his mother's affection. Cousin, what's this?" Xiaotian asked, puzzled, as he pointed at a transparent plastic bag on the coffee table. "That? Remnants from the scene of a missing person case. I was supposed to get off early today to have dinner out with colleagues, but we received a call saying someone heard screams in an alley in the East Side Food Street. By the time we arrived and entered the alley, all we found were these non-related black substances. So, everyone went to the preferred dinner spot while I was asked to bring this evidence back to the station. On my way back, I noticed my pants were dirty, so I planned to change here before heading out to dinner." "That's acceptable? Isn't that dereliction of duty? What about an immediate investigation?" Xiaotian was flabbergasted upon hearing this. "How can we investigate? Someone merely heard a scream, and other than the items in this evidence bag, the scene is cleaner than a whistle. If it weren't for dozens of people in the food street confirming that they heard something, we would even suspect it was a false report. However, after questioning dozens of people, no one reported seeing anyone enter the Eleno gender, age, or description. The area is also a blind spot for surveillance. We've reviewed the feeds from numerous shops, all proving futile. The only thing we can do now is wait for the missing person's family to report it. We can't just stand around staring at this bag of evidence all night, can we?" Well, Xiaotian had no rebuttal. He was utterly unfamiliar with police procedures due to never having visited the station before. He examined the black substance within the evidence bag and, without thinking, picked it up to scrutinize it further. At first glance, it resembled vomit, but lacked any repugnant odor. Within, faint glimmers appeared, akin to crystalline forms. Yet, as he held it, a sensation of coldness enveloped him, as if an unseen presence was fixating upon him. The exterior of the black material evoked images of the underworld, conveying an ominous air. Up close, Xiaotian felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Could this be some hazardous chemical? Ding! Detected absorbable experience points. Do you wish to absorb? What? His exclamation drew his cousin's inquiry. What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing. Stop overreacting. You're coming back to the station with me after dinner. Eating takeout daily isn't healthy. Xiaotian barely heard his cousin's words, too engrossed in his astonishment over discovering a means to garner experience points. While the route was still uncertain, at least it provided direction, right? Yet, the sole hesitation plaguing him was whether the black substance in the evidence bag would vanish upon absorption. Had it not been for his cousin bringing it back, he would have absorbed it without a second thought. After all, a dead friend is better than a dying friend. What if his absorption led to the disappearance of evidence related to the missing person case? His cousin would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. After deliberation, Xiaotian made up his mind. If the aforementioned scenario unfolded, he would simply have to offer an apology to his cousin. Moreover, it's not as if his aunt wouldn't be overjoyed at his cousin losing his job. While the badge of a police officer seemed honorable, it was, in truth, a perilous profession. Z County might be economically underdeveloped and devoid of criminals, but one could never predict when a serious case might arise, resulting in tragic outcomes during operations. More importantly, if Xiaotian missed this opportunity today, he might never encounter it again. Who knew how this black substance had come into existence? Cousin, I'm sorry, but today I must prioritize this matter, Xiaotian concluded inwardly before silently murmuring his intent to absorb. Ding! Acquired 100 experience points. The two lines of text in the upper corner suddenly shifted. Experience points, 100. Function, scan. Phew! Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief. Not only had he gained 100 experience points, but he also noticed that the black substance in the evidence bag showed no outward changes. Inside, however, it seemed the crystalline elements had disappeared entirely. A win-win situation. Even if someone noticed the abnormality later on, the blame wouldn't fall on his cousin. After all, no one would suspect him. But the troublesome reality remained. With one problem solved, another loomed on the horizon. What exactly should he scan? Each attempt required how many points? And he mustn't forget, he only had 100. Continuing experimentation is crucial. The road ahead is long and arduous. Xiaotian felt immensely aggrieved while others boasted impressive golden fingers. He was left feeling minuscule by comparison. No, it felt more accurate to say he had sunk to the depths of despair. Not a single instruction in sight. Damn it, if it weren't for his cousin, he might never have come across an opportunity for even a modicum of experience points. Little did Xiaotian realize his actions had unknowingly saved his cousin from a looming crisis at the police station. All right, let's go, Xiaotian. Haven't had dinner yet, right? Cousin will treat you to a feast. In haste to explore the scan function, Xiaotian declined. He shook his head and said, Cousin, it'll pass this time. I need to tidy up at home. You wouldn't want to sleep in such a dreadful environment, would you? Just grab a takeout for me when you return. Fine. His cousin surveyed the disheveled room before finally nodding in agreement. He left with the evidence bag in hand. Scan. As soon as his cousin departed, Xiaotian dived into yet another round of experimentation. He started with the tiki pan object relatively small, and he figured scanning it wouldn't cost an exorbitant amount of experience points. Ding! This item cannot be scanned. Scan failed. Next, he tried the coffee table, the television, the bed, and even the security door, each resulting in failure. Ugh! What use are you as a worthless golden finger? Chapter 002. This is not right. After a day of diligent effort, he fortuitously acquired some experience points. However, he was abruptly confronted with the realization that his seemingly useless golden finger could not scan this and could not scan that. What a joke, he sighed deeply. Sitting in his cousin's study, his expression one of utter despair. The most terrifying aspect of life is when one believes they possess the coveted golden finger, only to discover in the end that it is all an illusion. Lowering his head, he grasped the cup of water on the desk, intending to take a sip to alleviate his gloomy mood when a notification chimed. Ding, a relatively complete martial arts manual has been discovered. Would you like to use 100 experience points to modify it to perfection? He gazed incredulously at the ancient, yellowed tome lying quietly beside his cup. Previously, he had scanned the books on the shelf without any response. He never imagined that the issue was not a failure to scan, but rather a misclassification of the materials. Indeed, after traversing numerous obstacles, he had unexpectedly found a glimmer of hope. Was there any need for deliberation? Naturally, he would proceed with the modification. An invisible force surged within his mind, rapidly sweeping over the Sanskrit manual beside the cup, He then noticed that the text in the upper left corner of his vision had changed. Experience points, 0 function. Scan martial arts. Fire-forged golden body, minus 050, novice level. Fire-forged golden body. ISNT, this the martial arts manual that my cousin purchased for a staggering 100,000 yuan on Taobao 2 years ago. It turns out that the vendor truly did not deceive him. The story unfolds as follows. Ever since his cousin became engrossed in martial arts, he spent his leisure time scouring the internet for various sects and their so-called manuals. Upon clicking a certain Taobao link, he embarked on a journey of extravagant spending. From that moment on, rumors circulated among those around him that his cousin had lost his mind. After all, what sane individual would spend 100,000 yuan on a martial arts manual? Even more exasperating was the fact that this costly tome was entirely inscribed in Sanskrit. At that time, even his cousin, obsessed with martial arts, found it difficult to suppress his anger upon receiving the package. Such an affront to one's intelligence was utterly outrageous. He promptly filed a complaint, and after a series of investigations, it was concluded that the transaction was legitimate, as the manual indeed held a value of 100,000. Instruments confirmed that this ancient book had a history of at least 600 years, that in fact, acquiring it for 100,000 was a bargain for his cousin. Yet, one could not help but wonder why a centuries-old tome was priced so reasonably. If it were not written in Sanskrit, and were it not related to martial arts, adding another 0 to the price would not be a problem at all. As for the vendor whom his cousin reported. They expressed great understanding of the buyer's sentiments, and had previously clarified that the items they sold were not merely martial arts manuals, but also antiques. Regarding the incongruity of the content being in Sanskrit while the cover bore Chinese characters, the vendor awkwardly explained that some ancient texts were not in pristine condition upon acquisition and required restoration. Unfortunately, the restorer in the shop was rather careless. Ultimately, the vendor offered compensation to his cousin, which, unsurprisingly, was not monetary, but rather a common martial arts manual titled Iron Sand Palm, which was priced at 50,000 in the shop. After initially being furious, his cousin regained his composure and reverted to his usual amiable self. Opting not to seek a refund, but instead accepting the compensation, that he remarked that he was not short on money. His anger stemmed solely from feeling deceived. Now that the matter was clarified, there was no need for animosity as if they were sworn enemies. Besides, a 600-year-old tome possessed some collectible value, and it would serve well as a decorative piece in the study. In the meantime, young Xiaotian was experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. His family, in partnership with his cousin's family, operated a paper mill, which, though not particularly notable in first- or second-tier cities, was undoubtedly of affluent status in Z County. After his cousin had entered the police force as an adult, his aunt had imposed no financial restrictions. In stark contrast, Xiaotian was left disheartened. While other wealthy heirs drove flashy cars, wooed beautiful women, and dined lavishly, he was left clutching his meager monthly allowance of 1,500 yuan, silently shedding tears of envy. Yet, to some of his peers from more modest backgrounds, he was still regarded as one of the affluent. Perhaps this was what they referred to as being better off than some, but still not enough compared to others. Fire-forged golden body. That name feels oddly familiar. Let me search online. For internal matters, consult Baidu. For external matters, consult Google. For housing inquiries, consult Tianya. He opened the browser on his phone and typed in the 4 characters for fire-forged golden body, only to find no results. What the hell? He would stake his reputation on it. He had definitely heard of the fire-forged golden body manual before. That IT seemed to be from a novel or perhaps a comic. How could it not be found? Next, he searched for martial arts novels, which yielded a plethora of results. After clicking through them, Xiaotian slumped in his chair, engulfed in confusion. Where had Jingu Liangwen vanished to? Where had they gone? Ding dong! He stiffly picked up his phone, realizing it was a post from someone he followed in his university forum. Bad news! Our college has suddenly been sealed off by the military. And the school has explicitly stated that the start of the semester has been postponed. Yes, for how many days? It remains uncertain. We await further notice, although we do not know what has transpired. Every soldier is armed and on high alert. Approaching the area is strictly prohibited and will result in severe consequences. Just now, a few notorious troublemakers from our school were detained by the police for disturbing the peace after making some inflammatory remarks. Li Shizd. No pictures, no truth. What the hell? Baby, Didn't he get the sofa, but the floor is fine too to be why the way, the upper floor has no chicken. Alpha. I had a quarrel with my brother recently and took advantage of my size to beat him up. He has been watching Detective Conan every day lately and has already seen over 400 episodes. The way he looks at me is increasingly unsettling that I want to ask, is it too late to apologize to him now? Xiaotian observed the rapidly accumulating replies with a headache. These guys were either cracking jokes or spamming for experience points, utterly lacking seriousness. Soon, he scrolled down to the latest post. Several blurred images came into view, depicting the Medical College of Magic City University, where a dozen soldiers, armed with rifles, stood at attention. Surrounding them was a cordoned-off area, creating a tense atmosphere. The remaining images showed several stylishly dressed young individuals being subdued by the police, clearly the troublemakers mentioned in the post. What kind of reckless youths dared to provoke armed soldiers? Did they truly believe that these soldiers would coddle them like their parents? Could it be that I have crossed over to another world? Surely not. It's too unscientific to suddenly traverse realms just from taking a nap. Xiaotian failed to realize that even with the legendary golden finger manifesting, there was little room for scientific reasoning in this world. However, the browser notifications served as a stark reminder that this was undoubtedly not the world he once knew. Please, I merely complained about how mundane life was before sleeping. There was no need for such a dramatic awakening. Yet, he also felt somewhat relieved. Even if this world was not the one he remembered, his loved ones had not vanished or been replaced by strangers. Earlier searches had confirmed that, aside from the disappearance of various martial arts novels, everything else remained quite normal. Of course, he could overlook the bizarre missing persons cases that had recently emerged in Z County and the martial law mentioned in the forum. Never mind, I'll put it aside for now. He shouted on. Unable to comprehend the situation, resolved not to dwell on it further. What good would it do to overthink? Could he even resist the changes? As for the legendary martial arts masters who had vanished, they were certainly beyond recovery. Others might feel exhilarated. With the disappearance of Jin Gu Liang, wouldn't he have the freedom to plagiarize novels to his heart's content? Perhaps he could even become a celebrated author, envied by all. Yet such aspirations were beautiful in theory, but harsh in reality. Setting aside the fact that Xiaotian could not recall the intricate details of those novels, even if he were familiar with the overall narrative. The works he produced might not achieve success. Moreover, while his family was not extraordinarily wealthy, they did possess a fortune in the millions, ensuring a lifetime of comfort without concern, rather than laboriously penning novels. He found it far more appealing to live a leisurely life. After all, he still had 3 years of university life ahead of him. Sitting in his chair, Xiaotian gazed at the 3 lines of text in the upper left corner of his vision. Once again falling into contemplation. Experience points. 0 function. Skin martial arts. Fire-forged golden body minus 050. Novice level. From the name, it could be inferred that this was likely a manual for body cultivation. The subsequent 050 should represent the experience points needed to advance to the next stage. Regrettably, he was currently an unequivocal pauper, and the glaring 0 in the experience points column was disheartening. He pondered how else he could enhance his abilities aside from utilizing experience points. After a brief moment of reflection, he reached for the ancient tome beside the cup, intending to peruse its contents and see if he could achieve the novice level through his own training. The earlier prompt indicated that a relatively complete martial arts manual had been discovered, suggesting that it was indeed possible to cultivate from it. At worst, he could utilize his phone to translate each character. Little did he know, upon flipping through the pages, he was taken aback. His cousin had truly put in considerable effort. The entire ancient text was densely annotated with Chinese characters, and no wonder this fellow had chosen not to request a refund. It seemed his passion for martial arts had never waned. The book, though not thick, comprised around 100 pages. However, it is essential to understand that everything written here is in Sanskrit. Even if one were to meticulously search and annotate each character online, it would still require an extensive amount of time. Not to mention that most Sanskrit characters appear quite similar. Regardless of how others perceive it, for Xiaotian, the differences among the Sanskrit characters are minimal. He carefully scrutinized the ancient texts, then closed the book and let out a deep sigh. This endeavor is rather perilous. The text elaborates that practitioners must be in constant companionship with fire. Only when one's external skills are refined to the point where flames cannot harm the skin, and one's internal energy has attained the pure yang true essence that does not perish, can one claim to have made even a slight advancement, that in an instant, exhaling like flames and internal strength akin to fire, one could overpower adversaries effortlessly. That it is no wonder that my cousin has refrained from practicing. One misstep could lead to being reduced to ashes. Who in their right mind would dare to train in such a perilous technique? Chapter 003. Dancing on the Edge of Destruction. Never mind, I should tidy up the room first. If my cousin returns and finds it in disarray, he will surely be furious with me. Xiaotian rose and began to clean the untidy room. That an hour later, it was immaculate once more. He flung himself onto the sofa, weariness etched upon his face. Although cleaning may seem trivial, one only realizes its true difficulty upon undertaking it. It is indeed a labor-intensive task, not to mention the corners that required special attention. I must say, a clean room is undeniably pleasing to the eye, Xiaotian mused, beginning to comprehend why his cousin harbored such obsessive cleanliness. I'm back, and I've brought dinner along with your favorite drink. After a brief respite, his cousin entered, carrying takeout. That he placed the meal on the coffee table in the living room and added, "Make sure to clean up thoroughly after you finish. If upon rising tomorrow morning, I discover even the slightest stain, you will obediently return home. Do you understand?" "I got it, cousin. You're as bothersome as my mother," Xiaotian replied languidly. Ever since summer vacation began and he returned to Z County, his mother has incessantly nagged about when he would bring home a daughter-in-law. As if it were a joke, he is still young. Why should he trouble himself with such a complicated creature as a girlfriend? Has gaming lost its allure, or have anime series become dull? Ultimately, unable to endure his mother's daily tirades, Xiaotian resolutely sought refuge at his cousin's place for the time being. A slacker's escape. Of course, during this period, his cousin's influence on him was not negligible. For instance, he has become more fastidious about cleanliness that he wonders how his future roommates will react when they encounter his newfound obsession with tidiness. After devouring his meal ravenously and meticulously cleaning the coffee table once more, he made his way to the guest room, collapsing onto the bed and drifting into a deep slumber. The next morning, upon awakening, he noticed breakfast laid out on the kitchen table. My cousin truly is a thoughtful individual. I wonder which fortunate daughter will have the privilege of marrying him. To be fair, if Xiaotian were a woman, he would undoubtedly seek a man like his cousin. Kind-hearted, optimistic, from a harmonious family, youthful and affluent, gentle and considerate, and possessing a well-built physique. Naturally, this is all contingent upon overlooking his cousin's obsession with martial arts. Today, he planned to visit the food street where the disappearance occurred to see if any remnants of that strange black substance remained at the scene. This was all valuable experience, crucial for enhancing his martial arts skills. After completing his morning routine and hastily consuming breakfast, he promptly set out for his destination. He descended the stairs and started his second-hand car, which then sluggishly made its way to the food street. The mere thought of driving this car filled Xiaotian with resentment. While other wealthy scions cruised in luxury sports cars, he was left with a second-hand vehicle, no less an outdated model from his father. The moment his mother informed him that he would soon possess his own car after being accepted into the prestigious Medical University of Magic City, he nearly fainted with excitement. However, when the 10-year-old's second-hand Audi came into view, despair and disillusionment washed over him. In a wonder, when he inquired whether he should drive to a dealership in another city, his mother wore a knowing expression that suggested he would soon understand. "So, you mean to say you are gifting me your old Audi as my new car?" Z County is a small peripheral town, relatively modest in size. The concept of school district housing does not exist here, as long as one possesses a vehicle. Any residence qualifies as a school district property. Moreover, compared to other first- and second-tier cities, its greatest advantage is the absence of traffic congestion that as long as one avoids passing by the school during dismissal. One can experience a seamless flow of traffic, a truly unparalleled experience. His cousin resided in the western part of the city, and the drive from his home to the food street took less than 10 minutes. With a screech, Xiaotian parked the car and stepped into the food street. The early morning streets resembled a ghost town, devoid of any signs of life. After all, the local vendors typically worked until the early hours of the morning before closing down for rest. By noon, with the exception of a small supermarket, all the shops remained tightly shut that he casually entered a small supermarket, purchased a bottle of water, and inquired of the owner, "Excuse me, did the police come by here yesterday? I heard someone went missing." "Yes, yes. They even reviewed the surveillance footage from my shop, but they found nothing," replied the middle-aged owner, wearing a simple smile. "Oh, which alley did the incident occur in?" He twisted open the bottle of water, taking a sip while feigning curiosity. "It was right across from the most popular lobster stall. Normally, their stand is bustling in the evening. Anyone who enters would surely be seen by patrons. But I heard the police question dozens of people without obtaining any useful information." The honest demeanor of the middle-aged owner was evident. He answered every question Xiaotian posed. "Thank you. Don't mention it." After exchanging pleasantries, the two parted ways that he made his way directly to the lobster stall, donning the prepared mask. The entrance was meticulously cleaned, unlike some other stalls that resembled disaster zones after a night's business. Awaiting the cleaners, that a few simple tables and chairs were neatly arranged outside, that he quickly scanned the surveillance cameras of the various shops, noticing that the small alley diagonally opposite was a blind spot for several establishments. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and entered the alley. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a chilling atmosphere. Despite it being early morning and the sun not yet fully risen, a sense of heat lingered in the air. Even though this alley was seldom touched by sunlight, it was impossible for it to feel so frigid. Accompanying this was an inexplicable sense of dread. Xiaotian swore that had it not been for the significance of the experience points, he would have turned back immediately. Despite the fear gnawing at him, he steeled himself and pressed on. Surely, nothing sinister could emerge in broad daylight. His cousin and the others had thoroughly investigated the scene without incident. Why should he be the one to encounter misfortune? If that were truly the case, Xiaotian would accept his fate. Upon entering, he discovered the police tape cordoning off the area. Observing closely from the perimeter, he found that, as his cousin had described, the entire crime scene was remarkably clean, devoid of even a hint of struggle. And no wonder he mentioned that had it not been for the many witnesses who heard the screams, the original reporter would have been detained for legal education. He retrieved a pair of shoe covers from his pocket, slipped them on, and donned the freshly purchased gloves. Only then did he cautiously bend down and step over the police tape to enter. He had no desire to be summoned to the police station to explain why he was at the crime scene. Even with his cousin's backing, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. 10 minutes later, Xiaotian emerged with a face full of disappointment. The alley was so pristine that not even a cockroach could be found. The clues for gaining experience points have run dry. What good is possessing martial skills if I cannot train? Who knows what that black substance truly was? Moreover, the black substance was not the main concern. The real significance lay in the crystalline entity enveloped within it. Unfortunately, that crystal had been absorbed last night, transformed into experience points. Even if the police took it for testing, he would likely receive no favorable news. "I'm still too young. I should have waited for my cousin to complete the analysis before devising my own plan." In truth, he was merely venting his frustration. The black substance was now in the police's possession, and he hoped to retrieve it. Admittedly, Z County is a small town, but the police are not incompetent. It is sheer folly to think that a university student could waltz in and abscond with clues from an ongoing investigation. Sigh. I can only await news from my cousin. I hope to encounter that black substance again in the future. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Xiaotian noticed that his left arm felt colder than the rest of his body. And this was no mere illusion. During his earlier search, the temperature had remained consistent. He halted, tracing the source of the chilling sensation, step by step. A crystal, a thumb-sized crystalline object, lay quietly in the corner. Without hesitation, he reached down to pick it up. Cold, excruciatingly cold. It felt as though it would freeze his right hand solid. Moreover, an unfamiliar gas flowed from the palm of his hand into his arm, causing his blood to congeal in its wake. Ding! Experience points available for absorption detected. Would you like to absorb? Absorb! Xiaotian exclaimed almost immediately after the notification chimed. At this rate, his right hand would undoubtedly face amputation. In an instant, the crystal shattered, transforming into a cloud of powder that was whisked away by a gentle breeze. disappearing without a trace. Hiss! Xiaotian raised his arm, gazing at the ice shards that had formed, gasping in astonishment. What on earth is this? Just as he pondered this, the experience point section in the upper left corner of his vision finally began to change. Experience points, 500 function, scan martial arts. Fire refining golden body minus 050, not initiated. 500 points, a sudden windfall. For someone as impoverished as him, 500 experience points represented an undeniable fortune. Moreover, the presence of a plus sign after 050 indicated that this endeavor had not been in vain. Yet it only deepened his perplexity. What, after all, was the essence of this white crystal? Why was it that only it could be absorbed by the system and transformed into experience points? He felt as though he was ensnared in a shroud of mystery. In the wake of a missing person case, encountering such a bizarre object seemed far from simple. Perhaps he should caution his cousin to exercise a bit of prudence during the investigation. Or better yet, perhaps he ought to advise him not to involve himself in this matter at all. After all, as the saying goes, if my friend dies, I shall not perish. He had no concern for others, nor the inclination to meddle. Only his cousin, who had treated him with kindness since childhood, lingered in his thoughts. Why do I feel so cold-hearted? He mused with that thought. He hastily exited the alley. Shortly thereafter, a police car arrived. Chapter 004. What do you still want with crawfish? Ever since leaving the food street, a fervor had ignited within Xiaotian. Nonetheless, he maintained his speed within the limits. For safety was paramount. Reckless driving could bring tears to loved ones. 10 minutes later, he finally reached his cousin's residence, that he rushed back to his room, seated himself in the study chair, and fixed his gaze upon his frostbitten arm. Although he had gained 500 experience points, it was not without its risks that it appeared that the black substance enveloping the crystal was intended to isolate its chilling aura, that he had merely held it for no more than 2 seconds. Yet now one of his arms was nearly rendered useless. This illustrated the perilous nature of the crystal. Why had he not sought medical treatment at the first opportunity? Firstly, Xiaotian himself could not clearly explain why his arm had become frozen in the midsummer heat. Secondly, admitting that a thumb-sized crystal had caused this predicament would likely lead to unnecessary complications. What if the hospital was unable to treat such a bizarre ailment? Besides, he was not without means to remedy the trouble with his right arm. Contemplating this, Xiaotian's gaze fell upon the system interface in the upper left corner. The martial art fire refining golden body had been introduced in the 10,000 yuan manual his cousin possessed. It was primarily a fire-based qi cultivation technique, the pinnacle of the fire refining golden body. Upon mastering it, one would be impervious to blades and bullets. The internal energy would be both fiery and robust, rendering one nearly invincible. That if he could merely initiate the practice and cultivate internal energy, he believed that using fire to dispel cold would be an inevitable outcome, that if not, he could always seek medical assistance. With urgency pressing upon him, preserving his arm took precedence over all else. Experience points, 500 function, scan martial arts, fire refining golden body minus 050, not initiated. He gritted his teeth against the numbness in his right arm, concentrating all his mental faculties, and tapped the plus sign. Instantly, 050 transformed into 5050. That immediately, a wisp of extraordinary energy emerged from his dantian, thin as a hair. Upon its sudden appearance, it began to circulate through his meridians. With each small circuit completed, the energy intensified. With each large circuit, his body seemed to grow stronger. After completing 36 small circuits and 12 large circuits, the energy had thickened to the size of a pinky finger before it finally ceased. Before he could take further action, the blazing energy within his dantian swiftly surged towards his arm. Whoosh! A cloud of white smoke billowed forth, clearly indicating that this energy, akin to the internal power described in martial arts novels, was expelling the cold aura within his right arm. The juxtaposition of cold and heat, yin and yang, clashed against one another, sending a tearing sensation through his nerves that Xiaotian grimaced, suppressing any sound that a grown man letting out strange noises at home. If the neighbors heard, how could he ever show his face again? After what felt like an eternity, the tearing sensation gradually subsided. Beneath his chair lay a small puddle of water, evidence that the fiery internal energy had expelled all the cold aura from his meridians. At that moment, Xiaotian glanced at his afflicted arm, now devoid of the previous purplish hue. Ah, at last it's resolved. It seems my speculation was not in vain. Experience points, 450 function, scan martial arts, fire refining golden body -0 100 initiated. The system interface had transformed. Experience points had decreased by 50, while fire refining golden body had advanced from uninitiated to initiated, with the requirements for the next upgrade also increased. Alas, with the remaining experience points, I wonder how many more times I can upgrade. The quest for crystals must become a part of my daily life. Xiaotian sighed, intending to rise and tidy the study. However, as he stood, dizziness swept over him that a wave of hunger engulfed his mind, making him feel as though he had not eaten for 3 days and nights. He could hardly resist the urge to devour the table itself. What is happening? He struggled to retrieve his phone from his pocket. Using the reflection of the dark screen to illuminate his face, he discovered that his complexion was devoid of color, resembling someone suffering from malnutrition. With a wry smile, he realized that he had completely overlooked the cause of his internal energy's emergence. Most novels he had read mentioned the concept of refining essence into qi. Internal power does not materialize from thin air. Instead, it is cultivated through the refinement of the essence found in the food one consumes. While experience points could unconditionally enhance his martial arts, the requisite consumption fell upon him alone. Thus, his current dizziness and extreme weakness, coupled with a malnourished appearance, became explicable. Xiaotian swiped the screen, his fingers trembling as he tapped on an application named Matewan. Without hesitation, he ordered 20 large pork knuckles. However, having been busy all morning, he wondered if the delivery person could arrive promptly during peak hours. Hence, he gritted his teeth against the discomfort and made his way to the kitchen. It was unrealistic to wait idly for the delivery. Who knew when they would arrive? Yet, what should have been a few steps felt like an arduous journey to the western heavens. Days dragged on, and phrases like "the road is long" flitted through his mind. Finally arriving in the kitchen, Xiaotian eagerly opened the fridge. What? His expression froze, and despair washed over him. Curse it all! Both he and his cousin were confirmed bachelors, utterly lacking the rare skill of cooking that he relied on takeout daily, while his cousin, a police officer, typically remained at the station for lunch. Consequently, the contents of the fridge were woefully scant. Only a few lonely eggs lay haphazardly inside. Seemingly mocking him in silence, starving and with green eyes, Xiaotian cared not for dignity. He shakily reached out, grabbing 3 or 4 eggs in one hand. Then, with his eyes shut tight, he cracked them open, allowing the egg liquid to flow into his mouth. Raw eggs are the most nutritious. They're not bad at all, gag. Pinching his nose, he swallowed the entire supply, yet his hunger only intensified, becoming even more acute. Tears welled in his eyes as he resolutely gazed at the eggshells he had discarded. No. A sinful hand reached out, and the kitchen echoed with the crunching sounds of eggshells. Crack! Just as Xiaotian was chewing on the eggshells, an epiphany struck him. Had his order been delivered 10 minutes after placing it? Impressive. My delivery person. Wait, why does he have a key to our house and wear a police uniform? Cousin, gazing upon the familiar visage before him, Xiaotian swore he had never felt such heartfelt joy. He could even smell a delicious aroma. Could it be that his cousin had brought him lunch? Xiaotian, what happened to you? His cousin, taken aback by the sight of Xiaotian, pale and leaning against the fridge with eggshells in his mouth, was startled. Just yesterday evening, he had been full of vigor, yet now, at midday, he appeared utterly debauched. Had this lad truly indulged excessively? Young people do tend to be brimming with energy and lack restraint. Cousin, quick, give me the shrimp. Xiaotian's eyes brimmed with tears of joy at the sight of the familiar takeout box, knowing it contained the county's most renowned spicy crawfish, a culinary gem. Even the most popular crawfish stall in the food street could not compare. Though the meat was a bit scarce, it would at least stave off his hunger. What are you thinking about crawfish at a time like this? Hurry to the hospital, if anything happens to you. I want to know how to explain it to Andy. His cousin tossed the spicy crawfish onto the dining table, then scooped up the despairing Xiaotian, racing down the stairs. No, I want to eat shrimp. Once outside the door, Xiaotian buried his head in his cousin's chest. However, please do not misunderstand. This was not shyness, but rather a blatant shame. After all, being carried like a princess by a grown man out of the building would undoubtedly evoke certain notions in the minds of onlookers. In his current state of extreme weakness, he had no strength to resist, merely hiding his face to spare himself embarrassment when encountering neighbors later. Fortunately, they encountered no familiar faces in the hallway, allowing Xiaotian to breathe a sigh of relief. However, as they exited the building, he inadvertently revealed his face, only to be left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 005, Pray Tell, who is the supreme sovereign of the Xiaotian Golden Palace? The ultimate true essence, the Jade Emperor of the Myriad Realms? Because outside stood a pair of young men and women, their expressions were nothing short of dramatic upon encountering him and his cousin. The man's eyes widened, seemingly conjuring a most unfriendly image, while the woman's eyes sparkled, as if she greatly appreciated the sight of two burly men embracing each other. Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. I am unable to accompany you to the crime scene at this moment. My cousin appears to have indulged excessively and must be examined at the hospital that I shall make a call shortly to have other colleagues escort you there. I am truly sorry for the inconvenience, especially since you have just arrived from the provincial city and must now wait a while longer. Xiaotian felt his cousin's words pierce his heart like a finely honed sword. Twisting several times for good measure. Is this a joke? I am merely dizzy from hunger. It has nothing to do with excessive indulgence to be by the way. How can you utter such shameful words to two strangers? Even if I were truly indulging, I would never stoop to such a level. The man Lulu stumbled over his words, clearly not accustomed to such a shocking scene, particularly the phrase excessive indulgence, which left him momentarily tongue-tied. Officer Liu, you may proceed. Whoosh! The man and woman did not press him further. His cousin darted past them with the speed of a sprinter, flinging open the car door parked on the street. He tossed Xiaotian into the back seat and drove swiftly towards Z County People's Hospital. Cousin, Xiaotian called weakly, that do not speak. You need to rest that it's not that. Cousin, that I have no objection to you engaging in solitary activities in my guest room. Just dispose of all remnants afterward. However, I do hope, Xiaotian, that you might consider finding a girlfriend in the future. No wonder Annie has been incessantly nagging about this matter. Given your situation, it is imperative, cousin Xiaotian's face was a mask of confusion as he tried to explain. Allow me to finish. Even if you are desperately thirsty, you must not break the law, understand? Although certain illicit venues operate on a consensual financial basis, it is legally prohibited. According to the Public Security Administration law, Article 66 states that anyone involved in prostitution or solicitation shall face detention for not less than 10 days and not more than 15 days, and may also incur a fine of up to 5,000 yuan for less severe cases. Detention for less than 5 days or a fine of up to 500 yuan may apply. All right, you and Xiaotian surrendered completely, managing only 4 words before being interrupted. How can I explain this to you? Half an hour later, his cousin emerged from the examination room, holding the report, utterly bewildered. Malnutrition? Upon realizing that matters were not as he had imagined, he found himself in a quandary. And no wonder his cousin had been eyeing the spicy crayfish on the dining table before leaving. It turned out he was simply hungry. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiaotian rolled his eyes. Did you ever give me a chance? And throughout the journey, you were busy educating me about the law. Do you really think I am that sort of person? How could I possibly interject? Moreover, how did you manage to turn this around? Clearly, you failed to grasp the facts, yet your expression suggests you blame me. Are you a devil? Cousin, can we refrain from discussing this matter? Could you please order me 20 portions of pork knuckle? Absolutely not. You are malnourished and must not indulge in excessive eating. Can you even finish 20? Just let me order takeout, and I could swallow the bones if you believe me. How unfortunate that the pork knuckle I ordered is now with the delivery guy, who must be standing at the door questioning his life choices. The proposal was rejected, and Xiaotian felt despair. What good is an infusion? Eating is the most fundamental form of treatment. Isn't it? By the way, that man and woman we encountered downstairs, are they your new colleagues? No, they are from the Special Investigation Team, dispatched from the provincial city. Even the director cannot offend them that I was supposed to host them and take them to the site of the missing persons case down on our way from the station to the food street in the eastern part of the city. We happened to pass by our home. So I bought you lunch, but upon entering, I found you pale as a ghost, leaning against the refrigerator. A vigorous young man. How could I not think twice? A special investigation team. Just two individuals, and they look so young. Xiaotian was astonished. Had he never seen a pig run before? How could two individuals in their 20s possibly compare to seasoned, older officers? Moreover, it was merely a missing persons case, occurring in the impoverished Z County. What warranted the dispatch of a special investigation team from the provincial city? Furthermore, it was peculiar that the special investigation team consisted of only 2 members. How exceedingly rudimentary. Do not look at me like that. I have no idea either. All the materials have already been handed over to them. His cousin rubbed his nose, offering neither opposition nor particular enthusiasm regarding the so-called special investigation team. It was indeed curious. A case occurring in Z County had yielded no news, and suddenly a special investigation team parachuted in from the provincial city. This was, quite frankly, a blatant display of distrust. Anyone who feels belittled would hardly exhibit a joyful demeanor. Would they? Cousin, did you analyze the black substance you brought back yesterday? Not yet. The director halted the process before we could handle it, stating we should wait for the special investigation team to arrive and hand it over to them. Before Xiaotian could press for more details about the case, a voice filled with concern rang from outside the door. Xiao? The door swung open abruptly, revealing a well-maintained middle-aged woman who entered with an air of authority. What has happened to you? Mom. I'm fine, did just before he could finish. Xiaotian's mother furrowed her brow, scanning him briefly before appraising his cousin. Ultimately, she interrupted him with a hint of anguish, asking in a quivering voice, You two didn't? Oh dear, I was wondering why you were always so reluctant to find a girlfriend. You even ran to Junming's house. It turns out you two, by the way. His cousin's name is Lu Junming. Xiaotian. The innocent cousin. Annie, my cousin is merely malnourished. Our relationship is entirely innocent and not as you imagine. That's so. His mother's expression faltered momentarily, her voice wavering with uncertainty. His cousin helplessly displayed the examination report, which clearly stated the words malnutrition. You scared me to death. Xiaotian desperately wanted to lament. Can modern people not differentiate between malnutrition and excessive indulgence? Mom, let us not dwell on that. Could you please order me 20 portions of pork knuckle? No, you cannot eat greasy food at present, my dear son. Once you recover, I will give you money to eat whatever you desire. He was not surprised by his mother's outright refusal. Alas, what a pity for my pork knuckle. 20 portions would cost a fortune. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking echoed from outside the ward. Come in. Creak, a delivery man clad in a yellow windbreaker entered, carrying a large bag of lunchboxes, and offered a subtle yet polite smile to the 3 individuals in the room. Hello, may I ask who is the Supreme Lord of the Golden Palace? The Most High Jade Emperor? Cousin, Mom. Xiaotian's eyes welled with tears. Truly, the delivery man is undeterred by wind or rain. It had hardly been long since I entered the hospital. And he has already arrived. It seems the online rumors are true. Delivery personnel conceal formidable talents among them. And today I encountered a veritable Sherlock Holmes. Chapter 006. My cousin is a glutton, Part 1. His cousin and mother stared silently at Xiaotian, who was ravenously devouring the pork knuckle. According to the delivery man, when he arrived at Unit 301 of Huayuan Community, he found no one answering the phone or responding to the doorbell. As he descended the stairs, he encountered a man and woman waiting for a ride outside, and with a trial-and-error attitude, he inquired to his astonishment. They actually knew of the individual who had ordered 20 portions of pork knuckle. It was said that due to excessive indulgence, his cousin had been taken to the hospital. Thus, the delivery man hurriedly made his way to Z County People's Hospital, as it was the nearest medical facility to Huayuan Community. After asking the nurse for directions, he followed the trail to find them. As for what he inquired, the delivery man merely wore a mysterious smile, leaving Xiaotian with endless speculation. Cousin, how did they know we came from Unit 301? The youth, still gnawing on the pork knuckle, queried with grease on his lips. Did you perhaps take a liking to that woman and inadvertently revealed your identity? Silence implies consent. Shut up and eat your pork knuckle. His cousin could no longer contain himself. It was not silence, but rather a gaze fixed upon Xiaotian, now hungry and staring back. Throughout the entire journey, I only spoke 3 sentences to them. Hello. My name is Lu Junming. Please get in the car. I apologize. I have a lazy cousin and brought him some crayfish for lunch. Cousin, did you truly need to voice the latter part? Furthermore, I do not consider myself lazy. It is merely a Buddhist approach to life that if not what you claimed, could it be they reviewed your profile before arriving? This is not outside the realm of possibility. How else could they accurately locate our home address, down to Unit 301? They have been waiting downstairs all along, never having gone up. His mother watched the two cousins bicker, lost in deep contemplation. She simply could not comprehend how her son had come to be malnourished. 18 noon. Junming was attending to the comrades from the Provincial Special Task Force, yet he did not forget to bring a lunch for Xiaotian. His attentiveness was indeed meticulous, yet somehow you ended up malnourished. Are you even deserving of that serving of crayfish your cousin bought for you? By the way, where is Dad? Please don't tell me that his paper mill is too busy. Uncle is the second boss. He can't possibly be overwhelmed with work, can he? Xiaotian, amidst the dazed expressions of his cousin and mother, picked up the 12th large pork knuckle, gnawing on it as he inquired. Xiaotian, are you really all right eating like this? Not only am I fine, but I also feel increasingly better. I must say, this pork knuckle is magnificent. His mother rolled her eyes in exasperation, responding, That's the work of the glucose nutrient solution. It has nothing to do with the pork knuckle. Xiaotian wore a look of surprise and replied, I was merely commenting on the delightful taste of the pork knuckle. This is indeed her biological son. Otherwise, he would have been chastised long ago. By the way, you still haven't told me what Dad is busy with. His son is indulging and is malnourished. Sigh. There was an incident at the paper mill yesterday. Upon mentioning her husband, the lovely woman seemed to recall her recent troubles, furrowing her brow. An incident. The paper mill has been operating smoothly for over a decade. How could there possibly be a problem? Our family's financial situation has always been quite stable. Hasn't it? Xiaotian said with a serious expression, momentarily neglecting the pork knuckle in his hands, though the grease on his face did little to convey any seriousness. It's not a financial issue. The workers at the paper mill have gone missing. Early this morning, the department manager called your father to report that 4 workers are unaccounted for. His mother's face was etched with worry, not because of the potential trouble for the factory, but for those 4 missing individuals that if something happened, how would they explain it to the workers' families? Missing. For some reason, Xiaotian's mind immediately wandered to the alley across from the seafood street's crayfish stalls. Yes. The surveillance in the dormitory hallway of the paper mill only shows them entering the restroom, after which they simply vanished. When the police investigated this morning, they found that besides the entrances and exits, there was only a single window, but that's on the 3rd floor. If they wanted to leave, there would certainly be some traces left outside. Moreover, these 4 individuals have worked at the factory for 10 years with no record of misconduct. Besides, the factory does not restrict nighttime movements. Why would they exit through the restroom? His mother voiced her various doubts, rendering this disappearance case even more perplexing. What could possibly compel 4 honest individuals to go to the restroom together in the dead of night? It was a chilling question that left one pondering deeply. Furthermore, they all vanished at the same time without a trace, as if they had suddenly evaporated from the restroom. Why does this sound like a ghost story? Xiaotian instinctively took a bite of the pork knuckle, muttering to himself. Although the world was beginning to feel increasingly abnormal, surely it couldn't start off with such hellish difficulty. Since ancient times, supernatural beings have always unsettled the heart. What ghost story? We need to discuss science now. The disappearance of the workers at the paper mill must have some clues yet to be uncovered. As a policeman, his cousin could not allow his younger cousin to speak such superstitious nonsense. If there were ghosts in this world, what would be the purpose of having the police? They might as well all seek out Taoists. They could not only exorcise spirits but also converse with them. In the future, should there be any murder cases, they would solve them effortlessly. Xiaotian, since you're fine, I'll be heading back now. His mother looked at her son, who was still gnawing on the pork knuckle, feeling that the half-dead demeanor he had displayed earlier was all an act. Who had ever seen a malnourished patient devour 12 large pork knuckles? Look, he has already picked up the 13th one to munch on. Aunt, you should head back to your tasks, then I'll take a leave of absence from the chief today to take care of Xiaotian. Regardless of the circumstances, his cousin felt he should assume the responsibility of looking after Xiaotian. After all, he had been living in their home, only to end up being diagnosed with malnutrition at the hospital, and no amount of explanation could clarify that situation. Well then, thank you, Junming. After speaking, his mother turned and walked towards the hospital exit, with his cousin hurriedly rising to see her off. Shortly after, upon returning to the room, Lu Junming observed Xiaotian, who was devouring his 14th pork knuckle, and felt a twitch in his eyelid. He began to seriously doubt himself, pondering if he had indeed abused his cousin in the past few days. Otherwise, even a starving ghost would not possess such an appetite, would they? Cousin, this pork knuckle is too greasy. Why not go out and buy some fruit? Lu Junming thought to himself. Why didn't you say that earlier? Couldn't you have mentioned it while I was seeing Anne off? With that, he silently turned and went downstairs to buy fruit. What could he do? After all, this fellow was his cousin. Sigh. What sins had he committed in his past life to deserve such a lazy cousin? After his cousin left, Xiaotian promptly checked his experience points system. Experience points, 450 function, scan martial arts, fire refining golden body -0, 100 beginner. He sensed a trace of danger from the conversation with his mother earlier, the image of his right arm nearly freezing into a popsicle due to a thumb-sized crystal vividly replayed in his mind. Had he not spent 50 experience points to elevate fire refining golden body to the beginner level, generating a thread of internal energy, he would have likely found himself in the hospital by now. The system displayed in the upper left corner was evidently an unscientific creation. Therefore, the crystal that could be absorbed for experience points was undoubtedly also a product of the unexplainable. Its appearance at the scene of the mysterious disappearance near the seafood street, in a sense, filled him with foreboding. Coupled with the perplexing incident at his family's paper mill, some rather unsettling speculations naturally surged in his mind, but Xiaotian felt a rising sense of crisis. Currently, the only thing he could rely on was the experience point system. Regardless of the reasons behind its existence, he was determined to forge ahead without hesitation in any case. He needed to preserve his own life first before contemplating what the future might hold. Just a mere entry-level improvement has cost me 20 pork knuckles and several raw eggs. Truly, the pen is poor while the sword is rich. If it weren't for a little savings, I'd be fretting over how to afford my meals. Xiaotian called a nurse to borrow a phone, opened an app, and in her dazed gaze, ordered 50 servings of steak in one go. The pork knuckle was simply too greasy. After 10, he was utterly satiated. Had it not been for his body continuously signaling, I want more, he would have discarded the rest long ago. Chapter 007, My Cousin is a Glutton, Part 2. Ding dong. You have a new order, please check it. The owner of a certain restaurant, having just taken a brief respite, was about to become busy once more without finishing his cup of tea. Business is quite good today, he murmured, picking up his phone to check the information. He stared at the words, Steak X50, falling into deep contemplation. The last order seemed to have been for 20 large pork knuckles, right? Are today's young people all such voracious eaters? Thankfully, I'm not running a buffet. Otherwise, if I encountered these big eaters, I'd be in for a significant loss. After preparing all the steaks, the restaurant owner summoned the legendary delivery guy. The delivery guy, clad in a yellow windbreaker, caught sight of the large bag of steaks in the owner's hands and was suddenly struck by a familiar sensation. Heavenly Emperor of the Golden Palace. The restaurant owner replied, What are you even talking about? It seemed he was mistaken. The delivery guy, throughout his years of service, held a particularly vivid memory of the previous order, not only because of its lengthy name, but also because it had allowed him to play a part of Sherlock Holmes. Meanwhile, Xiaotian, lying in the hospital bed with a glucose nutrient solution, had no idea he had caused the delivery guy to go through a peculiar experience. Experience points, 450 function, skin martial arts, fire refining golden body -0, 100 beginner. He concentrated, pressing the plus sign. The 100 rapidly became blurred as the internal energy, about the thickness of a pinky finger, within Xiaotian's dantian, began to surge with heat and excitement, coursing through the meridians erratically. He lifted his arm and noticed that the skin was gradually transitioning from pale to a fiery red, resembling a perfectly steamed shrimp, inducing an involuntary appetite. Xiaotian had no idea why the term appetite came to mind. Each time the internal energy circulated within him, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Even the hanging glucose nutrient solution was visibly depleting at a rapid pace. This was the body's instinctive talent, when Xiaotian was deficient in nutrients. The glucose from the external infusion became the best nourishment. The internal energy surged, transforming from the thickness of a pinky finger to that of a thumb. 100 experience points were indeed worth it. Then, Xiaotian experienced a Spartan moment. The insatiable hunger returned. The crimson hue faded. His skin appeared even paler than at noon. "Hello. May I ask who is the girlfriend of the monk who traveled from the Eastern Tang dynasty to the West to seek scriptures?" The delivery guy recited a lengthy name in one breath, only to be met with the sight of Xiaotian, who resembled a skeleton. This sight startled the delivery guy. He had merely uttered the name of the monk, yet it felt as though a vengeful spirit had emerged to haunt him. I am. His voice was weak and feeble. Xiaotian had no choice but to concede that he had miscalculated. He had thought that with the prior 20 pork knuckles in his stomach, this enhancement would proceed without issue. Moreover, he still had the glucose. As a result, it turned out to merely elevate one's level. Yet the consumption of essence would surge manifold. Henceforth, I must refrain from such reckless actions. At the very least, I should wait until a substantial amount of food is laid before me before utilizing experience points for enhancement. The mere thought of having to consume a feast sufficient to satisfy a dozen robust men each time I upgrade fire refining the golden body evokes the term glutton. Wait a moment. Are you not the supreme deity, the Jade Emperor, of the heavenly golden palace? How is it that in the blink of an eye, you have transformed into the little girlfriend of a monk who journeyed from the east to the west to seek the scriptures? The delivery boy, upon observing Xiaotian, realized he was in the presence of a peculiar individual who had ordered 20 hefty pork knuckles. In this day and age, who doesn't have a secondary account? Could we dispense with the idle chatter and you bring me my steak? Before you became a delivery person, did you perform stand-up comedy? With a name that long, can you really recite it all in one breath without tiring? A blade pierced through the heart, delivering a critical hit of minus 99,999. No flaws detected. After holding back for quite some time, the delivery boy could only muster 4 words that he set down the steak and fled in haste. That it was utterly terrifying. Xiaotian gazed at the steak before him and somehow summoned the strength to raise his arm and devour it. Indeed, it was not merely eating, but swallowing. He gulped it down whole without a thought of choking. Creak! Lu Junming, a police officer, found himself puzzled by the delivery boy he had just encountered. This was a county hospital, not a skeletal mountain or a cave of bones. What could possibly warrant such a desperate demeanor? Moreover, he felt an odd sense of familiarity with this person, though he could not quite place where he had seen him before. Unfortunately, the boy had fled too quickly for Lu to discern his features. Shaking his head, he carried the fruit in his hand, opting not to dwell on it too much. Surely, he could not suspect the delivery boy so gravely as to pin him to the ground for an interrogation. However, when Lu Junming pushed open the ward door and beheld a figure resembling a skeletal spirit voraciously consuming steak, he was taken aback. What the hell, a skeletal spirit? Wait, that defies logic. He stepped back from the ward, glancing at the room number. Indeed, suddenly, an ominous feeling washed over him. The individual lying in the hospital bed, resembling the skeletal lady, could it be his cousin? Cousin, he tentatively called out, only to find himself engulfed in self-doubt. What's up? Cousin? I'm famished. Let us discuss unimportant matters after I finish eating. Can you enlighten me as to where the previous 20 pork knuckles have vanished? The plethora of empty containers clearly indicates that a substantial amount had already been consumed by the time I arrived. Are you a devil? No, my cousin must be a bottomless pit. Lu Junming felt an urgent need to call his aunt and urge her to bring Xiaotian back home. Why was it that after a mere outing, his cousin had morphed into a skeleton? That was of no consequence. He had no desire to know. His monthly salary was evidently insufficient to cover even a few days' worth of his cousin's meals. After purchasing several martial arts manuals that were exorbitantly priced for an ordinary person, his mother had severed the financial chain. As his mother put it, if you continue practicing, I fear you might end up training in the Sunflower Manual. Lu Junming had never even heard of this manual. However, when he searched for it on an online store, he was utterly astonished. If you practice this skill, you must first undergo castration. It turned out that his mother had been discreetly observing him and had browsed all the manuals available in the shop. But why would she think he could practice self-mutilating techniques? After consuming 50 steaks, Xiaotian felt revitalized. Why revitalized? Haha. Lu Junming, standing at the wardess entrance, was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, his cousin had been as emaciated as a skeleton. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a robust figure, resembling an inflatable doll. Moreover, he appeared to be even stronger than before. The muscles straining against Xiaotian's t-shirt were particularly conspicuous. This was not surprising. Fire refining the golden body was not only a form of qigong, but also a method of refining both the body and mind. The manual detailed that a top-tier fire refining the golden body, once mastered, would have no vulnerabilities, rendering one impervious to blades and bullets. Currently, Xiaotian had merely developed some muscle. His martial prowess had not yet reached its pinnacle. Otherwise, Lu Junming would not be witnessing just a robust version of his cousin, but rather a muscle-bound warrior. He was astonished to the point of questioning his very existence. "Cousin," Lu Junming managed to utter. Yet before he could voice his lingering doubts, Xiaotian interrupted him. "Cousin, could you please bring me another 50 steaks? I still desire more." His mouth agape, the remainder of his words failed to form. His mind was a blank slate, echoing with the thought of "I want more." "Cousin, let us conduct a checkup first. 20 pork knuckles, 50 steaks. Good heavens!" Lu Junming feared that Xiaotian might burst at any moment. At this juncture, curiosity paled in comparison to the value of life. "Nurse, nurse!" Shortly thereafter, the examination results were revealed. Holding the report, he found himself questioning his very existence. The results indicated extremely healthy. In truth, not only was Lu Junming perplexed, but the doctor was also taken aback. The midday examination report had been authored by him. Had it truly been only a few hours since, a patient who had been pale and exceedingly weak had devoured 20 pork knuckles and 50 steaks, only to appear radiant and full of vitality? Was it possible that nutritional deficiencies could be remedied simply by overeating? Did it not require intravenous nourishment and recuperation? This was the first time in his career that he doubted his own judgment. Chapter 008. How did you mishear wild ginseng as potatoes? Ultimately, Xiaotian achieved his wish to be discharged, likely becoming the patient with the shortest hospital stay in Z County People's Hospital. The doctors were astonished by this seemingly malnourished glutton, yet refrained from probing further. In an era of live streaming, one could hardly find a rare breed in competitive eaters. 20 pork knuckles and 50 steaks were merely trifles. Some professionals claimed to have encountered individuals who could eat even more. However, as the two departed, they were startled by a patient, entirely restrained to the bed, who was thrashing violently. Had it not been for the 5 or 6 individuals holding him down, he would have surely broken free. Their brief glance exchanged sent chills down Xiaotian's spine. The man's complexion was ghostly pale, reminiscent of a corpse in a funeral home, inducing a sense of horror. His eyes were bloodshot, and he emitted low, guttural growls from his throat. "I want meat." His words were laden with insatiable longing. No, it was a craving far deeper than mere desire. Had his limbs not been tightly bound to the bed, he might have resorted to gnawing on himself. Xiaotian and his cousin chose to ignore the scene. Some matters were better left unexamined. Upon returning home, both released a sigh of relief. He sprawled on the living room sofa, appearing much like a salted fish hanging on a railing, awaiting desiccation. Experience points: 350 function, scan martial arts. Fire refining the golden body, 300 beginner. Xiaotian felt the internal energy within his dantian, the thickness of his arms, and silently marveled at its worth. Although he had endured considerable hardship, the exponential increase in vigor was undeniably intoxicating. Furthermore, his physique had undergone significant transformation. Previously, he had merely been a sub-healthy youth, while he occasionally exercised. He was only marginally more active than a couch potato. Now, he felt as though he possessed boundless energy, and in a moment of introspection, compared himself to his cousin, convinced that if he were to unleash a punch, it would not be his cousin who would remain standing. In fact, he might very well send Lu Junming flying. The benefits did not end there. It seemed he had also grown a bit taller. Practicing martial arts was indeed a miraculous experience. In truth, Xiaotian was merely indulging in self-aggrandizement. Those who practice martial arts did so through years of arduous training, accumulating sweat day and night to achieve any success. Yet here he was, with a mere flick of concentration, soaring to the next level. From the moment he had first engaged with martial arts until now, it had only been a total of 12 hours. In just one ordinary day, which most people would frivolously squander, fire refining the golden body had surprisingly reached a proficient level, with internal energy within him comparable to the thickness of his arms. For an average person, achieving such a feat would require 50 to 60 years of relentless practice. If his cousin were to discover this, he would likely collapse and spit blood. How could an ordinary player compete with a godly player? By using their head? Cousin, after 3 years of martial arts training, haven't you developed even a shred of internal energy? Xiaotian languidly inquired, seeking information about the current state of martial arts knowledge in this world. Of course, he could search online, but the results would undoubtedly pale in comparison to the insights of Lu Junming, who had been immersed in martial arts for 3 years. You're not suddenly thinking of taking up martial arts, are you, Xiaotian? I advise you to abandon such daydreams. Martial arts is a road of no return. Upon hearing this, Xiaotian rolled his eyes. This martial arts enthusiast was aware that pursuing martial arts was a path without return. Truly, it echoed the saying, "My brother is impressive." Alas, after 3 years of practice, what have I achieved? Aside from a muscular physique, nothing else. At best, I can take on 5 men. That little thief back then claimed to possess internal energy. It was all nonsense. In the 2 years you've been in college, I occasionally took leave to seek out the so-called masters mentioned online. Each and every one turned out to be a fraud. That martial arts master, Lei, couldn't even best me. The information online proclaimed him a grandmaster, proficient in 72 styles of martial arts, renowned as the Iron Fist Invincible. Yet he couldn't defeat a police officer who had trained for 3 years. Isn't that laughable? When he lost, he insisted on arguing that he hadn't used internal energy, fearing that a single punch would kill me. That I scoffed. I immediately picked up a stone and declared that if he could shatter it using internal energy, I would kneel and worship him, presenting him with $1 million as a tuition fee. The next moment, he backed down, claiming that internal energy must not be revealed lightly. Lu Junming expressed his sentiments about martial arts with a sense of nostalgia. Cousin, is there truly no such thing as internal energy? Xiaotian vowed to himself that if internal energy did not exist in this world, what exactly is the airflow of the thickness of one's arms within the dantian? Lu Junming pondered for a moment before continuing. In fact, among the individuals I have visited, not all are charlatans. There are indeed a few who possess genuine skill. One elderly master informed me that his grandfather had cultivated internal energy, that it is said that with a single strike, a clear handprint could be left on a bluestone slab. However, after that one blow, he was left utterly drained. Allegedly, his grandfather practiced for over 50 years, meditating in seclusion day in and day out, often for an entire day at a time. Were it not for his family's wealth, he might not have even survived to see the light of day. Before departing, he showcased the handprint on that bluestone slab to me. With my years of investigative experience, I discerned that the imprint was indeed made by human force. And then, I awoke from my dream. 50 years of relentless cultivation, and one could merely produce a single palm strike. What a farce! Such a figure could easily be subdued by an inept thief wielding a firearm. Modern warfare has transformed the world. Firearms have rendered the past obsolete. Thus, Lu Junming found himself at a loss as to how he exited the old master's residence. 3 years of obsession culminated in a single moment of awakening. Through conversation, Xiaotian realized he had become a master. Indeed, a mere old man capable of a single strike before succumbing to exhaustion could be revered as a sage. His internal energy, comparable to the thickness of an arm, could hardly be dismissed as that of a master, that a grandmaster, perhaps. Let us not dwell on this any longer. What shall we have for dinner? Wild ginseng stew with chicken. Upon mentioning food, Xiaotian's spirits soared, that he sensed that by continuing to enhance his fire-refining golden body, a qualitative transformation would soon occur. However, the required essence was substantial. One simply could not consume 300 to 500 steaks at once. Could one? Consequently, some precious supplements could fulfill his needs. This was his strategy as he returned from the hospital. Upon hearing those 5 words, Lu Junming felt as though he had been struck by a spell of paralysis. What the hell? Wild ginseng stew with chicken. Do you have any idea how much a single piece of wild ginseng costs? The minimum price is 50,000. Your cousin here is merely a lowly policeman. My monthly salary scarcely covers the cost of a single ginseng root. Oh, how about potato stew with chicken instead? Good. Xiaotian replied. Cousin, how did you mishear wild ginseng as potato? Although my mother has been managing the finances tightly over the years, I have still managed to save a little. After all, even a few thousand is significant, and despite my cousin's affection for me, I cannot genuinely allow him to spend so much. Even blood brothers keep their accounts clear, not to mention cousins. No. Xiaotian, let me explain. Recently, your aunt has cut off my financial support. Now your cousin must rely solely on his salary to get by. Lu Junming did not want his cousin to misconstrue him as miserly, even if his family was in dire straits. One must still economize. However, his family and his cousin's family co-own a paper mill, so a few tens of thousands in expenses was hardly an issue. I was wondering why the meals you've been bringing home have become increasingly tasteless. It turns out it's due to financial constraints. You've fallen on hard times. Lu Junming felt as though his heart had been pierced, a sharp pain surging through him. How can you even say that? Compared to me, you're even poorer. Wait, I'll transfer you 50,000 to go buy the wild ginseng and chicken, and we'll stew it together. By the way, what about those martial arts manuals you used to purchase? Bring them out for your cousin to see. Lu Junming's eyes lit up, and he rushed to the sofa, adopting the demeanor of a salesman. Cousin, would you care to buy some books? All at half price. They are antiques. Chapter 009, A Chaotic Forum. Xiaotian chose to ignore the proposal, thinking it absurd. The total cost of all your manuals, even at half price, would deplete my savings. The deal you think I am still the same extravagant person I once was? Tossing 100,000 around without batting an eye. Just as Lu Junming was feeling dejected over his unsuccessful pitch, the phone rang. Hello, Director Huang, what is the matter? What? I understand. I'll return to the station immediately. After hanging up, he swiftly donned his clothes and headed for the door. Cousin, there has been an incident at the police station. I must return. Please order takeout for dinner. Goodbye. No, cousin, wait a moment. Before Xiaotian could finish speaking, the sound of the security door slamming shut echoed, indicating Lu Junming's urgency. Cousin, I merely wish to inquire where wild ginseng can be purchased. This scene left Xiaotian feeling somewhat amused yet exasperated. He couldn't even finish a single sentence. Although he had lived in Z County since childhood, his life had always been simple. Home to school, rain or shine, with hardly any time for leisure. How could he compare to his cousin, who had been a police officer for 3 years? The county may be small, but it is rife with complexities and information is scarce. Setting aside whether he could even find a vendor selling wild ginseng, how could he be sure that they wouldn't swindle him? As a naive college student, he certainly could not outsmart a seasoned officer. I guess I'll have to trouble my mother. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed her number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Xiaotian, what is the matter? His mother's voice came through the phone, tinged with an unusual anxiety. Mom, has something happened at home? Xiaotian frowned, his tone serious. No, are you okay? If not, I'll hang up. Wait. All right, if there is nothing wrong, that is for the best. That I just wanted to ask if there is a place in Z County that sells wild ginseng. If not, any similar supplements would suffice. There was a brief silence on the other end, as if she were recalling something. Toshi Medicine Shop. They sell traditional Chinese medicine and have been in business for decades. No one has ever spoken ill of them. The owner is trustworthy. Thank you, Mom. Goodbye. Goodbye. After ending the call, Xiaotian's expression darkened. Something must be amiss at home. They were clearly hiding it from him. I have grown up. I am no longer a child. I need you to let me bear the weight of the world. After murmuring to himself, he stood up, determined to visit Toshi Medicine Shop. The saying, sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping firewood, had been deeply ingrained in his mind. It was something his father had often said. He could not deny the insignificance of his own strength. Even with the experience point system, having learned fire, refining golden body, and reached the level of a novice, with internal energy developing within him. He still felt it was insufficient, that he needed to bolster himself quickly. While his mother's tone was somewhat anxious, it did not convey any other emotions, suggesting the issue was not grave. Thus, the immediate priority was to continue enhancing his martial arts skills. A visit to Tongshi medicine shop was essential, that if all went smoothly, he believed he could return home before dark and discover what had transpired. Descending the stairs, he hopped into his 10-year-old second-hand Audi and sped towards Tongshi medicine shop. Within 10 minutes, he arrived at a quaintly decorated pharmacy that he paid no heed to the details, pushing the door open and entering without delay. Wild ginseng, he stated directly, cutting to the chase without any preamble. We have it, but it's rather expensive. The middle-aged man behind the counter wore a professional smile and replied nonchalantly. How much? 50,000 per root. All right. Xiaotian wasted no time in haggling, promptly agreeing. The next steps were straightforward. He scanned the payment code, took the box containing the wild ginseng, and left immediately. The entire process involved no bargaining, nor did he utter any threats about selling counterfeit goods, since his mother had assured him of the shop's fair pricing. He, as a son, would surely not engage in such childish antics. That as for the mother hen, at such a time, what need was there for a mother hen? Just extract the essence and head home promptly to uncover the truth. If it were a matter of business, he would be powerless to intervene. Huayuan community, room 301. Xiaotian had already placed the wild ginseng into a pressure cooker. Half an hour would suffice to render it tender. Suddenly, he aimed to enhance fire-refining golden body, sipping the broth and consuming the ginseng. With time to spare, he pulled out his phone to browse the Z County forum. This served both to pass the time and to distract his mind. Breaking news! Why is the Z County People's Hospital overflowing with patients in just one afternoon? This title undoubtedly captured Xiaotian's interest. After all, he had just exited the hospital not long ago. He vaguely recalled many wards were empty. How could it be that in such a short time, they became overcrowded? The original poster has a relative in the police station who informed me that during a recent dispatch, they encountered a case of people biting one another. The suspect appeared pale, their eyes bloodshot, and emitted low growls akin to a beast. As of now, there have been over a dozen biting incidents, with at least 100 individuals injured, leading to the hospital's congestion. The frenzied suspects are also being isolated by the police for separate treatment. According to internal sources, the cause remains undetermined, and the investigation is ongoing. Notably, during their frenzy, many were heard muttering meat. If any forum members encounter such individuals, please report to the authorities immediately and steer clear, for they may very well attack those nearby. After reading through all the posts, Xiaotian noted that the thread had amassed thousands of replies. Among them were those filled with disdain, mockery, and validation, most of which held little significance. What lies behind the sudden occurrence of dozens of missing persons in a single night? Why was there no trace left at the crime scenes, as if they had simply vanished from the earth? Upon reaching this point, Xiaotian immediately recalled the food street and the crystal substance. Many residents of Z County may be entirely unaware that last night saw the occurrence of numerous missing persons. That it is said that the police station's phone lines were overwhelmed with calls. Notably, the crime scenes bore no evidence, reminiscent of the perfect crimes depicted in various novels. The victims appeared as if a droplet of water had fallen onto a scorching iron plate, evaporating instantaneously with a hissing sound. That it is advisable for everyone to refrain from venturing outdoors at night. Even if one must remain at home, it is prudent to have a few friends nearby, lest one suddenly vanish, leaving the police powerless to intervene. Perhaps it would be wise to prepare a farewell letter as well, a cacophony of chaos. The phrase flashed inexplicably in Xiaotian's mind. Ding! Half an hour passed in a blur as he set down his phone and strode into the kitchen. Chapter 010, Fire Forging the Golden Body, Inferior Charred Earth, Experience Points, 350 Function, Scan Martial Arts, Fire Forging the Golden Body, 300 Novice. Xiaotian cradled a pot of ginseng soup, concentrating as he gently tapped the plus sign. The gauge rapidly filled to 300, the characters soon becoming blurred. Without waiting for his body to signal, he gulped down the entire contents of the pot. Gulp! Gulp, gulp! A wave of satiety washed over him, while within his dantian, the internal energy began to boil like oil in a hot pan. The internal force surged violently, transforming Xiaotian into a boiled shrimp. His body flushed red, with waves of heat rising from his head. The essence of the soup flowed with his internal energy, gradually diminishing. After an unknown duration, the hunger within him resurfaced. He bore the searing pain and swallowed a piece of ginseng whole. Slurp! His body suddenly felt inflated, akin to an expanding balloon. I hope I haven't overindulged. A single wild ginseng worth 50,000 yuan was far more expensive than 20 large hams and 50 steaks combined. His skin cracked open, revealing not red flesh, but a layer of tender, white skin beneath that he resembled an old snake shedding its skin, reborn anew from his old shell. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Xiaotian did not consider himself a tough guy upon acquiring the experience point system. He was merely a sophomore. This bout of pain was evidently more intense than the previous two. It felt as though all his meridians were being torn apart and then reassembled. His muscles grew robust, subtly shifting toward a more powerful physique. Only once the entire wild ginseng had been consumed by the fiery internal energy did the tearing sensation subside, leaving him feeling somewhat reborn. My internal energy has strengthened, and my body is undeniably more resilient than before. Now, I could easily defeat 10 of my former self with a single hand. Xiaotian gazed at his now muscular arms, murmuring to himself, "Oh, it seems I've gained some height." Before training in martial arts, he barely reached 1.75 meters. Now, he stood at least over 1.80 meters that he eagerly glanced at the upper left corner of his vision. Experience points, 50 function, scan martial arts. Fire forging the golden body, -0,500, slight progress. Inferior charred earth that a casual strike can evaporate the moisture from the earth, causing it to crack and become barren. Blackened and desolate. The body is as sturdy as iron, akin to wearing iron armor, impervious to blades and axes. Strength is greatly increased, akin to that of an ox. This enhancement was unlike any before, having reached a level of slight progress in fire forging the golden body, complete with a detailed description. The first point, a casual strike can evaporate the moisture from the earth, resulting in cracks and lifelessness. Is this the terrifying power of internal energy? If the earth is so affected, what would happen if it struck a human? The second point, the body is as sturdy as iron, akin to donning iron armor. Unafraid of blades and axes that in ancient times, one would surely be regarded as a deity. As the saying goes, blades and swords are blind. From now on, mother need not worry about cutting her fingers while chopping vegetables. The third point, strength is vastly increased, akin to that of an ox. Just how powerful is an ox? Xiaotian knew that a bull could carry approximately 400 kilograms and exert a pulling force of around 380 kilograms. If he were to unleash his full power, he could likely break through walls. Of course, this depended on the breed of the bull. If it were a rhinoceros, Xiaotian shook his head, deciding not to dwell on such thoughts. In any case, he felt exceptionally strong. After tidying up the old skin from the sofa, he hurried home, hoping the situation wasn't as dire as he imagined, or else his parents would be in grave danger. Before departing, he took his cousin's iron sand palm. Although he felt powerful now, he had not systematically studied combat techniques. Should he encounter a real threat, he could only resort to flailing his fists. Yet, even without skills, once he tapped into his internal energy, he would become formidable that a dozen strong men would likely not suffice to withstand a single punch from him. However, killing someone would lead to repercussions. Even if his father, Sheng, was a notable figure in Z County, he could not extricate him from prison. Taking a moment to practice and observe would save him some experience points. After all, the nature of the crystals remained unclear. Mingzhu Courtyard was the residential community where his parents lived. The housing prices here were steep, reaching 6,000 per square meter in first and second-tier cities. This might seem like a bargain. However, in Z County, the average price hovered around 3,000, with some areas dipping to 2,000. In comparison, it was undoubtedly expensive. Yet the price was justified, given the excellent environment and commendable security. Security patrols were present 24 hours a day. Strangers entering required identification checks and registration. Even homeowners returning in their vehicles needed to lower their windows for the security personnel to recognize their faces. preventing any unscrupulous individuals from entering. Thus, while petty theft was rampant in Z County, Mingzhu Courtyard had never experienced a theft incident. Stop the car. As the second-hand Audi approached the entrance of the community, two security guards halted the vehicle. Hello. Please lower your window. Ligo, it's me. Xiaotian. How did I heard you couldn't stand Wang Jie's nagging and want to stay with your cousin? The leading middle-aged man chuckled. His name was Li Mingyang, the head of the security team, a former reconnaissance soldier, tall and muscular, standing at nearly 1.90 meters. He exuded an imposing presence without lifting a finger. All right, Xiao Wang, raise the barrier. Li Mingyang gestured to the gatekeeper. Thanks, Li Yi. Once inside the community, he Xiaotian parked the car and hurried toward his home. Click, Xiaotian. Why are you back? His mother's voice rang out as he Xiaotian changed his shoes and walked over. Why am I back? Speak. What on earth has happened at home? Creak. Before his mother could respond, the bedroom door swung open, revealing a meticulously dressed middle-aged man in a suit. Uncle. He Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback. Xiaotian, you've returned. Behind his uncle stood a woman. His aunt. What on earth is going on? An eerie silence enveloped the room, and he Xiaotian sensed he was correct. Something significant must have occurred at home. Otherwise, the three Wu-Ti easily gathered together. His uncle was the second boss at the paper mill, while his aunt managed the finances. Typically, they Wu-Ti come over during work hours. You might as well go in and see for yourself. His uncle sighed, gesturing towards the room behind him, his expression filled with helplessness that he Xiaotian frowned, puzzled by their intentions, and stepped toward the bedroom. Upon entering, a somewhat frenzied atmosphere assaulted him. The recent enhancement of fire forging the golden body had not only greatly augmented his internal energy and physique, but had also sharpened his senses in an intangible way. Chapter 0:11. Why does it seem like all the troubles befall our family? Sensation refers to the human ability to interpret the signals received by the organs through the mind. Things unseen by the eyes can be touched with hands and body. Conversely, things that cannot be touched can be observed with the eyes, that if something cannot be perceived by either sight or touch, then one can listen with their ears, that he Xiaotian's current sensory perception far surpassed that of an ordinary person. The room was infused with a chaotic aura, which he found quite repugnant. Dad! His gaze swept across the bedroom and landed on his father, tightly bound to the bed. His complexion was pale, eyes bloodshot, and a low growl emanated from his throat. Meat? I want meat. He Xiaotian was taken aback. The usually steadfast figure of his father now appeared in such a state. How could he remain calm? His face darkened as he exited the bedroom, demanding, What on earth is going on? I don't know, Wu-Wu, his mother sobbed, covering her face. Mom, please stop crying. Right now, we must ascertain why Dad has become like this. He Xiaotian's expression was grave. All signs indicated that his father's condition closely resembled that of patients he had glimpsed hurriedly in forums and hospitals. Calm down, and then explain everything to me from the beginning. After saying this, he stepped out of the room and pulled out his phone to call his cousin. The post from earlier had explicitly mentioned several incidents of people biting others, and the number was not limited to just a few. Otherwise, why would over 100 individuals require hospital treatment? Can one person bite 10? Do they think this is a martial arts movie? His cousin's hasty departure earlier likely related to this issue. At the very least, he could ask him to inquire about the inside story from the police. Hey cousin, what's up? I'm afraid I won't be able to return tonight. His cousin's voice came through the phone. Cousin, let me ask you something. What exactly is going on with these biting incidents? He Xiaotian asked urgently. Why are you suddenly inquiring about that case? The tone shifted to a serious one, suggesting something unusual. Something has happened at home. My dad has become just like those people, that if he weren't tied to the bed right now, he would have surely gone on a biting rampage. As he spoke, his teeth clenched in frustration. Do not let him know the reasons behind all this. Otherwise, the true culprit must face justice. I want to say it is merely a mutated infection, prompting you to send your uncle to the hospital for isolation and treatment immediately. Would you believe that? My cousin sighed deeply and spoke slowly. I am not a 3-year-old child. How could an ordinary infection exude such a frenzied aura? There is evidently something more sinister at play here. Cousin, Tell me that he is my father." The last four words were pronounced with deliberate clarity. "Very well, Xiaotian. Regarding this case, I cannot divulge too much. The police department fears public panic and has just signed a confidentiality agreement. However, you need not worry excessively. The special task force from the provincial capital will investigate this matter. And remember, do not buy meat in the near future, and certainly do not consume any. It is imperative you understand. This applies to any kind of meat. Your uncle is not in immediate danger. Do not interfere. You are merely a regular university student, powerless in this situation, nothing more. I understand, cousin." As his words fell, without allowing Lu Junming to continue persuading him, Xiaotian shattered his phone in frustration. His cousin was a man of principle, a diligent police officer dedicated to his duty. To compel him to breach protocol would be an insurmountable challenge. Not even his uncle could extract information from him regarding the people-eating incident. Moreover, he had already revealed much, disclosing one crucial detail: meat. Xiaotian recognized that his cousin's intentions were to protect him. Indeed, as a university student, what could he possibly do? Moreover, the depths of this matter were unfathomable. The very atmosphere in that room, suffused with an air of madness, was sufficient to indicate that this case was far from a mere ordinary infection-induced frenzy. But cousin, I am not just an ordinary university student. Xiaotian was not one to consider himself extraordinary. Believing he had gained some divine favor, that he vowed that this time, it was not his father who had fallen victim. He could barely bear to cast a glance in that direction. Yet, it was precisely his father, the pillar of the family, who had succumbed, if he were to succumb to fear and trepidation, resigning himself to fate and placing his hopes in the provincial task force. Would that truly be the behavior of a son? Even without an experienced system, without the fire-forging body, I must take action. Xiaotian's gaze grew resolute. "Father, you have always been my support in crossing rivers, my greatest source of strength. Now, allow me to be your support." He pushed open the door and stepped into the room. "Mother, are you feeling any better?" He needed to understand the situation's progression in order to determine his next course of action. "This afternoon, when your father returned home, I noticed his face was pale, and there were bloodshot veins in his eyes that if the workers had gone missing days ago, I could perhaps understand. However, during this time, although he has been busy, he has still been able to rest. After he came home, he kept murmuring about meat and even rummaged through the cupboards for raw flesh. I initially intended to report this to the authorities, but the paper mill is currently in a critical phase. So, I called your aunt and uncle over, and after your father consumed all the raw meat, he began to lose control, behaving as if he were insane. Fortunately, they arrived just in time to intervene, and you are aware of the events that followed. What kind of meat did father consume? Zhongqing. Xiaotian narrowed his eyes. Zhongqing was a slaughterhouse and the largest meat supplier in Z County. To put it plainly, 80% of the meat in the market comes from them. There are only a handful of well-known food enterprises that account for the remaining 20%. Yet, why did they consume meat from Zhongqing? The answer is simple: freshness. They slaughter a significant number of animals daily, delivering them promptly to the markets and supermarkets. Did you not eat, mother? I am currently on a diet, avoiding oily and pungent foods. Xiaotian rolled his eyes. Did she dare discuss dieting at under 100 pounds? Did you consult a doctor? Did they explain the cause of his madness? The most renowned doctor in Z County, Dr. Zhang, examined him for a long time and concluded with 4 words: unable to assist. He suggested we seek treatment in the provincial capital, as their facilities are superior and more specialized. Do you know any doctors at the People's Hospital? Call them and inquire about the status of the patients involved in the people-eating incident. If not, then forget it. With that, he turned and walked into the bedroom. Chapter 012, I must transform into a detective. Ah no, I should be Sherlock Holmes. The room still lingered with an air of madness as he gazed at his father bound to the bed. Sighing. Perhaps a dead horse could be treated as a living one. Martial arts novels often portray inner strength as a means of healing. I wonder if it might work here, of course. Xiaotian's heart was entirely filled with a spirit of trial and error. This situation was fraught with oddities, especially since his father was not suffering from an internal injury that if all else fails, the hospital should have a solution. He could not allow his father's treatment to be delayed due to a paper mill. If the factory were to close, life would be harder. But if his father were lost, then everything would truly be gone. That he understood his mother's actions. The paper mill was his father's lifelong work, effectively his second son. Summoning his uncle and aunt must also be to seek their counsel, as they had invested their sweat into the business as well. His right hand rested upon his father's chest, feeling a surge of warmth and intent as his inner strength surged into Xiaotian's body. He immediately sensed a cold, resentful energy within. The aura was laden with numerous negative emotions, and even Xiaotian found it to be a strenuous challenge, slightly affecting him. The searing inner force continuously flowed into his father's body, akin to a flood breaching its dam, sweeping away the lingering resentment. Hiss! The room emitted a hissing sound, accompanied by wisps of black smoke rising. The smoke was suffocating, mingled with a foul odor, reminiscent of a garbage bin that had not been cleared for half a year. The stench was truly unbearable. Were it not for the fact that the person on the bed was his father, Xiaotian swore he would have long since fled to vomit. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until he felt his dwindling inner strength. And by then, Xiaotian had ceased to smoke. He forced his eyes, stinging from the acrid air, to push open the window. The cool breeze swept in, carrying the smoke away, turning to glance at his father, who lay peacefully with closed eyes as if in a light slumber. Xiaotian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the exertion was immense and nearly drained him, it was all worth it. His father's pallor began to fade, gradually regaining a healthy hue. He became calm, no longer glaring with bloodshot eyes or emitting guttural growls. However, the only regret was that a lingering aura remained entangled within Xiaotian. His inner strength could not eradicate it. If only I were stronger, could I not simply bring my father back? With that thought, Xiaotian clenched his right fist, but he felt a wave of powerlessness. Though it was merely his perception that, to be fair, he had accomplished much. At least he had subdued his father's aberration. A visit to the slaughterhouse is imperative, but I must first recover completely before venturing in under the cover of night. Truth be told, the only thing Xiaotian could currently do was investigate Zhongqing, the company monopolizing the meat supply in Z County. Aside from just having managed to suppress Xiaotian's madness, he could do little else. Huff! Taking a deep breath, Xiaotian steeled himself and exited the bedroom. So, what is the situation at the hospital now? Upon hearing this, his uncle shook his head and replied, "We cannot ascertain anything. There are no discernible causes. All they can do for now is isolate the patients." Xiaotian nodded. He held only a sliver of hope that he never intended to place all his faith in the hospital, nor did he wish to rely solely on the task force. If he were to gamble and lose, it could very well cost his father his life. How could he dare to take that risk? "I understand, Mother. There is some good news. Upon entering, I found my father starting to return to normal. However, we must continue to observe for a while. Please take good care of him. After dinner, I will visit the hospital. I believe the pressure on the staff is immense. They should be able to devise a treatment plan promptly. Even if they cannot, the government will dispatch the finest doctors for treatment. Should there be any updates, I will inform you immediately." Xiaotian concocted an excuse, planning to investigate the slaughterhouse under the cover of night. His only hope was to uncover some clues. Continuously using his inner strength to suppress the resentment within his father was not impossible. What he feared was that this aura would gradually intensify, reaching a point where it could no longer be contained. At that moment, he would be left helpless. Really? His mother displayed a look of surprise before swiftly rushing into the bedroom. The speed at which she moved was indeed astonishing. As night fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The previously oppressive atmosphere dissipated. The dining table was set with a sumptuous dinner, though devoid of meat. However, this was a hardship for Xiaotian, who was accustomed to a meat-rich diet. Coupled with his martial training, his physique far exceeded that of an average person. For humans, the intake of nutrition, which provides energy for the body, is undoubtedly reliant on 3 meals a day, and he was compelled to force himself to eat more rice to compensate for the lack of quality in his meals. Thus, his mother, uncle, and aunt watched in astonishment as Xiaotian consumed 5 bowls of rice along with several vegetable dishes. "Is this a reincarnation of a bottomless pit?" His aunt questioned, unable to comprehend how he could devour 5 bowls of rice upon returning home. Even she found it hard to believe that Xiaotian was living well at Lu Juanming's house. "I've been growing lately and have been eating a bit more." Xiaotian felt quite embarrassed. If word got out, the moniker of useless would likely become a reality. Yet, he had to investigate the Zhongqing slaughterhouse that evening, and he needed to restore his body to peak condition. Should he falter due to his modesty and fail to eat enough, the repercussions would be dire. Moreover, this was his family's home. What was wrong with indulging a bit? His uncle and aunt exchanged knowing smirks at Xiaotian's response, clearly skeptical of his words. However, his mother remained relatively unfazed. After all, anyone who witnessed their son devouring over 10 pork knuckles at the hospital around noon would likely be unfazed when confronted with the sight of him facing 5 pots of rice. "It's not a big deal," she remarked. "Tonight, uncle and aunt, please don't leave. Staying at home will provide some measure of support." Xiaotian donned a black hoodie, blending seamlessly into the night. Under close scrutiny, one might not even notice him. "If there's any news from the hospital, notify the family at once," his mother instructed before he departed. "Understood." He made his way downstairs, starting up his decade-old second-hand Audi, and slowly drove towards the outskirts of Z County. "Zhongqing slaughterhouse, here I come." Simultaneously, over a dozen police vehicles departed in unison from the precinct that a special task force from the provincial capital was also en route, accompanied by Lu Junming, whose dreams of martial prowess had been shattered. Their destination, the suburban Zhongqing slaughterhouse. Chapter 0. A midnight investigation at the slaughterhouse. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiaotian parked his car in a relatively concealed corner, gazing at the slaughterhouse from a distance. Ordinarily, slaughterhouses operate on a day and night shift system. Yet at this hour, the entire facility was engulfed in an eerie silence, devoid of any lights. This was indeed suspicious. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. All issues originated from Zhongqing. "Is that a sound? Could there be others here tonight?" Xiaotian squinted in the faint moonlight, spotting the word police emblazoned on a vehicle's front. Thanks to the transformation he underwent during the trial by fire, his eyesight had surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He was not particularly surprised. After all, it was his cousin who had informed him about the meat-related matters that if the police had overlooked the issues at Zhongqing, it would be a gross dereliction of duty. The line of police vehicles stood in formation, and over 40 armed officers disembarked, surrounding the slaughterhouse. Shortly after, a portly middle-aged man came into Xiaotian's view that he recognized him as Director Huang of the Z County Police Department. In his youth, he had been quite a figure, managing Z County's public safety by day with police methods and dealing with ruffians by night using his own tactics. After all, how could a man from a humble background, without any connections, secure the position of director at such a young age? Yet tonight, he seemed to play a secondary role, engaged in conversation with a pair of men and women that he could not hear their discussion. But it was clear from their demeanor that the duo was in the spotlight. While Director Huang played a supporting role, he had seen them earlier that day when his cousin took him to the hospital and they encountered the provincial task force. Director Huang. Regarding this unusual case, ordinary officers won't suffice. They might even become a liability at critical moments. Therefore, you are to maintain a perimeter and await our resolution of the situation inside, that if we have not emerged by dawn, please withdraw immediately and report to the provincial authorities. Additionally, assign a few astute officers to closely monitor the slaughterhouse. Anyone who exits, even if it's us, must be scrutinized. Yes, understood. Director Huang nodded repeatedly, his demeanor devoid of the arrogance he once possessed in his youth. Despite holding a higher rank than the two before him, he understood that such cases were beyond the grasp of ordinary personnel. Recently, the director of the neighboring county had encountered a bizarre case and subsequently perished under mysterious circumstances that it was rumored to be a gruesome scene. An entire family of 7 had been turned into mummified remains, without a single visible wound. Just recalling the appearance of those corpses sent shivers down Director Huang's spine. That it was terrifying. If it were a ruthless criminal, Huang would be unafraid. But who could tell him what kind of entity could drain a human body of all its blood? Coupled with the recent directive from the provincial capital to report special cases immediately, Director Huang realized that extraordinary changes were unfolding in the world. Last night, upon receiving reports of the bizarre disappearances from his subordinates, he reported it without hesitation. According to protocol, cases must undergo scrutiny to determine if they qualify as special incidents. However, the photograph of that unidentified black substance provided him with a shortcut. Almost immediately after reporting, the provincial capital dispatched a special task force that he was grateful for this decision, relieved he had not overstepped his bounds. Otherwise, a simple missing persons case could have resulted in dire consequences, let alone the additional layer of a personal liability case. In the span of a single night, over a dozen individuals had vanished without a trace. These were merely the reported figures. In reality, the number of missing persons had surged to 57. To avoid causing public panic, the information had been suppressed. The pressure on him was immense. Officers Zhao and Zhou, rest assured that I will strictly adhere to your directives, and I hope for a smooth operation. The two individuals nodded in agreement. Although they held a degree of disdain for this rotund director, at least his attitude was commendable, that he recognized that professional matters required professional individuals. According to other students on campus, some officials abused their power, mishandling straightforward special cases to the point of chaos, leaving them physically and mentally exhausted, wishing they could simply abandon their posts. However, the innocent public suffered the consequences. They had to stifle their frustrations and clean up the mess. It was only after dealing with a few individuals within the relevant departments that this trend began to subside. After all, it was a tumultuous time. Without imposing a firm hand, managing internal affairs would become a draining endeavor. Where would they find the energy to address special incidents? A man and a woman stepped into the Xiaotian slaughterhouse, disappearing into the darkness. Next, formed pairs to encircle the slaughterhouse. Remember, aside from the comrades at the main entrance, the rest of you must keep your eyes peeled. If anyone escapes from within who is not part of the task force, do not hesitate. Fire at will. Director Huang commanded sharply, fully aware that any hesitation in dealing with such peculiar cases could lead to casualties. As for the possibility of innocent bystanders being harmed, nonsense. The towering 2-meter walls, reinforced with shards of glass embedded in concrete, posed a significant challenge to anyone trying to escape. Anyone who could manage to scale those walls surely had ulterior motives. Otherwise, why not exit through the front? Moreover, whether those who emerged were even human remained to be seen. With him guarding the front, there would be no risk of indiscriminate firing. He could only hope the task force would handle everything inside the slaughterhouse adeptly. While it was one thing for ordinary officers to be excluded, it was another entirely to stand by helplessly. What were the public funds for if not to protect the populace? He valued his officers. All good lads, and he did not wish for anyone to be lost. After over 30 years in the force, he had seen too many tragedies. The phrase, "a white-haired person sends off a black-haired one," was more than just a saying. Xiaotian, unhurried, donned a mask and stepped out of the car. Since the police had blocked the front entrance, he would make his way in through the side. The 3-meter wall posed little challenge to him now, having significantly enhanced his physical capabilities through the trial by fire. The slaughterhouse occupied a vast area, and with over 40 officers pairing up, there would inevitably be gaps that as long as he moved swiftly. Their eyes would not catch him. Fortunately, numerous incidents had unfolded in Z County today, causing most of the police force to remain in the county seat. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to sneak into the slaughterhouse right under their noses. Wearing a hooded outfit of all black provided him with the perfect camouflage. Chapter 014, Ignoring the Ignorant. Xiaotian stretched his limbs, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds that in the past, he would have never imagined himself in such a state. He assumed a sprinter's stance, a product of 3 days of intensive training at the campus sports meet held at the Shanghai Medical University. Whoosh! He propelled himself forward, leaving 2 craters in the ground as he transformed into a bolt of black lightning, racing towards the slaughterhouse wall. Upon reaching the barrier, he bent his legs and, as if equipped with springs, soared over 3 meters high, executing a flawless somersault over the top. Thud! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground startled a group of police officers on the perimeter. They immediately aimed their weapons at the source of the noise. Though they refrained from shouting, it seemed they were well trained. "Juming, did you hear that?" "Yes, it came from inside the slaughterhouse. Report it to the director. But do not act recklessly. Await his instructions." Inside the wall, Xiaotian noticed a multitude of cracks beneath his feet and smirked. Was he really that heavy? He had shattered the concrete. Who goes there? Xiaotian silently cursed his luck. using all his strength to evade detection and ducking behind the nearest structure. But, the footsteps grew clearer. Xiaotian, now possessing exceptional hearing, discerned that there were two individuals that if he was not mistaken. They were likely the members of the task force. Zhao, I found something here. Xiaotian rolled his eyes. He hoped his heavy footfalls would not mislead the task force that if they misjudged the situation. Who would take the blame? Understood, replied the man named Zhou, crouching down to inspect the area. It was the resounding bang just now. Although the cement floor has shattered, a pair of footprints remains. Could it be that we are not the only ones investigating the slaughterhouse? Are there others? The man furrowed his brow and continued. The individuals who came are not to be underestimated. They may be extraordinary beings. However, I cannot ascertain whether they are those who have awakened their own potential, or if they rely on external means that I hope they are not foes. For otherwise, we may face a fierce battle tonight. Extraordinary beings? The woman's eyes sparkled at the mention. If they are not adversaries, we could recommend them to the Academy. It is indeed a tumultuous season, and the nation is overwhelmed. Not just yet, as we are on the verge of a nationwide inspection. At that point, those extraordinary beings hiding in the shadows will inevitably be uncovered. It is unfortunate that contemporary novels depict the state's attitude towards those who have undergone transformations in such a grim manner. Have they not considered that if there were merely one or two individuals, they might receive special treatment? But how many extraordinary beings are there across the nation now? If such an incident were to occur, forcing them to flee, would that not bolster the strength of other nations? Furthermore, various regions are currently grappling with special cases. The Huagua is still trying to bring them into the fold. Both Kyoto and Modu have established academies for extraordinary beings, specifically to assist them in developing their abilities. Upon enrollment, they are automatically granted the rank of a third-level constable, along with a monthly stipend of 10,000 at any mission undertaken. The rewards are entirely theirs, with an additional bonus from the school. Now, back to the matter at hand. Investigating the slaughterhouse is of utmost importance, that we can only pray that this extraordinary being is a friend rather than a foe. Even if we fail, there will be stronger individuals to continue the investigation. The safety of the populace is paramount. As the words faded, the two departed the scene, their footsteps gradually receding, that Xiaotian emerged from behind a structure, giving a middle finger to the two figures disappearing into the night, that he was no fool. The remarks made by the man surnamed Zhao were clearly directed at him, that he was aware of his proximity, yet could not be located amid pressing official duties. Thus, the constant insinuation that the state holds a friendly stance towards these extraordinary beings was meant to reassure him. Not only that, but they had also established a dedicated institution to aid in enhancing their strength. The benefits were astronomical. Immediate conferment of the third-level constable title upon admission, accompanied by a monthly allowance of 10,000 before departing. They also issued a warning. Even if we are adversaries, should you act recklessly and lead to our demise at the slaughterhouse, the state will not relent and will pursue the matter to the end. Fair. With such generous benefits, it is simply unparalleled. It is just a pity that he was a martial artist who relied on an experience point system to amass his skills. Yes, Xiaotian referred to himself as a martial artist. For the reason. It certainly sounded impressive, setting aside whether the state could detect that he was a false extraordinary being. Entering the academy would undoubtedly bring a multitude of responsibilities. Surely, they would not provide such benefits without expecting something in return, would they? Even if he managed to infiltrate, would anyone teach him the ways of martial arts? The crux of his being lay in experience points. The only viable path was to clandestinely develop his abilities from the shadows. Had it not been for his father being embroiled in trouble, he would not have ventured into this enigmatic slaughterhouse. The departing duo had never considered that the extraordinary beings they spoke of were merely individuals with unique opportunities in martial arts. Otherwise, they would surely have been left dumbfounded. It seems the flirtatious glances cast earlier were all aimed at a bear. Xiaotian pondered for a moment before following suit. Before seizing the opportunity, he was merely a university student. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialization. He could not possibly compare to the talents nurtured by professional institutions. Moreover, the clues obtained by the police would undoubtedly exceed his own. His distrust of these individuals stemmed solely from the power he had acquired. Would the task force risk their lives in the face of danger? Empathizing with himself, Xiaotian did not believe he would possess such high awareness. Yet, lying in bed at this very moment was his own father. Even if a demon from hell lurked within the slaughterhouse, he would bravely confront it with his life on the line. Before the slaughter workshop, the pair halted. This is the place. According to the instrument's readings, the resentment inside is quite intense, the woman stated, holding a device twice the size of a mobile phone. All right, Zhou Yun, step back a bit. Zhao Lei gestured, clearly concerned that his forceful entry might inadvertently harm his colleague. Creak! As the words fell, Zhou Yun held the device in one hand while maintaining her position to push the door, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Ahem, let us proceed inside. Had the circumstances been different, Xiaotian would have laughed heartily. Before the man could showcase his bravado, the woman had already ruined the moment. Are you too certain you are here to investigate and resolve the source of the human-eating incident, rather than to entertain us? Boom! As the two entered in succession, the door to the slaughter workshop slammed shut with a resounding thud, enveloped by swirling wisps of grayish-white vapor. The continuous oinks of pigs echoed, rising and falling in a disconcerting rhythm. Chapter 015, The Legendary Embrace of the Sister Killing. Once Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun stepped inside, they too were startled by the sudden closing of the iron door behind them. Given that this was the bloodiest part of the slaughterhouse, a modicum of respect was warranted. The interior of the slaughter workshop was pitch black. Through the windows, the moonlight faintly illuminated a series of large white legs hanging high above. Do not be mistaken. These were merely the limbs of pigs hanging post-deherring, not those of actual humans. Senior, do you smell something foul? Zhou Yun whispered, having stowed the device within her clothing prior to entering. Otherwise, in the pitch-dark workshop, their objectives would be overly conspicuous. Do not speak. Zhao Lei's voice rang coldly. They were on enemy territory, not out for a casual stroll. To be honest, he was reluctant to bring a new recruit into the field. However, regulations mandated it. Without experienced individuals guiding newcomers, how could they grow rapidly and stand on their own? They could not simply gamble with their lives. There were numerous extraordinary beings, yet when distributed across the nation, their numbers dwindled to a meager count. Currently, only a few first- and second-tier cities had seasoned and formidable extraordinary beings residing within. They alone accounted for 70% of the population that in an international metropolis. The scope was too vast for a single person to manage. Instead, they divided regions for constant monitoring and readiness. Should any suspected special cases arise, immediate action was required. Even then, they were still overburdened. Remote counties like Z County were reliant on the remaining 30% of extraordinary beings for protection. Truly, a brick in the construction of the nation, moved wherever needed. The third-level constable rank and the monthly 10,000 are not easily obtained. They are quite a hot commodity. Based on the previous readings, their target should be deep within the slaughter workshop. Stick close to me, Zhao Lei instructed softly, stepping forward into the depths that in the dead of night. Searching for a target in a room filled with slaughtered pigs could easily scare one to death, especially knowing that the matter involved the supernatural. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the ominous dripping sound befitting a horror film began to resonate. Zhou Yun, though an extraordinary being herself, was still a girl and could not suppress her rising fear. Do not pay attention to those sounds. If this entity possesses greater strength than us, would it resort to such trivial tactics? Zhao Lei cautioned, his experience with 3 past cases involving supernatural entities lending him a sense of authority. But an unfamiliar footstep suddenly echoed, startling both to a standstill. But, something is approaching. Prepare for combat. Zhao Lei inhaled deeply. Why did he choose to charge straight into the slaughterhouse instead of investigating the peculiarities? The answer was simple. Whether it be a vengeful spirit or a creature catalyzed under special circumstances. Ultimately, everything would be resolved through sheer force to be why eliminating the source of humanity's madness and their unprecedented carnivorous urges. All issues would cease to exist. Boom! A bloodletting iron cabinet used for deherring was hurled towards them with great force. Duck! Zhao Lei swiftly turned, striking Zhou Yun and sending her flying, while he himself bolted backward. Bang! Illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, he clearly saw the cabinet crash to the ground, instantly deforming upon impact. Had he not dodged in time, he would have likely found himself in the martyr's cemetery that a shadowy figure, towering over 2 meters with a massive build, brandished a butcher's knife and charged toward Zhao Lei with alarming speed, far surpassing that of an average human, even rivaling that of a sprint champion. With immense strength and blinding speed, this was indeed a formidable foe. Ha! With a thunderous roar, the figure's body swelled rapidly, his shirt bursting at the seams, revealing rippling muscles. Clang! The butcher's knife in the shadow's hand pierced Zhao Lei's neck almost instantaneously as he transformed. Zhao Lei's colossal hand swung towards the figure's crown. Bang! To his astonishment, the enemy merely swayed slightly, revealing a gleaming set of white teeth and a mocking grin. Bang! Before Zhao Lei could make his next move, the shadow lifted a leg and kicked him squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling like a cannonball into a fat pig. Senior. On the other side, Xiaotian had fallen to the ground, narrowly evading the cabinet's deadly blow. 016, 150 to 500, 1015010500017. Your inability to prevail merely attests to the inadequacy of your strength and the frailty of your physique. Persist in honing your hard skills. 1 tome is insufficient. Procure 2 iron cloth, golden bell shield, and the 13 guardians of the underworld. Practice them in abundance, layer upon layer of armor. Endure the most punishing blows, and embrace the most reckless methods of combat. What do you refer to as the source? Xiaotian swiftly regained his composure. His father was of utmost importance. These matters could be addressed later. A certain grievance, emanating from the netherworld, Zhao Lei began, but abruptly ceased, as if recalling something, falling silent. What grievance? Xiaotian surmised that the nation must harbor some secrets, such as the origins of the grievance he mentioned. It pertains to classified information. It must not be disclosed, Zhou Yun interjected. Only those who join the school are privy to the dangers lurking in the world. Otherwise, any unwarranted revelations could incite panic among ordinary citizens. That he vaguely recalled the headmaster stating that such burdens should be borne by them. What time is it now? Xiaotian felt an urge to curse. How could he be expected to confront an unknown entity when he was merely one of the last remnants of their combat strength? This is an extraordinary situation, necessitating extraordinary measures, Zhao Lei murmured, seemingly seeking justification for himself. The grievance is a corrosive essence leaked from the netherworld. You may label it as you wish. Yin energy, spirit energy, or Aaron energy, whatever pleases you. It appears that the malevolent entities plaguing Z County have emerged from the rift at the slaughterhouse. The rift has allowed the essence from the netherworld to seep through, catalyzing a vast amount of malevolence into grievance. Those 10 humans, in terms of strength and speed, far surpass the ordinary. They have been infected by the essence of grievance, transformed into subordinates. You may also refer to them as puppets. This entity is likely on the verge of metamorphosing into a monster. The capabilities of such creatures are exceptionally terrifying. Even the lowest tier of monster is classified as a wolf-level disaster by internal assessments. The last time we endeavored to quell a wolf-level disaster in Sea City, we suffered near total annihilation that I survived only by virtue of my ability to harden myself. As he spoke, Zhao Lei revealed a bitter smile. To call it luck would be misleading. Rather, he was merely perceived as a diminutive ant in the eyes of that wolf-level disaster. When the battle commenced, a casual strike had severely wounded his heart. Moments later, he was engulfed in darkness, and upon awakening, found himself in a hospital receiving treatment. Had he not fortified his heart, he would have long since perished. Even so, he spent half a year recovering from his injuries. Thus, the grievance, once transformed into a monster, is not something an individual can withstand. Why, in such a small place as Z County, would such a horrific disaster arise? This task is not a trial. It is a blatant invitation to death. So could you please get to the point? Or should we withdraw? Xiaotian confessed to feeling a twinge of fear. How could he not? Until now, he had been an unremarkable university student. Suddenly, a formidable boss had emerged, Moreover, he now possessed experience points and intended to return armed with ample supplies to safely upgrade his fire-tempered body. If he could elevate his internal strength by a level, he believed he could eradicate the lingering essence within his father. Desperation was not the path to growth. Currently, we have two options. One is to retreat immediately, and I will report to our superiors to dispatch more formidable individuals to handle this matter. However, there is a timing issue. It would require at least a day. Yet, I am uncertain when this grievance will undergo its transformation. Perhaps as soon as we leave, it will complete its metamorphosis. Once it becomes a monster, anyone in Z County who has consumed meat from the Xiaotian slaughterhouse will immediately succumb to a frenzy, developing a taste for flesh. Have you ever seen a zombie siege? I suspect that the scene would be no less chaotic than what is depicted in films. Those who have already succumbed will transform into something akin to butchers, devoid of consciousness, serving the monster's will. There is no need to choose. We will proceed with the second option. Xiaotian declared coldly. For his father lay on the bed. If they retreated, and the next moment the grievance transformed, would his father become a butcher? Was he expected to kill him to gain experience points? It was absurd. He could not afford to gamble, nor did he dare. Fight with all your might. Zhao Lei managed a pallid smile, uttering those four words. Zhou Yun, report this matter immediately, that if we three meet an unfortunate end, the higher-ups will send more capable individuals to handle it. Additionally, they can recover our bodies. Had it not been for his injuries, Xiaotian swore he would have pummeled him until he bled. Lead the way. As soon as he spoke, Zhou Yun retrieved the device she had previously used at the slaughterhouse entrance that resembled a tablet, displaying various data that Xiaotian stole a glance, recognizing everything, except for the parts he could not comprehend. Pass through the workshop. There is a cold storage area in the back where it is hiding. Zhou Yun tinkered with the device for a moment before confirming. By the way, do you have any blood-replenishing medications? Xiaotian suddenly inquired, for he was now brimming with experience points, but dared not utilize them recklessly. After all, the cost of enhancement would fall solely upon him. Facing the final boss, bolstering his strength was essential. Blood replenishing. I do have hemostatic Yunnan Baiyao and various first aid supplies. Zhao Lei replied, perplexed as to why the mysterious figure had asked such a question. Did he perhaps have a visitor this month? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, why would he inquire about blood-replenishing medications? Just the thought of a woman, swinging her fist to obliterate 10 butchers' heads, made Zhao Lei wince that if he were to marry such a woman, he would need to set up an altar to appease her. The slightest displeasure, and he would likely lose his head. One punch to crush your skull? Believe it. Xiaotian felt a twinge of disappointment at the response. One could harden, the other manipulate liquids, yet they lacked even a healing elixir from novels. By the way, how much did Yunnan Baiyao sponsor you? I would gladly pay double for Tong Ren Tang. Chapter 018. What a massive pig's head. At the entrance of the cold storage area, the other two were shivering from the cold, while Xiaotian remained unaffected. Logically, cold storage for meat products should only be around -30 degrees. Even if the outside were affected, it should not be overwhelming. It was perplexing to see them huddled together. Shivering. Are we really going to stroll in like this? Xiaotian asked, earning him their disdainful glances as if to say, what do you expect? We'll open the door. You keep an eye out for anything suspicious. We mustn't be ambushed. I fear there may be more butchers lurking here. Zhao Lei stated, stepping forward to place his hands on the cold storage door, with Zhou Yun doing the same on the other side. Xiaotian nodded. Being a mere newcomer in this realm, he preferred to heed the wisdom of seasoned veterans. The next moment, however, he changed his mind, for the massive iron doors of the cold storage exploded open with a thunderous boom. Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun were unceremoniously flung backward, crashing against the wall, groaning on the ground, unsure of their fate. At such a critical moment, they had suddenly collapsed, playing tricks on him. Although Zhao Lei was injured, his hardening abilities still made him a decent shield. Zhou Yun's unpredictable liquid manipulation was also an excellent support. Just as they were about to confront the boss, they fell flat. Was this a joke? So now, he was to face an entity on the verge of transforming into a monster all alone. Just the 10 butcher subordinates were enough to suggest the formidable nature of the grievance entity. Lacking equipment and allies, he was left to fend for himself. Life could be incredibly cruel at times that I end moments of helplessness. Acceptance was the only path forward. Bang! The iron doors shattered completely, embedding themselves deeply into the concrete walls on either side of Xiaotian. Gulp! He swallowed hard. What did he see? A massive pig's head, glaring with eyes full of grievance, emanated a chilling aura from the cold storage. The pig let out a cry, straining to escape. The 2-meter-high doorframe suddenly became cramped. Xiaotian's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity. He bent his knees to gather strength, channeling all his energy to its peak, his palms glowing red like fire, akin to a branding iron. Bang! The floor shattered, small stones flying in all directions. He darted forward like a swift sword, thrusting his hands directly into the pig's eye. Sizzle! The branding iron was plunged into water, releasing a cloud of steam. A piercing scream erupted from the pig's mouth, reverberating painfully in Xiaotian's ears. In that crucial moment, the pig attempted to evade, yet one eye still suffered grievous harm. Boom! Before he could withdraw, a nearly 2-meter-long iron hammer smashed through the cold storage wall, striking him squarely in the waist. You old hag! Xiaotian coughed up blood, crashing against the concrete wall, following in the footsteps of Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun. Was this not playing by the rules? Wasn't it supposed to be a brawl? Why resort to weapons? Gritting his teeth against the pain in his ribs, he turned to face the pig's head. He could hardly contain his fury. He wished to rush over and strangle Zhao Lei to death. Did he not say it was not yet a monster? Why was it so ferocious? Especially considering its appearance. The average person would likely quail in fear before even engaging that a head larger than the typical pig's head was affixed to a human body. Isn't Zhu Beiji merely an exaggeration? Yet, what on earth is that massive black mane around your neck? Your mouth brims with yellow fangs, incessantly dripping in unknown liquid, standing at 3 meters tall. You wield a short hammer in each hand. While termed short, they are only so in relative terms. For a human, merely lifting one would require every ounce of strength. The hammerheads are at least the size of an adult torso, adorned with vicious spikes. Hiss! Xiaotian glanced at his left rib, discovering several bloody punctures. That it was merely the low temperature around that had curtailed the bleeding. Now it seems I must truly fight for my life, he murmured, directing his gaze to his experience points system. Experience points, 1050 function, scan martial arts, fire-tempered golden body, 500, slight accomplishment. Inferior charred earth, that a casual strike can desiccate the earth's moisture, causing the ground to crack, barren and charred. His body, as resilient as iron, akin to donning iron armor, remains impervious to blades and axes, strength significantly enhanced, akin to that of an ox. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he concentrated and gently tapped the plus sign. Better to become human than to be pulverized by a pig's head. At least he would retain a complete corpse. The inscription of 500 began to blur. The energy within his dantian grew increasingly intense, as if a blazing flame were igniting within, burning fervently. His skin flushed crimson, waves of astonishing heat emanating from his body. The essence of his flesh and blood rapidly diminished. Once a muscular young man at 1.8 meters, he had thinned into a mere wisp. He had transformed into a skeleton. The pig-headed creature, wielding 2 iron hammers, appeared momentarily dazed. Its mind began to spiral. How could the human it had just hurled away metamorphose into another being? Experience points, 550 function, scan martial arts, fire-tempered golden body, 1000 familiar mastery, perfect level inferior charred earth. A casual strike can split mountains and shatter stones. The internal energy unleashed is as fiery as a blaze, capable of cracking the earth, rendering it barren and charred. His body, as hard as iron, remains impervious to blades and axes, significantly alleviating the impact of blows. Strength dramatically increased, akin to 3 oxen combined. The evaluation of the fire-tempered golden body had shifted from slight accomplishment to familiar mastery. Additionally, the inferior charred earth now bore the descriptor of perfect level. The description expanded to include the ability to split mountains and the internal energy's fiery intensity. The phrase of wearing iron armor vanished. replaced by the assertion of being as hard as iron, with a significant reduction in injury from heavy strikes. The strength of one ox had surged to that of three, in other words. His strength had reached into the thousands of pounds. Whoosh! Before he could emerge from the wall, an iron hammer descended upon him. Boom! The pig-headed creature maintained its throwing posture, oblivious to the transformation, yet it mattered not. One strike would surely result in death. Having dispatched those who interrupted its metamorphosis, it was time to retreat into the cold storage and continue its grand endeavor. Amidst the debris, Xiaotian felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Fortuitously, he had decisively elevated the level of fire-tempered golden body. Otherwise, the mere flying hammer would have sufficed to claim his life. Though his body ached, in truth, this strike had not inflicted severe injury. The characteristic of greatly alleviating the impact of blows was evidently the crux of his survival. Otherwise, even if his exterior bore no scars, his internal organs would undoubtedly have succumbed to such a violent blow. When the massive hammer made contact, that overwhelming force was immediately dissipated by the fiery energy from his dantian. He merely suffered a few broken bones and the excruciating pain that surged into his mind. Chapter 019. The Great Iron Hammer Cannot Kill You. Boom! Xiaotian emerged from the rubble, a single hand hoisting the disproportionately large iron hammer. The perplexed pig-headed creature tilted its head in confusion. Humph, humph. You old hack! After a fierce shout, he launched forward, each step fueled by every ounce of his strength, racing towards the pig-headed creature. The two hammers had nearly crushed him. Now, with his enhanced power, he aimed to reclaim it all. Thus unfolded a scene of stark dissonance that a gaunt figure, resembling nothing more than a skeletal frame, gripped a hammer larger than himself, raised high above his head. Boom! Xiaotian's timing was impeccable. The pig-headed creature found itself in an awkward position, utterly unable to dodge. Revenge was warranted, and the iron hammer struck true against its midsection, unleashing a deafening squeal. Director Huang, drenched in sweat at the slaughterhouse entrance, remained composed despite the decades of turmoil that had shaped him. Nonetheless, he would never admit to anyone that he was also quite fearful. "Director, what should we do?" The deputy director inquired upon hearing the pig's cry. "Stay outside and don't disturb the colleagues in the special investigation team." In truth, Director Huang was unaware that the colleagues he referred to had already met their demise. The real battle was being fought by others. "If I don't smash both your kidneys out today, I shan't bear the surname he." The pig-headed creature glared with its remaining eye, brimming with rage, seizing the moment of vulnerability. "Do you dare to at me?" Xiaotian's eyes widened, and with renewed vigor, he swung the massive iron hammer once more. Bang! With a force of over 1,000 pounds. He wielded a hammer akin to the size of an adult male, covered in spikes. What results would such a blow yield? Xiaotian would elucidate. Blood and flesh would splatter, revealing bone beneath. This strike nearly caused the pig-headed creature's eyes to bulge from its sockets, its struggles intensifying. Seizing the opportunity to exploit its weakness, bang, 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 Xiaotian swung wildly, landing 3 consecutive blows that nearly obliterated half of the pig-headed creature's body. As for its kidneys, they had long since vanished. "Do you realize how hideous you are? You resemble a desiccated pineapple, akin to a durian gone awry." While hammering the creature's midsection, he vented his frustrations as if he were a machine gun. The now pitiful pig-headed creature roared in fury. It finally turned to face him, swinging its left-hand hammer downward in a vicious arc. Boom! The floor shattered, debris flying. Turning back, Xiaotian slipped through the breach in the wall and into the cold storage. He swung the hammer toward the intact kidney of the pig-headed creature. Bang! The spikes easily pierced its side, leaving the pig-headed creature in an incredibly awkward position. After laboriously freeing a hand, it found that little skeleton had slipped into the cold storage like an eel, mercilessly continuing to hammer away. Bang! 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 Boom! The pig-headed creature's single eye was bloodshot, appearing on the verge of explosion. Its fury reached unprecedented heights. Having always regarded humans as mere ants, it never anticipated being so thoroughly bested by one this night. To concede would be a disgrace to its own visage. The doorframe of the cold storage was obliterated. The liberated pig-headed creature expelled twin jets of air from its nostrils, turning to face Xiaotian. It loomed over him, seemingly brewing some cataclysmic reaction, ready to erupt at any moment. Damn you! The insatiable hunger within urged it to hasten the battle's conclusion and replenish its lost essence. Thus, Xiaotian resolved to charge forward, hammering down upon the creature's head. Bang! Aye! The blow struck true against the pig-headed creature's face, and it emitted a wretched howl instead of its usual oink. The energy within his dantian surged forth like a volcanic eruption, coursing through his meridians and into his hands. Whoosh! Crimson flames erupted, incinerating the fabric of his sleeves to ash. The iron hammer in his grasp blazed with relentless flames as he swung down again at the pig-headed creature's skull. Boom! The strike shattered its cranium, dark brown blood erupting like a fountain. Not only that, the flames from the hammer surged into the wound, flooding its brain. Hiss, hiss! Clouds of white smoke billowed as the pig-headed creature swung its hammer in a fit of rage. Bang! He was not one to be foolishly passive. To slay the pig-headed beast, he would not simply allow himself to be struck. The earlier hammer had spared him, largely due to the creature's restrained strength. The ability to greatly alleviate the impact of blows was not equated to being fearless. As the life-and-death moment approached, the fearsome force unleashed made Xiaotian wary of whether he could withstand it, and if he could, well and good. If not, it would simply be game over. Releasing his grip, he slipped behind the pig-headed creature. Before it could react, he sprang into action, hands clawing towards its eyes from behind. Xiaotian felt as if his fingers had plunged into gelatin. Yet this gelatin was cold and clammy. Almost instantaneously, he felt as if he would be frozen upon entry. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The fiery energy surged through his fingers into the pig-headed creature's brain, igniting a fierce blaze. The iron hammer swung backward, striking Xiaotian in the back. Bang! Alas! The force was not as potent as a frontal assault. The backward swing diminished its power by more than half. This meager impact was still something Xiaotian could endure. Bang, bang, bang! The pig-headed creature continued to attack, swinging its hammer backward. Meanwhile, Xiaotian gripped its head tightly, digging into its eye sockets. His internal energy flowed continuously, scorching its brain and flesh. Let us see which of us falters first today. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. 1 or 2 drops seemed inconsequential. However, as the strikes continued, it became a battle of sheer will. Were it not for the current Xiaotian, he would have long since surrendered, for the pain was unbearable. His body was riddled with injuries, the left side and back marred by gaping wounds. Even the hardest iron has its limits. In summary, every nerve conveys sensations of pain to the brain. So, this is the vengeful entity, is it, seeking to transform into a monster? Are we? Haha. Allow me to hammer you into this state. It seems your aspirations will be in vain. Even if I cannot extinguish your life today, I will undoubtedly alleviate the duration of your transformation. Won't I? Those 2 idlers have long since filed their report that a single day is ample time for stronger individuals to arrive in Z County and subsequently end your existence. Xiaotian articulated each word with fervor, regardless of whether Zhu Yuan comprehended his words, fervently provoking it. Roaring will avail you nothing. I have pinpointed your source. As his voice fell, he detonated all the internal energy within his dantian. Chapter 020. Helping others is the essence of joy. The searing internal force surged forth, akin to towering waves, but Xiaotian paid no heed to the potential damage to his own meridians. As it surged violently into the skull of the vengeful entity, his rambling served merely to fortify his own resolve and to remind himself of his father lying in bed, though his internal energy had ascended to the perfect lower-grade scorched earth level. The core of this vengeful entity remained elusive. Under ordinary circumstances, a shattered head would have led to immediate demise, obliterating its contents. Yet this creature remained unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. The mighty hammer strikes caused him to spit blood. Additionally, Zhu Yuan's body harbored an extraordinarily potent chill, which counteracted his fiery internal energy. Each advance proved to be an arduous endeavor. After enduring several hammer strikes, his internal energy finally permeated its chest cavity, revealing a heart that resembled ancient ice. Upon contact, the energy swiftly vaporized, proving insurmountable that Xiaotian, driven by determination, chose to unleash all his Dantian energy, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. Mutual destruction. Who fears whom? If Zhu Yuan's heart could withstand this, he would surely perish. What awaited him? Merely being reduced to a pulp. Should he emerge victorious, his father would remain unharmed, and he would also gain a substantial amount of experience points, even without the latter. The former alone was worth it. Father, if you don't buy me a new car this time, I must apologize for risking my life against this pig. The blazing internal energy surged like an avalanche, uprooting and obliterating everything that dared to obstruct its path, gradually melting the icy heart within. Boom! In the fleeting moment before the heart vanished, a glimmer of malice flickered in Zhu Yuan's singular eye. With all its might, it detonated its source of power. Xiaotian sensed the shift, yet was utterly powerless to evade it. With hardly any intact bones remaining, and after enduring numerous strikes, his meridians had swollen with tiny fissures from the self-inflicted detonation of his energy. How could he evade? He could only brace himself. Bang! Feeling the familiar hardness against his back, Xiaotian deduced that he must have crashed against a wall. Ding! Killed the non-mainstream, vengeful entity. Zhu Yuan gained 1,000 experience points. Xiaotian spat out a mouthful of blood. The explosive power of Zhu Yuan was not particularly formidable. Even upon colliding with a concrete wall, it merely caused a painful jolt to his bones. With his blood surging. Yet the experience point system, labeling it a non-mainstream vengeful entity, dealt a severe blow to his heart. No mainstream. A non-mainstream pig vengeful entity almost turned him into a mere biscuit. Had it been a mainstream one, it would have undoubtedly transformed him into a salad dressing. Nevertheless, 1,000 experience points was somewhat comforting that a butcher only yielded 100 points, while a pig vengeful entity yielded tenfold. Yet Xiaotian couldn't shake the feeling that this was a losing bargain, that a butcher could be dealt with in mere punches and kicks, but a pig vengeful entity, if he hadn't decisively upgraded his fire-refining golden body level, significantly enhancing his strength, he would have been doomed. He would rather face 100 butchers than confront a single pig vengeful entity. Cough, cough, I maintain that lurking in development is the true path. Engaging in head-on battles and risking one's life will eventually lead to disaster. Xiaotian leaned against the wall, rising to approach Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun, that he needed to ascertain whether these two were alive or dead. But they must not be dead, for if a formidable figure from Z County were to investigate and trace it back to him, it would spell disaster. How could he explain himself then? No amount of words could clarify the situation, that in the absence of witnesses, any statement would raise suspicions. Extending his fingers, he probed their breath. Oh! Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief. They were merely gravely injured and unconscious, not deceased. Gazing upon Zhao Lei's pallid face, he felt a surge of resentment. You bastards! Did you not claim that a vengeful entity that had not transformed into a monster was easily dealt with? Yet, both of you immediately slacked off, leaving me to fight for my life alone. Xiaotian rummaged through his pockets, producing a pair of gloves before donning them, that he then commenced the process of stripping Zhao Lei's clothing. Seeking to vent his frustrations, was that too much to ask? After all, he had, in a sense, saved their lives. Thus, a naked man lay quietly on the ground. Zhao Lei seemed to sense the cold, instinctively wrapping his arms around his chest. Once Xiaotian completed his task, he made his way to the cold storage area. After a fierce battle, he could not simply walk away with just a handful of experience points, could he? At the very least, he should check for spoils within. Perhaps due to Zhu Yuan's demise, the temperature in the cold storage was not as frigid as before. Venturing deeper, he discovered a tiny fissure, no longer than a pinky finger, were it not for the stark contrast against the white icicles in the cold storage. Xiaotian might not have noticed it at all. Ding! Found a source of experience points available for conversion. Would you like to convert? Did it even need to be asked? Of course, he would convert. Conversion complete. Gained 3,050 experience points. What? A mere crack the size of a pinky was worth a staggering 3,050 experience points. It equaled the value of 3 desperate life-and-death struggles with Zhu Yuan. I stepped out for a brief moment and returned with 5,050 experience points. Xiaotian felt a complex swirl of emotions. Glancing at the trembling Zhao Lei on the ground, thinking to himself, I forgive you. Subsequently, he endured his internal hunger and tidied up the battlefield. He did not want anyone to collect blood samples that could lead back to him. Hiding and developing in the shadows was undeniably the wisest choice. That a third-level police officer and a monthly salary of 10,000 was quite lucrative. Before departing, Xiaotian casually placed the surviving head of the pig from the explosion upon Zhao Lei's chest. Allowing him to embrace the entrance of the Zhongqing slaughterhouse, Director Huang was continuously wiping sweat, anxious about the special investigation team. The recent shriek, piercing the heavens, was truly unsettling, that he feared that both Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun had perished within. If that were the case, they would have to await instructions from the provincial capital. He dared not issue orders to lead his officers inside, risking their lives in vain. Whoosh! Xiaotian vaulted over the wall, wielding 2 large hammers, propelling himself with a powerful burst, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he shot back in the direction he had come. Junming, did you just feel something fly past us? I didn't see clearly, but it felt like a gust of wind swept by. After entering his second-hand Audi, Xiaotian awkwardly stowed the hammers that he contemplated for a moment, then took out paper and pen, scribbling a line with his left hand. He then picked up a stone, wrapped the paper around it, and flicked it with his right hand, sending it soaring toward Director Huang. Clang! Who goes there? Director Huang jolted, gripping his firearm, scanning the surroundings, after a brief moment. An officer pointed at his car door, exclaiming, Director, there's a piece of paper stuck to it. Are you joking with me? Can a piece of paper embed itself into a car door? Several individuals toiled for a considerable time before managing to pry the paper free. Upon opening it, Director Huang grimaced. The handwriting was atrocious. Even the doodles of his child were 1,000 times more aesthetically pleasing. The slaughterhouse incident has been resolved. 2 members of the special investigation team are gravely injured and unconscious. Please expedite rescue. Additionally, no need for thanks. Assisting others is the essence of joy. Please call me a good person. Director Huang. Chapter 021. A momentary upgrade is a momentary delight. Xiaotian drove his second-hand Audi, clutching 2 hefty hammers, effortlessly gliding away, without leaving a trace, at the entrance of the Zhongqing slaughterhouse. A certain director found himself in a quandary that he was uncertain whether the note's contents were genuine. If true, it would be a win-win for everyone. However, if false, his team could face dire consequences. After much contemplation, Director Huang sighed that he could not afford to ignore this. The special investigation team had fought valiantly for the people of Z County. He could not abandon them in their time of need, simply due to excessive suspicion. Xiao Wang, take 2 agile officers with me. Let us go inside and take a look. You all, if we are not out in 10 minutes, Old Wu will temporarily take command of the police station and report to the provincial capital immediately. Director Huang issued the command and then proceeded into the slaughterhouse. If he managed the situation well, the higher-ups would surely regard him favorably. Promotion was not out of the question, provided everything on the note proved truthful. Otherwise, his life might be at stake. Meanwhile, Xiaotian had already entered the city, finding a self-service restaurant and parking in front. After changing into pre-prepared clothing and spritzing on some perfume to mask the scent of blood, he exited the vehicle. With Zhu Yuan eliminated, his father was momentarily free from life-threatening dangers. However, due to the enhancement of his fire-refining golden body, he had suffered significant loss of vital essence, compounded by the fierce battle. While he wouldn't say he was utterly exhausted, he was indeed fatigued. He needed sustenance to replenish his energy. Thus, a self-service restaurant became his unequivocal choice. Although wild ginseng was excellent, at 50,000 per root, it was beyond the means of his meager savings. Pushing open the restaurant door and stepping inside, a staff member promptly greeted him. Welcome to H Country Barbecue Self-Service Restaurant. How many guests do we have? 1. Xiaotian's voice was somewhat hoarse, and he exhibited a hint of impatience. I am absolutely famished. After settling the bill, He was reminded by the waiter not to waste food, lest he incur a fine. Eagerly, Xiaotian seized a plate and piled it high with meat. Indeed, a towering heap. The sizzling sound of the unique fat from the grilled meat dripping onto the charcoal was tantalizing, making one's mouth water. Meanwhile, Xiaotian was engrossed in his meal, with a table laden with chicken legs, meat patties, braised pork, steaks, and spicy fried chicken. What was advertised as barbecue was, in reality, a mere fade. Years ago, when whole roasted lambs were all the rage in Z County, this establishment had not yet been known as H Country Barbecue. Recently, the buffet trend had gained popularity due to its simplicity and convenience, prompting the restaurant to change its name and style. That IT offered an extensive selection typical of a buffet. The waitstaff were busily scurrying about, some appearing to question the meaning of life, that a plate was barely touched before it vanished. What kind of appetite is this? You don't even bother to spit out the chicken bones? In no time, one waiter was insufficient to keep up with Xiaotian's voracious pace. Observing this, another brave soul joined the fray. Soon, a scene unfolded where two waiters were perpetually busy at Xiaotian's table. For every plate brought, a few would promptly disappear. Before long, a third server joined the bustling duo. Delightful, Xiaotian, wiping his mouth, revealed a satisfied smile, though the three waiters slumped in nearby seats, gasping for breath. Experience points, 4,600 function, scan martial arts, fire forged body, 1,000 familiarity, perfect grade low quality, scorched earth. A casual strike can shatter mountains and cleave stones, that a breath of internal energy releases a fiery intensity capable of cracking the earth, leaving it barren and charred. The body becomes as hard as iron, impervious to blades and axes, significantly alleviating the injuries from impacts. Strength surges, akin to the combined might of 3 bulls. The next upgrade requires 1,000 experience points. Fortunately, this restaurant still offers an abundance of food. I might as well indulge. Xiaotian smiled as he focused, gently tapping the plus sign. The inscription of 1,000 began to blur. The muscles, having swelled with ample sustenance, rapidly deflated. In that instant, the energy in his dantian surged throughout his meridians. Some fractured bones rejoined, while the wounds on his left rib and back healed gradually. Experience points, 3,600 function, skin martial arts, fire forged body, 3,000 integration. High-quality boil the seed at a casual strike can shatter mountains and cleave stones. A breath of internal energy releases a fiery intensity capable of cracking the earth, leaving it barren and charred. Furthermore, it can vaporize the blood within a living being, turning them into a desiccated corpse. The body becomes as hard as steel, impervious to blades and axes, greatly alleviating the injuries from impacts. Strength exponentially increases, akin to the explosive power of 6 bulls, unstoppable. Serve the dishes, Xiaotian exclaimed with authority. The 3 resting waiters shivered in alarm. More? We must continue. They exchanged desperate glances. The surrounding patrons, witnessing this, instinctively retreated. Heaven forbid they be tasked with serving this demanding diner, lest they be worked to exhaustion. In a small county like Z, a server's salary barely reached 3,000, a meager existence, the TO toil in such a manner for a mere 3,000, preposterous. The trio reluctantly rose, not wishing to incur the wrath of the manager, who would surely deduct their bonuses. Xiaotian resumed his joyous feasting, meticulously observing his transformations. The perfect grade low-quality scorched earth had evolved into high-quality boil the sea. Acknowledging the explosive increase in his internal energy, he nodded in satisfaction. Then, upon reading the description of vaporizing the blood within a living being, he couldn't help but envision himself delivering a mighty blow to an enemy, unleashing a torrent of white steam in that fleeting moment, leaving them utterly transformed. This fire-forged body is formidable. I relish it. The hardness of iron upgraded to that of steel. The alleviation of impact injuries was significantly enhanced. Excellent. In encounters with foes akin to the pig specter, I shall suffer far lighter wounds. The power of 3 bulls has doubled. Now, with a mere flex of my arms, I could easily lift 5,000 pounds. Superhuman. In weightlifting, boxing, any sport related to strength, I would emerge victorious. Wei Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun, were they not some extraordinary individuals? Humility is paramount. I must remain discreet. What does it matter if I possess martial arts skills? Their abilities are genuine superpowers. Control over liquids, among other wonders, far surpasses my own martial prowess. Yet Fireforge body is no trifling matter, that Xiaotian was confident that as long as he continued to accumulate experience points and hone his martial arts, he would eventually surpass all extraordinary beings and those unknown phenomena. Chapter 022, Zhao Lei's Task Report. Just as Xiaotian was indulging in his feast, Zhao Lei was being carried out by Director Huang and his team. Notably disregarding the pig's head cradled in his arms, several inexperienced police officers, uncertain of how to proceed with the unusual situation, chose to ignore it altogether. That I in the hospital, Zhao Lei gradually regained consciousness, only to be confronted with the grotesque visage of the pig's spectre-s head, its final, sinister expression and a singular "I" nearly causing him to lose control. His cries attracted a crowd, and he soon realized the pig's head resting on his chest was lifeless. Relieved yet awkward, he felt the tension in the air, which Director Huang, astute and seasoned, certainly noted. He summoned assistants to remove the pig's head and subsequently explained why they had entered the slaughterhouse. As for the note incident, he elaborated, our investigation found no fingerprints. The blood in the workshop had been cleaned. Apart from Director Huang struggled to find words to adequately describe the pig's head. Zhao Lei, exposed in broad daylight, refrained from mentioning his naked state, fearing that the Special Task Force members might decide to silence him permanently. I understand, Director Huang, that I need to return immediately. Merely resolving the pig spectre issue is insufficient. Zhao Lei was not preoccupied with the identity of the mysterious figure. What mattered was that the pig spectre incident in the slaughterhouse had been addressed. However, a thorough inspection of the Zhongqing slaughterhouse remained pending. If that fissure still existed, it would not be long before another pig spectre emerged. Over an hour later, Zhao Lei, nursing a headache, dispatched his task report to the School and Action Department. Source of the Z County cannibal incident, pig spectre, characteristics, unknown. However, based on the scene, it exhibited immense strength and could wield an unknown cold weapon, likely a spiked hammer. Eerie ability, carnivorous obsession. According to the Z County Police Department's investigation, most individuals consuming meat products from the Zhongqing slaughterhouse would develop an intense carnivorous craving that if no edible meat was available, they would erupt into violent attacks on humans, tearing and consuming them. This infection would turn normal individuals into puppets under its control, enhancing their strength and speed, making them adept at throat-slitting. Origin: unknown. It is highly probable that energy leaked from the underworld fissure, resulting in the accumulation of malevolence in the slaughterhouse, birthing this vengeful entity. However, after a comprehensive inspection, I found nothing that I suspect the fissure has been resolved. Mysterious figure. X. Characteristics. Immeasurable strength. The pig spectre's puppets are utterly defenseless before him. His body is impervious, and the pig slaughtering knife imbued with malevolence sparked upon contact. Control over flame's temperature. When he shattered the puppet's skull, steam was produced. Forensic examination by the police department revealed that the puppet's head was hollow. All substances seemed to have evaporated. Appearance: dressed in black, wearing a mask, with his insignia on the front of his attire. Approximately 1.8 meters tall, his voice suggests he is a young adult, likely between 20 and 25 years old. Attitude: friendly. At the very least, he assisted us in resolving the pig spectre issue. Identity: unknown. Throughout our brief exchanges, it was impossible to ascertain much about him. However, it is certain that he is from Z County. Through conversation, I gathered that his relatives were among the victims, prompting his investigation into the Zhongqing slaughterhouse's source. Assessment: a triad of extraordinary abilities with immense potential. Recommendation: we hope to recruit him to contribute to our peaceful society. Zhao Lei knew that submitting these two reports would likely earn him a scathing reprimand from his superiors, but he believed the issue was not overly severe. While he had little information regarding the pig spectre, he had made a suggestion to recruit the mysterious figure. Moreover, his report contained substantial information, at least indicating that he deduced X's relatives were among the victims. This line of inquiry should yield results. Thus, he hoped to avoid a severe reprimand. The only regret was that he had fainted before witnessing the full extent of the mysterious figure X's prowess. Otherwise, he would have had a first-hand experience of his strength. The mere fact that this individual could cleanse the battlefield and erase all traces after a fierce battle spoke volumes of his formidable capabilities. This distressed Zhao Lei. Was such extreme caution truly necessary? What could we possibly do to him? Unbeknownst to him, he would indeed face severe criticism. Following his report, the organization conducted a thorough investigation based on his information, yet they found not a single trace. Sadly, he remained unaware that Xiaotian's father had been bound at home the entire time and had never even reached the hospital. Thus, his information was both accurate and flawed. Meanwhile, Xiaotian emerged from the buffet restaurant. Utterly satisfied, blissfully ignoring the 5 or 6 waiters collapsed in vacant seats, as well as the manager, whose expression was akin to that of a cadaver, that a person consumed a staggering 80% of the food available in the restaurant, leaving many patrons without anything to eat. That is your stomach from another dimension. Even if your digestion is impeccable, don't you need to make room for more food by visiting the restroom? A myriad of questions lingered in the minds of the crowd that on the drive home, Xiaotian, like Zhao Lei, felt a dull headache. How should he articulate the situation? He couldn't just walk into the house and casually state, "Don't worry about Dad. I've resolved everything." Resolved it? How? It was inconceivable to deceive his mother, claiming he had brought back miraculous medicine from the hospital. His uncle had connections in the hospital and likely knew more about the situation than he did. Let us take it one step at a time, Xiaotian mused, reflecting on his battle with the pig grievance. One word came to mind. Nah, he had no understanding of how to engage in combat and had recklessly charged in. Had he not eliminated 10 butchers to gain 1,000 experience points and decisively upgraded his fire-forged golden body, he might have succumbed to the relentless hammer of the pig grievance. Reduced to mere crumbs. There was merit in donning the thickest armor and enduring the most brutal blows. Yet he had forgotten how to counterattack, that he couldn't remain in a state of being pummeled indefinitely. Upon returning home, he planned to scan his cousin's iron sand palm and then rummage through his study for a few manuals suitable for his cultivation. Fully armed, upon arriving at the community. After parking the car, Xiaotian steeled himself and ascended the stairs to his home. As he pushed the door open, he was greeted by the sight of his father devouring his meal with gusto. "Xiaotian, you're back. Look at your dad. He well, really?" Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback. The excuses he had prepared before ascending the stairs caught at his throat. However, he quickly recovered and feigned surprise. "Dad, that's wonderful." The father and son embraced, and the family couldn't help but smile. Observing this scene, Xiaotian suddenly felt his back pain dissipate, and his legs felt light. After playing a high-stakes game with the pig grievance, this moment was truly worth it. Chapter 023. Why has the maid disappeared again? In his room, Xiaotian held the manual titled Iron Sand Palm, lost in contemplation. That an ancient saying goes, "An inch gained is an inch stronger, an inch lost is an inch more perilous." However, in this era of peace, possessing dangerous weapons would result in confiscation and fines. Never mind, I'll set aside the weaponry and techniques for now. At least, if I'm unarmed, the police won't accuse me of carrying dangerous items and arrest me for threatening public safety. Focusing his mind, he gently tapped to scan. Ding! A fragmentary martial arts manual has been discovered. Would you like to convert it into 50 experience points to complete it? Spend it. A formless power surged in his mind, swiftly coursing through the iron sand palm in his hands. Before long, the text in the upper left corner flickered. Experience points, 3550 functions. Scan martial arts. Fire forged golden body, 3000. Comprehension. Expand. Iron sand palm -050. Not started. Without hesitation, Xiaotian continued his advancement. The 50-50 instantly reached full value. That an array of subtle pain coursed through his hands, akin to a mere prick, far from being unbearable. Experience points, 3500 functions. Scan martial arts. Fire forged golden body, 3000. Comprehension. Expand. Iron sand palm -050 initiated. This is rather meager, isn't it? There is hardly any improvement, that Xiaotian murmured to himself, though he somewhat understood. Fire forged golden body was a more complete martial art, requiring 100 points for enhancement, whereas Iron Sand Palm was incomplete, needing only 50 points to be fully realized. Continuing to upgrade, it remained at 50 points. Upgrade. 50-50 to 100-100 beginner level, slight achievement. 100 100 to 150 150. Slight achievement proficient. 150 150 to 200 200 proficient, comprehensive understanding. Xiaotian expended 500 experience points, and the text in the upper left corner flashed continuously, elevating Iron Sand Palm by 4 levels. Experience points, 3,000 functions, scan martial arts, fire forged golden body, 3,000 comprehension, expand, Iron Sand Palm -0 500 comprehension, expand. As expected, once it reaches comprehensive understanding, the experience needed for the next level skyrockets. Iron Sand Palm requires only a little over double what Fire Forged Golden Body demands, while Fire Forged Golden Body needs a 3-fold increase. Based on previous experience with the system, this will surely mark a qualitative leap. Tomorrow, I must ask Mom for some money to purchase a few wild ginseng roots for nourishment. With such a considerable boost, Xiaotian doubted that a single buffet would suffice to meet his needs. Furthermore, attending repeatedly would not only draw attention, but would likely incite the restaurant owner to take extreme measures against him. Did he truly believe that restaurant proprietors were merely fools? This Iron Sand Palm, according to the manual, originated from a martial arts master in the Turpan region during the Song dynasty. This individual resided in the Flame Mountain for years, creating the Flame Divine Skill and Iron Sand Palm. Upon reaching the Central Plains, he established the Iron Palm Gang and became known as the Iron Grandmaster, that he combined 4 techniques: chopping, thrusting, striking, and pushing, excelling in close combat hand-to-hand techniques that Xiaotian opened the details, revealing an extensive introduction before him. Iron Sand Palm -0 500, comprehensive understanding, greatly enhances strength, akin to that of an ox. Hands as solid as iron, impervious to blades and unyielding. First move, Iron Bull pushes mountain. The palm strikes with the force of a raging bull, delivering tremendous power that can shatter earth and stone. Utterly indomitable. Second move, Iron Palm splits gold. The edge of the palm slices like a razor-sharp steel knife, while the fingertips stab with the force of a drill, capable of penetrating steel plates up to 5 inches thick. Impressive. My experience points allow for automatic learning of techniques. 0.5 inches equals 127 centimeters, nearly 4 inches thick of steel. The Iron Sand Palm granted him the strength of 1 ox, combined with the 6 oxen from Fire Forged Golden Body, totaling 7 oxen. 1 ox, with a strength of 800 pounds, sums up to approximately 5,600 pounds. That an undeniable human Tyrannosaurus, capable of tearing apart wolves and tigers with ease. Alas, I wonder what level of extraordinary person I am now. It's a pity Zhao Lei and the others are unconscious. Otherwise, I could linger at the slaughterhouse a bit longer to inquire further. In truth, Xiaotian had contemplated establishing contact with Zhao Lei. However, the thought of exposing himself and attracting the attention of relevant authorities deterred him. That as the old adage goes, survival and growth are paramount. The world had changed, transformed beyond recognition, with all manner of demons and monsters emerging to wreak havoc. His singular desire was to gain experience points, continuously enhance himself, and protect his family. Nothing more did he harbor, no fantasies of being the protagonist or the chosen one destined to save the world. How juvenile that would be! If the sky were to fall, there would be a tall figure to uphold it. Young man, have faith in your country. His mind swirled with chaotic and even fantastical thoughts. And Xiaotian could not discern how much time had elapsed before he finally drifted into slumber. The following morning, he was awakened by voices conversing in the living room. Whereas Xiaoyang? It didn't occur to me until you asked. Yesterday afternoon, Xiaoyang said he was going to buy groceries, yet he hasn't returned all night. That it's all my fault. Your brother's illness has thrown me into a frenzy. The voices of his mother and aunt reached his ears. Xiaotian groggily rose, dressed, and emerged. What is going on? Surely nothing has happened again, he muttered, immediately earning a disapproving glance from his mother. Pish-posh. Such unwarranted fears. The atmosphere in Z County is rather eerie. Do not utter such disheartening words. What about Dad and Uncle? Xiaotian yawned and inquired. They've gone to the paper mill. There's a special investigation team from the provincial capital arriving. They were supposed to come yesterday, but other matters delayed them. That an investigation team. It wouldn't happen to be a man and a woman, would it? I'm not sure. His mother shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. that Xiaotian suspected it was quite likely Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun, those incredibly unreliable individuals. Had he not ventured out to the slaughterhouse last night, those two fools would have been in dire straits, with their colleagues burning paper for them at the crossroads. Now, they were investigating a disappearance case, and the odds seemed slim. Aunt Yang wouldn't be dealing with family matters and return home unexpectedly. Would she? Xiaotian could only think positively. Otherwise, he would go mad. After narrowly escaping a life-threatening encounter with a pig grievance, he couldn't bear another unknown threat. His feeble frame wouldn't withstand such a tempest. Wait a moment, I'll make a call to inquire. After a while, having completed his morning routine, Xiaotian emerged from the restroom to find his mother wearing a grim expression. Something has indeed happened? She hasn't returned home. What do you think, my ill-fated tongue? He exclaimed. Today, I'm sure I'll win 5 million in the lottery. No, it should be 5 billion. His words left his mother and aunt speechless, bewildered by his morning antics. With one person already missing from home, now there was another who seemed to have lost their mind. Utterly absurd. Chapter 024, Mastery. 180,000, concerning the inexplicable disappearance of the family maid. Xiaotian felt utterly powerless to assist. Although Z County is a remote little town, its resident population is approximately 2.95 million. This figure is based on data from 7 or 8 years ago, and it likely has only increased since then. How could he search for her alone? It would be wiser to report to the authorities. After finishing breakfast, he requested 200,000 from his mother. He had prepared a speech in advance, but it turned out to be unnecessary, likely due to the malnutrition incident at the hospital. Perhaps it was also influenced by his inquiries about the wild ginseng yesterday. Descending the stairs, he drove his second-hand Audi towards Tongxi Pharmacy. Awaiting him was the same proprietor, whose face bore a professional smile. This time, having purchased 4 ginseng roots, he was granted a 10% discount. Xiaotian was pleasantly surprised. The savings of 20,000 yuan would significantly bolster his modest treasury. Upon returning home, he discovered his mother and aunt deep in conversation in the living room. Yet their chatter was laced with concern over the paper mill and the nanny. Entering the kitchen, he simultaneously stewed the 4 wild ginseng roots in a pressure cooker, then retreated to his room. He dreaded the thought of standing outside, only to be asked by his mother when he would start dating. Bored, he opened the Z County Forum. The police seem inept. Reports indicate that over 60 individuals went missing again last night. The exact number remains uncertain. What kind of deranged mastermind lies behind this case? With the total number of disappearances exceeding 100, when will this case be solved? According to the original poster, the methods employed by the perpetrators are exceptionally skilled. The crime scene left behind no trace, putting immense pressure on the police department that a special task force has been dispatched from the provincial capital to handle the matter. Let us await further developments. A friendly reminder: do not venture out after dark, and even at home, it is advisable to invite friends over. Behind the 100-plus cases of disappearance, there are certainly instances of vanishing from sealed rooms. Last night, a fire broke out at Xiaotian slaughterhouse, claiming the lives of over 50 employees. The specific cause remains unclear. Preliminary investigations suggest that the fire may have been sparked by employees violating regulations by smoking indoors. Citizens are urged to adhere strictly to fire safety rules, as a careless act could cost lives, your own or those of your colleagues. The previously browsed posts had vanished, yielding a 404 error. Xiaotian was not surprised. To maintain social order and prevent panic among the populace, such posts had to be removed. Ordinary people were of little help. Knowing merely instilled fear, prompting irrational and frantic actions that would burden society. The decision made by the relevant authorities was understandable. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. At least one does not have to worry incessantly. Living joyfully. What could be wrong with that? Ding, ding, ding. All right. Xiaotian put down his phone and hurried to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a basin containing 4 wild ginseng roots, the milky broth exuding an enticing aroma. Experience points: 3,000 function, scan martial arts, fire refining golden body, 3,000 comprehension, superior quality boil see expand, iron sand palm, 0,500 comprehension, expand. Xiaotian focused his mind and gently tapped the plus sign. The 3,000 began to blur, while the energy within his dantian transformed into a flickering flame, coursing through his meridians. Hiss! He inhaled sharply. The pain was intense. Previously, he had been oblivious to the sensation of desire igniting within him. But now he was acutely aware. The flames surged through his meridians, doubling in intensity with each cycle. The scorching sensation was unmistakable, as if his insides had turned to charcoal, even his breath carrying a hint of sparks. It felt as if he could exhale flames with a mere breath. Glug! Glug! He forced himself to concentrate, cradling the soup basin in his hands, drinking deeply from the ginseng broth. The liquid flowed down his throat into his stomach. Akin to a torrential rain before a fiery mountain, that it was exhilarating. Life blossomed from the charred remains, like a withered tree in spring. Yet, this refreshing sensation was still insufficient to extinguish the flames. Without hesitation, Xiaotian grabbed a wild ginseng root and began to chew. After consuming all 4 roots, vitality surged within him. The sensation of being roasted in the flames finally began to subside. Experience points, 0 function, scan martial arts, fire refining golden body, 0 6,000, mastery. Perfect quality boil see expand, iron sand palm, 0 500 comprehension, expand. Xiaotian wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and clicked on the detailed description. Fire refining golden body, 0 6,000, mastery. Perfect quality boil see that a casual strike can split mountains and shatter stones. Internal energy released burns like fire, capable of cracking the earth, leaving it barren and charred. Can also evaporate the blood within living beings, turning them into mummies. The body becomes as hard as steel, impervious to blades or axes, unafraid of blows. The fiery energy manifests as a protective barrier. Flames engulfing the body, repelling malevolent forces. Every punch and kick possesses burning power. Flames penetrate the body, destroying the enemy's structure, swiftly locating weaknesses for a lethal strike. Strength surges, akin to the explosive force of 9 bulls. Unstoppable in its path. The wild ginseng, purchased for 180,000, was indeed worth it. The perfect quality boil see greatly alleviated the impact of injuries, rendering him unyielding to blows, accompanied by fiery protection. His punches and kicks could inflict burning attacks, even penetrating his opponent's body to seek out vulnerabilities. The internal energy within his dantian had multiplied by more than thrice compared to before. If this were ancient times, would he not earn the illustrious title of a grandmaster? The sole headache was that the next level required 6,000 experience points that he would need to defeat at least 6 pig spirits. As for the black fishers, who knew whether he would encounter such things at any moment? This golden finger couldn't possibly be crafted by some third-rate online game team, could it? Since beginning his martial arts journey, Xiaotian had spent a total of 230,000 yuan. Although it wasn't a recharge experience point system, it had all gone towards purchasing wild ginseng. Had he not indulged in an extravagant buffet, he might have ended up spending an additional 100,000. That it was evident that as he learned more martial arts, his expenses would escalate exponentially. It seemed that the million his father had saved would scarcely suffice. In other words, I must prepare to earn money from now on. What skills do I possess? What can I do? A barrage of self-doubt struck him. Reading, newspapers, being a slacker, half-baked medical knowledge. Reflecting on this left him feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of his parents. No, Xiaotian still possessed martial arts skills, but did that mean he should open a martial arts school? Nonsense. Were it not for the experience point system, he probably would never have cultivated internal energy in his lifetime. Teaching others would likely lead to his demise. Should I impersonate a Taoist to exorcise demons? Would I be arrested by the police for promoting superstitious beliefs? Chapter 025, Footsteps in the Living Room. At this moment, Xiaotian, who had yet to devise a source of income, decided to set aside his thoughts. Adopting a laid-back attitude, he resolved to let nature take its course that he remained faithfully in his room. Not returning to his cousin's house, with so many recent events as one of the pillars of the family, Xiaotian felt a responsibility to stay with his mother, as long as she refrained from bringing up the troublesome topic of girlfriends. That evening, his father and uncle did not return. The paper mill had recently secured a large order, and both were preoccupied, unable to spare any time. Yet, after 10 o'clock, Xiaotian's keen senses detected footsteps. Pat! Pat! Whether it was a trick of the imagination or not, The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees, but he quickly got up and stealthily approached the door, pressing his right ear against it, straining to hear the footsteps outside. But the energy within his dantian surged, concentrating in his left hand. Whoosh! A blaze erupted from his palm as he placed his right hand on the doorknob. Click! The moment the door swung open, Xiaotian darted out like a leopard, rushing towards the source of the sound in the living room. Unfortunately, he came up empty-handed. Whatever had been pacing back and forth seemed to have sensed his presence and vanished. Bang, bang, bang. Not daring to slacken his pace, he hurriedly knocked on his mother and aunt's door to check on their safety. Coming! Creak! Xiaotian. What's the matter? Mom, did you hear the footsteps in the living room just now? Wasn't that you? His mother asked lazily. Having finally relaxed after days of tension, sinking into a deep sleep, she had only vaguely heard a sound, assuming it was her son getting up in the night. It was me. Xiaotian frowned and nodded. Given the multitude of troubling matters lately, it was perhaps best not to mention the footsteps in the living room to her. Bah, do you truly dislike your son this much? Xiaotian turned on the light and began to inspect the area. Indeed, he discovered water stains and some repulsive mucus, emitting a foul odor. Following the trail, he traced it to a door. Looking up, he realized it led to Aunt Yang's room, that he hesitated. He was not alone in the house, as his mother and aunt were present. What if entering led to a confrontation? He couldn't bear to imagine how they would react upon seeing him engulfed in flames. Forget it. Tomorrow I'll find an excuse to take them shopping. I'll come back and thoroughly investigate the secrets within. With that thought, he returned to his room, grabbed a blanket, and settled down on the living room sofa that Xiaotian harbored a severe case of paranoia, often feeling as though the common folk were out to get him. For the sake of his mother and aunt's safety in the master bedroom, he would endure a night of discomfort. The next day, seeing her son sprawled on the sofa, Wang Mei was left speechless. She couldn't comprehend why Xiaotian, with a perfectly good bed, would choose to sleep on the sofa. Did he perhaps sleep on the sofa all day at his cousin's home? Auntie Lan stood awkwardly to the side, as she and her sister-in-law shared the same thought. She mused that once they returned home, she would give her child a good talking that hasn't your cousin just stayed at your shabby house for a few days? Was it necessary for him to sleep on the sofa the entire time? Surely his cleanliness obsession couldn't be that extreme. Or could it? Then why, upon returning home, did he choose to drool on the living room sofa instead of sleeping in a bed? Early in the morning, Xiaotian successfully persuaded his mother and another woman to step out, but he justified it by saying they had been too weary lately and deserved a leisurely shopping spree to uplift their spirits. I shall cover all expenses, he proclaimed. As soon as the two departed, he made his way to the nanny's room and pushed the door open. The decor inside harmonized perfectly with Aunt Yang, a woman in her 30s. The entire space exuded an air of maturity. Why am I feeling so exhilarated? My body is even slightly flushed, Xiaotian murmured to himself, questioning whether he might be unwell or perhaps had become overly absorbed in his training. Taking a moment to compose himself, he began his inspection. A night's worth of moisture had not evaporated entirely. Water droplets littered the room, as if it had been drenched by a torrential downpour. The wardrobe contained some garments that made his cheeks flush with embarrassment, as he felt an uncomfortable warmth rising in his nose. Aside from the wet patches on the floor and a chilly, unsettling atmosphere pervading the space, everything remained normal, devoid of any signs of disturbance. Did I inadvertently slay a pig demon and attract a water ghost? Xiaotian remarked with a grimace. If he were a solitary man, it would be of little concern. After all, he was equipped to confront any challenges that arose. Moreover, with his exceptional skills in both fire, forged golden body, and iron sand palm, he harbored no fear unless confronted by a group wielding firearms that he had already vanquished the terrifying pig demon. What was there to fear from a mere water ghost? Yet, what remains uncertain is its intentions. If it is confined to the house, then relocating my mother and the other woman should suffice. However, if it is targeting them specifically, that would be dire. Xiaotian's head throbbed in frustration that he couldn't conjure a duplicate of himself. Could it be that acquiring my golden finger has diminished my luck? Is that why I keep encountering such bizarre entities? He resolved to first escort his mother and the other woman to his cousin's house for the night, that if no further anomalies occurred, It would confirm that the water ghost was restricted to their home. Only then could he return and deal with the situation in earnest. Armed with 2 hefty iron hammers, he would ensure they felt the full brunt of his wrath. Before dinner, his mother and her companion returned, laden with shopping bags. Upon seeing the logos on the bags, Xiaotian's expression turned to one of despair. Xiaotian, 30,000. I've rounded down for you. No need for thanks. By the way, don't forget to transfer the money to me. I understand, he replied, his voice tinged with unspoken grievances and faint sobs. The 2,000 he had secretly saved the previous day had vanished. And now he owed even more. In the midst of their bewilderment, Xiaotian led them to his cousin's home. Earlier that afternoon, he had stealthily moved the iron hammers from the trunk and back seat into his room. Thankfully, no one had witnessed him, for otherwise, he would surely have been reported that in these times. One could get arrested for merely carrying a kitchen knife in public, let alone 2 adult-sized, spiked iron hammers, upon entering. Xiaotian was met with astonishment. His aunt was scolding his cousin, who was greedily devouring his meal in the living room, tugging at his ear and reprimanding him for his poor treatment of Xiaotian. Forcing him to sleep on the sofa, Lu Junming dared not retort, standing there with his head bowed in admission of guilt, while occasionally casting resentful glances at his cousin, as if to say, why sleep on a couch when there's a bed? Xiaotian could only smile in silence. Contemplating the revelations of the night ahead, that a night passed without incident. Yes, Xiaotian endured his mother's inquisitive gaze. He remained stoic. Why had he come to his cousin's home instead of returning to his own? Anyone would find it peculiar. But could his mother not look at him so? He felt equally desperate. Who knew why his luck had been so poor lately, leading him to encounter such strange occurrences? Should he confess to his mother that their home might be haunted? Enduring her scrutinizing gaze, he descended the stairs and drove back to Mingzhu Courtyard. Upon unlocking the door, he was greeted by a room drenched in water. Particularly in the master bedroom, it was nearly saturated. The floor still bore remnants of some unknown sticky substance, and the entire house reeked of a fishy odor. Phew! He sighed in relief, grateful that whatever it was had only been active within their home and not specifically targeting individuals. Tonight, he would finally uncover the truth. After cleaning the room, Xiaotian retrieved the 2 heavy iron hammers from his own room and placed them on the floor. While I may not be able to assist my family significantly, when it comes to hammering either people or peculiar entities, I am undoubtedly a professional, he muttered to himself while watching television. Throughout the day, he remained on the sofa, frequently switching channels to pass the time. Before leaving, he had informed his mother that if he did not call her, he would stay at his cousin's house to rest and would not return, unaware of her son's true intentions. Wang Mei nodded in agreement. After all, he had displayed commendable behavior during his father's outburst, embodying the essence of a family leader. Thus, she placed her trust in him unconditionally. Her child had grown up. Albeit she found Xiaotian's behavior somewhat strange, as darkness fell. Xiaotian muted the television to avoid distractions. The energy within him coiled like a dragon, ever ready for action, with a single thought. It could erupt. Come forth. Let me see what manner of creature you are. Had Xiaotian remained the passive university student he once was, he would likely have sought out a Taoist priest or called the authorities to deal with any supernatural threats. However, with his experience system at hand and his mastery of fire-forged golden body, along with having recently dispatched a pig, he had undergone a transformation, no longer fearing the phantoms and specters. Perhaps this was what they meant by the more skilled one is, the bolder they become. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping water echoed from the nanny's room, accompanied by a foul odor seeping through the door crack, irritating his nostrils. Boom! Xiaotian erupted, brandishing 2 hefty iron hammers, each weighing no less than 300 pounds, flames of crimson blazing around him. In a flash, he charged through the door, shattering it, ready to confront whatever demon dared to invade his domain. Regardless of its identity, it would receive a hammering that if it survived, they could negotiate further. Inside the room, by the window, a small, damp figure was scanning its surroundings, resembling a thief checking for witnesses before committing a crime. It was diminutive, standing less than a meter tall, emanating a foul scent. Its body was covered in green scales and an indescribable slime that had a tangled mane of deep blue hair, with piercing, glowing eyes and a pronounced snout, revealing 4 sharp teeth on both the upper and lower jaws, reminiscent of a zombie from a film. Its limbs were elongated, akin to those of a monkey, yet each hand bore only 4 fingers. Webbed between them, that IT appeared to carry a shell on its back. What on earth was this? Xiaotian had initially anticipated a water ghost or something equally sinister, only to discover it was entirely different from his expectations. Yet he held nothing back. Whatever it was, it dared to wreak havoc in his home, and he was determined to devour it whole. Boom! The heavy hammer descended, striking its head with tremendous force. Crack! A resounding shatter echoed as the creature's shell exploded, embedding fragments deep into the wall. Wooden furniture and the wall-mounted television were instantly penetrated. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The creature was not dead. It still lived. At the last moment, it had managed to retract its head into its shell. Moreover, Xiaotian had tempered his strength, knowing he possessed around 8,000 pounds of divine power. Even with a 300-pound hammer, he could easily damage the floor. He cared little about his own home. But the neighbors below would not appreciate the disturbance that if he inadvertently caused a fatal incident, it would be a grave miscalculation and expose him. Think you can escape? Not a chance. Xiaotian glared at the creature, which was scrambling towards the window. After all the worry it had caused him over the past 2 nights, it thought it could simply depart. I have my pride. He hurled the hammer in his right hand, which soared through the air, engulfed in flames, and struck the creature's back with a resounding thud. Hiss! Squeak, squeak, squeak. Green liquid splattered everywhere, drenching the walls. Ding! Killed a Kappa, gained 200 experience points. A message flashed across his peripheral vision. Kappa. The experience points were double that of a butcher, indicating its considerable strength. However, Xiaotian's current power was incomparable to before. Prior to his enhancement, he could have dispatched a butcher with ease. How much stronger could this diminutive Kappa be? It was truly weak. He could not afford to remain so feeble. Otherwise, the Kappa's fate tonight could very well be his own in the future. Shaking off his distractions, Xiaotian stepped towards the windowsill, even after controlling the force of his throw. The 300-pound hammer was far too much for this little creature to endure. In short, it was a disaster. It lay there a bloody mess, akin to a mound of ground meat. What could have driven a Kappa to invade my home? Could it be related to Aunt Yang? Xiaotian could only connect it to the missing nanny. Otherwise, why would the Kappa appear right after her disappearance? Everything pointed to this tenuous thread of evidence. Yet, in the vast sea of humanity, how could he possibly find someone to uncover the truth? Coming back to his senses, he surveyed the chaotic room and grimaced that in the future, it would be best to avoid battles within the house. His aggressive fighting style led to the inevitable aftermath of a strenuous cleanup. However, gazing at the embedded shell fragments in the walls, the battered furniture, and the ruined television, Xiaotian felt an even greater headache. Not only that, but the windowsill had shattered. Even a gentle touch might result in an incident of objects falling from great heights. Of course, one might argue that living on the 3rd floor qualifies as high altitude. Alas, wretched me, having lost 30,000 during the day and still needing to slay monsters at night. Please do not let that certain someone uncover the mastermind behind this, or I shall surely rain 1,000 blows upon you. Just as he was preparing to tidy up the battlefield, a knock echoed from outside the door. Xiaotian, wielding a hefty hammer, tiptoed cautiously towards the sound. If it were an enemy, he would present them with a formidable surprise. Chapter 027. A family must be whole and complete. Upon reaching the security door, he peered through the peephole to see the community leader, Li Yongming, standing outside with a serious expression. Xiaotian set down the 2 iron hammers and opened the door slightly, inquiring, Captain Li, what brings you here at such a late hour? Xiaotian, someone from apartment 201 downstairs reported that you were using explosives for renovations. They were enjoying a romantic moment when suddenly, a loud bang from above startled them into submission. It took them quite a while to recover. What on earth is happening in your household? Consider yourself fortunate this time that nothing serious occurred. What if you had frightened them to the point of losing their manhood? The couple just recently married. Are you trying to push them towards divorce? Xiaotian could only remain silent. He swore to the heavens that it was not intentional. I apologize, Captain Li. Please wait a moment while I offer my apologies that my wardrobe collapsed, which led to this mistaken impression of renovations that I am truly sorry for the trouble caused. He felt the weight of his misdeeds and was prepared to apologize sincerely. There is no trouble or otherwise. I must be responsible for the safety of the residents. Very well, I'll make a stop downstairs on my way out. Goodbye, Captain Li. Just as Li Yongming was about to turn away, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the spiked hammers, though only a corner was visible. His military-honed instincts compelled him to halt. Xiaotian, let me advise you. Your parents have nurtured you throughout your life. Even in times of discontent, one must not err. Your family is well off, having lived in comfort. Perhaps never having tasted hardship, that a slight inconvenience can lead to extreme thoughts. Allow me, Uncle Li, to counsel you. Do not make a grave mistake, that it is not too late to turn back, provided you have not yet taken that final step. As Li Yongming spoke, he tensed, poised to act. Xiaotian found himself both amused and exasperated that it was entirely his fault for being lazy and not placing the hammers further away. However, Uncle Li's leap of imagination to think he intended to harm his parents was quite excessive. Captain Li, you misunderstand. Those are merely props. Does a sane person wield such massive hammers? Moreover, if I were to resort to violence, there are far less gruesome methods. That I may be a university student, but I am no fool. With that, Xiaotian flung open the door wide, allowing Li Yongming a clear view. Oh! Upon seeing the full extent of the hammers, Li Yongming was momentarily taken aback that a hammer the size of an average adult could only be lifted by someone with superhuman strength. My apologies. I misunderstood. That be by the way, where are your parents? It seemed his curiosity was not easily quelled. Captain Li, if you wish to verify, feel free to call my parents. One works at the paper factory, and the other is at my aunt's house. Xiaotian's calm demeanor helped dispel some of the lingering doubts. Very well. You youngsters seem to have money to burn. That I assume these hammer models cost you quite a bit. Not much, just a few tens of thousands. With that, Li Yongming turned to leave. This was no longer a conversation worth having. Not much. A few tens of thousands. Do you have any idea how much my annual salary amounts to? Is being wealthy such a grand achievement? Does wealth grant one the license to use explosives for renovations? Xiaotian watched as Li Yongming disappeared down the corridor, finally exhaling in relief. Thankfully, no inspection of the hammers took place. Otherwise, his ruse would have been exposed. He resolved to exercise more caution in the future and made a mental note to remember this lesson. After closing the door, he busied himself for several hours, finally completing everything before retreating to his room for a deep slumber. Early the next morning, he was jolted awake by his phone ringing. Hello, son. When can I come home? What on earth are you up to? If you have a girlfriend, can't we just buy another house? Xiaotian suddenly realized his mother was quite adept at conversation. Yesterday, he had managed to out-talk Captain Li, and today, he nearly found himself at a loss against his mother. Why had they not been this generous before? Only now, with the prospect of a girlfriend. Were they willing to invest in a new home? No, Mom, I truly cannot explain everything to you right now. Just remember, I am doing this entirely for your and Dad's benefit. Do you really think I would harm you both? As long as I do not say I am coming back, you can stay peacefully at cousin's house. That reasoning seemed sound enough. How lowly would one have to stoop to wish harm upon their parents? Then please explain last night's explosives renovation and the hammer models. It seems Captain Li really did call to verify. However, Xiaotian held little resentment. After all, he was merely doing his duty for the safety of the community. One could not complain about a security guard like him. They should be grateful. The wardrobe collapsed yesterday, causing a disturbance downstairs. That as for the hammer models. A fortune teller mentioned I would face a calamity this year and advised me to acquire formidable weapons for protection. Nowadays, even a simple kitchen knife requires registration. Where am I supposed to find ferocious weapons? Antiques are an option, but given our financial situation, that seems unlikely. Thus, I spent a few tens of thousands on these models, thinking they might serve some purpose. After a lengthy explanation, there was silence on the other end of the line. After a moment, his mother's voice emerged softly. As long as you're happy. Beep! With that, the call ended at 18 noon, and in the evening, he ordered 2 substantial takeout meals. The quantity was immense, Comparable to 20 elbow dishes and 50 steaks from a hospital, he soon noticed the delivery driver glaring at him the entire time, as if he were embroiled in some scandalous affair. This made him quite uncomfortable. During the meal, Xiaotian suddenly had an epiphany. Wasn't he this the same delivery guy from before who had brought him food? No wonder he seemed so resentful. That evening, Xiaotian entered the nursery with over 300 pounds of iron hammers that he then sat cross-legged beneath the windowsill, awaiting the arrival of the Kappa. He had a nagging feeling that this incident would not simply pass without consequence. Sure enough, around 10 o'clock, a sound resounded from outside. Clap! A green hand slapped against the glass that Xiaotian did not even need to use the hammer. With a swift motion, he extended his left arm through the glass and seized the Kappa by its neck, yanking it back and crushing it in a single motion. Ding! Kappa slain, 200 experience points gained. Another 200 experience points added to his tally. Not bad at all. In the early hours, a blue-haired head poked through the hole in the glass. Crack! Ding! Kappa slain, 200 experience points gained. Xiaotian's arm moved like a dragon emerging from the water, swiftly completing the act of capture and destruction. On the floor lay 2 Kappa corpses, their scales glistening with slime, heads tilted and lying side by side. Above them sat Xiaotian, cross-legged, utterly bored. The scene, illuminated by moonlight, was hauntingly surreal. Chapter 028. Good advice is hard to give to the worthy of death. Great compassion does not save those who cut off their own paths. After waiting for some time, no further Kappa dared to come forth. Perhaps the mastermind behind it all recognized that Xiaotian was not to be trifled with and chose to withdraw. What a pity, such mobile experience points wasted. Initially, he had intended to slay a few more for a boost in experience, but with only 2 appearing, the unseen puppeteer had gone limp. Alas, fortunately, the special investigation team was also looking into the missing persons case. After all, one should not place all their eggs in one basket. Tomorrow morning, he planned to return to his cousin S' house, subtly probing for information or keeping a close watch on them to uncover the monster's lair. The reason the previous missing persons case had yielded no leads was that the crime scene bore no traces whatsoever, though it was unclear why Kappa had suddenly begun to appear and abduct people. It was evident that even a novice like him could find plenty of clues that if the police and Zhao Lei could not follow the trail to its source, it would be exceedingly disappointing. Experience points, 600 function, scan martial arts, fire refining golden body -0,6000, mastery. Perfect level, expanding C. Iron sand palm -0, 500 integration, expand. Focusing his mind, he allocated points to iron sand palm. The 500 suddenly became blurry, and a sharp pain coursed through his palms. The integration transformed into mastery, and the description underwent a change. Experience points, 100 function, scan martial arts. Fire refining golden body -0,6000, mastery. Perfect level. Expanding C. Iron sand palm -0,1000, mastery. Increased strength, akin to 2 bulls. His palms, forged like iron through 100 trials, are impervious to blades and toxins, indomitable. First move, Iron Bull pushes mountain. The palm strike surges like a raging bull, carrying immense force, capable of shattering earth and stone, utterly unstoppable. Second move, Iron Palm divides gold. The edge of the palm cuts, sharper than steel, with the tips piercing like a drill, capable of penetrating steel plates 5 inches thick. Third move, Iron Arm Copper Wall. The mighty iron palms unleash a continuous barrage, erecting a solid wall, as unyielding as a fortress, with palm power creating a barrier that crushes flesh and bone. His strength increased by 1 bull, and his palms became akin to iron forged through countless trials, now bearing the inscription of being immune to toxins, while he also learned a new palm technique. Quite impressive. He glanced at his phone and noticed that it was already 2:30 in the early morning. At that moment, the screen flickered and a notification from a forum popped up. Old Wong from next door is live streaming. Would you like to watch? Are today's streamers truly this dedicated? Streaming at 2:30 in the morning. Does he not fear a sudden heart attack? Feeling bored, he clicked on the notification. Newcomers, please hit that follow button. Today, Old Wong will be streaming a live robbery capture. My wife and child went back to her parents' house a few days ago, and I've called over 2 friends. Together, we'll scare this brazen thief. A middle-aged man in his 40s, quite portly, shouted at the phone screen. Beside him were two burly men, and oh wonder he needed two friends. With that physical condition, a minute of running would leave him gasping for breath. How could he possibly catch a thief? Let me tell you. Last night in the late hours, I heard noises in the living room while I was in the bedroom that it sounded like someone was pacing about, and I was so frightened that I trembled. Suddenly, there was a loud crash from the neighboring building, nearly making me wet myself. The intruder outside must have been scared off too, for he fled that I mustered the courage to peek through a crack in the door and vaguely saw a short figure. But this thief was truly dishonorable, leaving our living room in a mess with water stains and some mysterious goo. He must be a congenital defect or a homeless person abandoned by his parents. Raised on the streets. Thankfully, nothing was stolen, so I didn't call the police and decided to stream this tonight. Xiaotian rolled his eyes at old Wang's words. What a wild imagination he had. Fleshing out the thief's backstory, modern individuals in their quest for attention would rather not alert the authorities and instead plan to stream a robbery capture with friends. Any sane person would be cautious upon seeing goo. Wouldn't they? Observing the barrage of gifs on the screen, Xiaotian realized that this middle-aged man had succeeded. But had he ever considered that the thing he was dealing with wasn't human? With a sigh, Xiaotian quickly logged into a secondary account and typed in the live chat. Streamer, run. Call the police immediately. That's not a thief. It's a kappa. Within the live stream, this message was soon drowned out by a flood of comments. Here comes a promotion for a building enthusiast. Kappa. Bro, do you even know what a kappa is? Have you seen one? A group quickly followed suit, mocking his words. Seeing this, Xiaotian thought, well, good advice is wasted on the damned, and benevolence does not save the self-destructive that if you insist on courting death, I am powerless to stop you. Clatter, clatter. Here it comes. Here it comes. By the sound, it seems to be heading towards my bedroom. Viewers, today I will show you how I, Old Wang, catch thieves. Old Wang lowered his voice and leaned against the door, seemingly preparing for a surprise attack on whatever was outside. Watching this scene, Xiaotian thought it was sheer folly. If it were a common thief in the living room, he might have a chance of success. But how could a legendary creature like a kappa be scared off? Creak! Ah! Old Wang suddenly flung open the door and screamed. The viewers assumed he was trying to scare off a thief, but only Xiaotian recognized that this was a cry of terror. Then, a creature with large, sharp eyes, a protruding nose, and 4 sharp teeth on both the upper and lower jaws, its fur shimmering with a faint blue glow, appeared on the live stream. Thud! The phone fell to the ground, and everyone saw that Old Wang seemed to be dragged away. Help, help! The voice gradually faded until it was no longer audible. This is what you get for courting death and mocking me. Good riddance. I had the decency to warn you out of camaraderie as fellow residents of Z County. Xiaotian was not a savior. Who knew where this Old Wang was? Moreover, after waiting all night, he felt somewhat fatigued. He turned off his phone, preparing to return to his room for sleep. Help, help! Hadn't I warned the streamer to run and call the police promptly? I wouldn't be burdened by guilt. Surely the cries echoed in his ears. Wait, that voice seems to be coming from outside the building. That Xiaotian gripped a heavy hammer and leaned out to look over the balcony. That he saw a figure, less than a meter tall, carrying away the portly silhouette of Old Wang at great speed. To his surprise, this Old Wang also resided in Mingzhu Courtyard. The loud crash that had nearly frightened him into submission and scared off the kappa was likely the sound of him crushing the first kappa the previous night. Without further hesitation, Xiaotian swiftly leaped from the balcony and stealthily followed. Do not misunderstand. He was not going to save anyone, that he merely intended to trace the source of this kappa-controlling individual. What happened today would be resolved today. After all, he had no intention of assaulting their stronghold. The life of that portly man? Please. If he acted, he would surely expose himself, confronting the hidden masterminds directly. Xiaotian had yet to ascertain the full strength of this organization. How could he recklessly charge in? What if he were outmatched? Wouldn't that cost him his life? His death mattered little. But what of his parents? Would he send them to the grave before their time? Besides, during the live broadcast, he had already warned Old Wang that if he did not take heed, who could he blame? He was merely a college student wishing to protect his family, not a savior radiating divine light. Chapter 029. Unless a miracle occurs, old Wang's cries for help grew increasingly weak, until they faded into nothingness that he had been hoisted over the shoulder of the Kappa. Likely feeling dizzy and nauseous from the bumpy ride to Tob Fair, this short creature, while diminutive, possessed astonishing strength. Carrying a nearly 200-pound middle-aged man over such a distance at a steady pace showcased its formidable power. The only pity was that the three Kappas had chosen to invade He Rulong's home, inadvertently encountering him, the fortunate one with newfound abilities. Had it been just a day earlier, he would have been singing a mournful tune. The two raced ahead, swift as the wind. Half an hour later, they left Z County and arrived at an abandoned factory by the riverside. This factory had been forsaken since his high school days due to its discharge of sewage into the river, prompting authorities to intervene. Once clear, the waters had become murky over the years, only to gradually improve after several years of remediation. However, compared to its former clarity, it now seemed a far cry from pristine. Xiaotian observed from a distance. Ever since cultivating the fire-forging body, he had sharpened his senses significantly. Within an hour, 3 to 4 dozen Kappas appeared, each carrying an adult, with only one woman among them. He could not fathom their intentions for abducting so many people. Moreover, the methods behind the previous disappearances were seamless, leaving the police without a clue. But why, after just 2 days, had their approach become so crude? Just as he was about to depart, intending to keep a low profile for a while, he suddenly heard the sound of vehicles approaching. At least 30 vehicles. Are they from the same faction? Or is there another hidden, vile entity? Xiaotian felt a surge of confusion. How could a remote place like Z County attract such a horde of monsters? No, when dawn breaks, I must persuade my parents to leave. We cannot stay any longer. A few Kappas may be manageable, but I fear the emergence of something beyond my ability to contend with. Recent orders from the paper factory? Please, what is more important, money or life? What good is wealth if one is lost? Police? What a rare occurrence, police officers. It makes sense. He could follow the trail of the Kappas here to the abandoned factory. The criminal investigation officers would certainly possess the skills to trace the source. Could it be that Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun from the special investigation team are also here? However, if those two struggle against a mere butcher, how could they deal with the 40-plus Kappas inside the factory? Had reinforcements from the provincial city been dispatched? He held 2 iron hammers and crouched in place, unwilling to leave. That Xiaotian was eager to see just how formidable these so-called extraordinary individuals truly were. Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun were indeed capable, but too weak that in a real confrontation, Xiaotian believed he could reduce them to mere pancakes with just 2 strikes. That if the nation's special institutions trained individuals of their caliber, then there would be no hope. They might as well sit at home and await the world's end. Director Huang, the situation is urgent. You are in charge of the perimeter defense. Remember, if it's not human, shoot to kill without hesitation. Zhao Lei stepped out of the police vehicle, his demeanor serious, even resolute as he addressed Director Huang. Senior, why not wait for more extraordinary individuals to arrive from above? Zhou Yun quietly asked from the side, feeling Zhao Lei had lost his mind. Though a powerful individual had come from the provincial city yesterday, only 3 were capable of entering the factory to fight. How could they win? Wasn't he that merely delivering themselves to death? While we could choose to remain passive, waiting for reinforcements to secure Z County and more extraordinary individuals to arrive from the provincial city, we can afford to wait, but the victims who have been abducted cannot. The purpose of the nation training us is to protect the people. We must resolve this issue, and we must rescue the people. That if we can heartlessly ignore their lives, do you think we still have a reason to exist? Alternatively, let me pose it this way. If your loved ones or friends were inside, maybe even you, would you wish for me to remain in the police station, ignoring your life while slowly waiting? Xiaotian was indeed at a distance, yet his hearing was remarkably acute. Zhao Lei's words resonated clearly in his ears. He had to concede that while this fellow might possess somewhat limited strength, his resolve was something that Xiaotian felt he could never match. At the very least, Xiaotian believed that sacrificing himself for others was simply out of the question, unless that person happened to be his parents. Brother Peng, it all rests on you. After giving his instructions to Director Huang, Zhao Lei turned to a young man. Bathed in the moonlight, Xiaotian discerned the young man's features that he was a fair-skinned fellow, likely around 25 or 6, adorned with a diamond-studded earring. Clad in a white suit with a red flower pinned to his chest, he exuded the air of a wealthy young master. Utterly ostentatious, Xiaotian couldn't help but roll his eyes. This man did not seem like someone there to resolve issues, but rather as if he were on an outing. It can be confirmed that there are no fewer than 50 kappa within the factory, alongside an unspecified number of white spirits, as well as a boss-level figure. Based on my assessment, their strength is at least that of a black spirit. My ability can entangle the leader and the white spirits. But should their numbers exceed 20, I will be powerless. You two will need to fend off all the kappa. A mere 5 minutes will suffice. Now, I need to ascertain once more whether you, Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun, are willing to enter the factory to rescue the hostages. Once you nod, there will be no turning back. According to my calculations, your chances of survival are just shy of 100%. That 1% hinges on the occurrence of a miracle. But everyone knows that miracles are deemed such precisely because their probabilities are almost zero. That should you choose to withdraw, the school will not hold it against you. This matter is entirely beyond your capabilities, and resolving the case at the Xiaotian slaughterhouse will add a significant highlight to your resumes. Brother Peng, spare us the rhetoric. It takes 1,000 days to nurture soldiers, but only a moment to employ them. When the country came to me, they foretold of a day like this. Since I, Zhao Lei, proposed immediate action instead of waiting for reinforcements, I have made my decision. As for the credit for the Xiaotian slaughterhouse case, that belongs to the mysterious figure X, not me. Zhao Lei displayed commendable fortitude, asserting his responsibility while partaking in the state's resources, that he could not abandon the victims to their fate. Such an act was beyond him. Excuse me. May I interrupt? Are we police officers truly unable to intervene in such exceptional cases? Director Huang interjected. This middle-aged man, steeped in goji berries from his thermos, was stirred to fervor by Zhao Lei's impassioned speech. The three of them shook their heads in unison that if it were possible, who would willingly forsake over 100 armed police officers? Ordinary people could never contend with spirits. Their only recourse was to flee. Of course, the greater likelihood was death. Alas, the personnel are simply too few. Otherwise, how could reinforcements be so delayed? The new recruits at the school are inadequate. Their arrival is akin to a death sentence. The young master known as Brother Peng sighed. Rest assured, upon entering the factory, I will immediately unleash my inner energy. The 50 or so kappa can be held at bay for a time. Zhou Yun, you shall manage control, as there happens to be a river nearby. Zhao Lei patted his chest. Asserting his confidence that as his words fell, the three gradually faded into the vast night. Director Huang and the other officers stood in solemn respect. Here in Z County, their territory, they were now calling upon others to risk their lives. Frankly, some felt a sense of suffocation. They wished to fight alongside but found themselves with no opportunity. But Xiaotian crouched in place. His eyes narrowed into slits. Though young, he was not so naive as to be swept up by Zhao Lei's fervent words. It was not that he was heartless. Rather, he was acutely aware of his own circumstances. Life is singular. Once lost, one truly bids farewell to the world. He hesitated, pondering whether to remain a bystander, watching others fight for his hometown, or to follow behind and assess the pros and cons before deciding to take action. Brother Peng, adorned with an earring, sounded formidable that he claimed he could withstand black spirits and no more than 20 white spirits. While Xiaotian was unclear about the nature of these spirits, they only needed to fend off approximately 50 kappa to rescue the victims to Xiaotian. Kappa were akin to moving 200 points of experience. Wait a moment, this is a deal that cannot possibly incur losses. How remarkable. He had seemingly inherited his father's mercantile instinct. Xiaotian resolved that if everything progressed smoothly, he would strike the kappa. 50 of them amounted to 1,000 experience points, enough to elevate his fire-refining body by another level. In this world that had undergone tremendous upheaval, he would gain the strength to protect his family and himself. 500 meters from the abandoned factory, over 30 police vehicles surrounded it, each officer bearing a serious expression, guns at the ready, vigilant against any unforeseen occurrences. Xiaotian blinked, realizing just how high the caliber of Z County's police officers was. Rising to his feet, He hefted a massive iron hammer weighing over 300 pounds and stepped forward. Who goes there? A throng of officers, alerted by the commotion, swiftly aimed their weapons in Xiaotian's direction. In truth, this was a reluctant response. First, the moonlight was ample. Even at the dead of night, normal people's vision remained relatively clear. Secondly, the police had cordoned off the abandoned factory so tightly that despite Xiaotian's speed, he could not escape the gaze of over 100 pairs of eyes. At that point, he would likely be met with gunfire. He had no desire to test whether bullets were mightier than fire refining body. Of course, Xiaotian's audacity to stride out confidently stemmed from Zhao Lei's earlier remark. The case at the Zhongqing slaughterhouse was the work of the mysterious figure X, not his own. It was evident that he had caught the attention of the state, that asked the director of a bureau. Old Huang's claim of ignorance regarding the events was something Xiaotian found hard to believe. Furthermore, had any police officer ever fired their weapon without provocation? The state explicitly mandated that firearms could only be discharged in dire situations. Prior to aiming at a person, a warning shot must be fired. This was an unshakable prerequisite. Should the other side make any sudden moves, he could simply turn and flee. The effective range of a police handgun was not particularly far. Under the cover of night, even with the moon's illumination, the accuracy would be considerably compromised. Otherwise, they would not dare to kill Xiaotian, lest they face the consequences of revealing themselves. X. Indeed, upon sighting the golden X emblem emblazoned upon his chest, Director Huang gasped in astonishment. He had personally entered the slaughterhouse. Witnessing the chaos firsthand, that it was as if two frenzied rhinoceroses were battling, leaving a scene of utter disarray. The other officers stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across their faces. He wielded a hammer the size of an adult, surely weighing over 300 pounds. Gazing at the lethal spikes on the hammerhead, they swallowed hard that a single blow would undoubtedly reduce both flesh and bones to a gruesome pulp. I heard Zhao Lei was in trouble, so I came to take a look. Xiaotian's voice, slightly hoarse, reached Director Huang's ears. Wonderful. You are the hero of Z County. Director Huang's words left Xiaotian momentarily speechless. To be frank, the title of hero was something he felt he could not bear. It was not a matter of false modesty. Had he stood up immediately after Zhao Lei's stirring oratory, he would undoubtedly have been worthy of such a title. However, weighing the risks and potential outcomes, he had only emerged when he deemed it necessary, that he truly felt undeserving. Make way, make way. Huang barked a few commands, urging his officers to clear a path. Thank you. With that, Xiaotian leapt forward, soaring 5 to 6 meters into the air. Landing as softly as a feather, he sped towards the abandoned factory under the moonlight. Good heavens! Was this the exceptional case the dashing young man had mentioned, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals? Two massive iron hammers combined weighed at least 600 or 700 pounds, that if you could leap 5 to 6 meters high, as if lifting a plastic model, we might accept that. But landing without a sound? Are you even human? Indeed, those who participated were truly extraordinary. Xiaotian slipped into the abandoned factory and immediately concealed himself behind a crumbling wall. Cautiously, he peered out to observe the interior of the factory. In the center stood a stone sculpture, depicting a lion seated upon a throne. Wait, no, its head was human, that a sphinx. What could this symbolize? Surrounding the sculpture were heaps of unconscious individuals that a quick glance revealed roughly 200. Nearing 300 in total, almost the entirety of Z County's recent missing persons. Additionally, around 50 Kappa and over 10 ethereal white shadows hovered in the air, confronting Zhao Lei and the others. Those white shadows, are they the spirits they spoke of? What exactly is your objective? Brother Peng, adorned with diamond-studded earrings, inquired. He could not believe that there was no one orchestrating this behind the scenes. Kappa and white spirits possessed intellect akin to that of beasts, acting purely on instinct. Their intrusion into the county to abduct people was not typical of wild creatures. Regrettably, no one answered his query, or rather, those lurking in the shadows had already conveyed their intentions through their actions. Swish! Over 50 Kappa transformed into azure shadows, racing swiftly towards the trio. Zaole! The man with diamond-studded earrings shouted. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhao Lei's physique expanded more than twofold, towering nearly 3 meters tall. Except for his trousers, the rest of his garments shredded into tatters, transforming into mere strips of fabric. His skin gleamed with a gray metallic sheen, offering a visually striking spectacle. Was it customary to burst out of one's clothes in a disagreement? Impressive. My Zhao lay. Boom! He stepped forward. His right hand clenched into a fist, striking the ground with tremendous force. The earth shattered in an instant, and the dozen or so rushing Kappa were immediately engulfed, rendered immobile on the other side. Xiaotian retrieved 3 small gourds from behind her waist. Each gourd was not large, roughly the thickness of an adult man's forearm. She swiftly removed the corks, and 3 streams of liquids surged forth. The liquids then spread out, shooting towards the Kappa struggling to surface. Hiss! A sharp, corrosive sound echoed as the Kappa covered their eyes with their hands, shrieking in pain. Witnessing this, Xiaotian couldn't help but blink, though his body was as tough as steel. Even he would likely falter if such liquids splashed into his eyes that he pondered, why were all those from the Xiaotian slaughterhouse lying helplessly on the ground? Yet, in this abandoned factory, they transformed into superhumans. One capable of swelling to the size of a pig and exhibiting terrifying strength. With just one strike, the earth could crumble. Indeed, the depth was merely a few meters, but compared to that night, when a butcher turned pale from a single blow, it was astonishing. In midair, more than a dozen white phantoms swirled together, lunging at the earring-clad man. Seat. The temperature within the abandoned factory plummeted to freezing point, and an ice wall emerged, trapping the phantoms within and freezing their movements. This time, it was Xiaotian who was left dumbfounded. Truly, these extraordinary individuals possessed the ability of ice from the natural world. Drink! Zhao Lei displayed his might, charging into the midst of the Kappa, delivering powerful punches. Bang! With one strike, a skull fractured, and the diminutive creature perished instantly. The MY experience points, the Kappa, while ugly, were indeed a source of living experience points. At that moment, Xiaotian yearned to shout, "Stop! Release those Kappa and let me take over." Puff! Before he could act, Zhao Lei, in the midst of his rampage, suddenly fell to his knees, that a blade tip protruded from his chest. Blood gushed forth like a stream, pooling on the ground. Behind him stood a shadowy figure, wielding a dao. Ha ha! How fortuitous! I have stumbled upon you without effort. With the blood of the 3 of you, it will be sufficient for the gluttonous king to manifest a doppelganger. The shadow laughed maniacally. Resembling a true villain from reality, did I in that instant. The factory seemed to have hit the pause button. Everyone stood frozen, gazing at the newcomer. Are you the mastermind behind the missing persons case? The earring-clad man inquired, frowning, his eyes burning with the desire to rend the shadow apart. Strictly speaking, I am also the one behind the Xiaotian slaughterhouse. However, I lack the patience to explain this to you. Once you are dead, you can inquire with King Yama in hell. Xiaotian, hidden behind the ruins, blinked. Brother, you're not playing by the rules. From the looks of it, you've already taken control of the situation. Why not share the joy of victory with your adversary? The shadow slowly withdrew the dao from Zhao Lei's chest, waving his hand towards the remaining Kappa. Capture them. Prepare for a blood sacrifice. The once formidable Zhao Lei had barely maintained his dominance for a minute before he lay defeated. Zhou Yun, as a support, was not faring much better. Her abilities leaned towards control, and though she carried highly corrosive aqua regia, it could not alter the tide of battle. The Kappa swarmed her, overwhelming her in an instant. As for the earring-clad man, although he had frozen a dozen phantoms, the Kappa soon broke free and charged towards him. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, let alone such a multitude. Only the black phantoms can control the white phantoms. How can you, a mere human, command them? The earring-clad man struggled to hold on, wielding an ice sword in each hand to fend off the Kappa's onslaught. He had to admit, this fellow was indeed skilled. The ice swords could slice through the Kappa's scales and hard shells, causing the swarm to falter in their assault. Because I possess this. The shadow raised the dao in his hand, unabashedly answering his question. After all, the 3 sudden arrivals would soon become sacrificial offerings. Extraordinary beings. Indeed, as the words fell, the shadow moved, appearing above the ice wall. The dao flashed, and the ice shattered. Dozens of white phantoms immediately lunged at the earring-clad man. Seal! Once again, a fierce shout rang out, but this time, it was not the white phantoms that were sealed, but himself that a massive ice sphere materialized, blocking all enemies outside. Come out! The shadow, having returned to Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun's side unbeknownst to anyone, placed the Dao against their necks. Surrender and spare their lives. Perhaps you few can still await reinforcements. Xiaotian rolled his eyes. Encountering such a glitch plot was truly exasperating. It seemed the time had come to reap experience points. No. Such a crass statement could not possibly be uttered by a patriotic youth like myself. It should rather be said that it was time to save the world. The earring-clad man felt utterly frustrated. If the ice sphere was released, all three would perish. Yet if he did not act, Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun would likely meet their demise. Despicable and shameless. All extraordinary beings deserve to die. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, Xiaotian made his move. With a single strike, he unleashed a devastating blow. Boom! The remnants of the factory exploded, and an unexpected guest, engulfed in roaring flames, emerged, wielding two adult-sized, spiked hammers. He charged straight for the shadow. Moving with lightning speed, the dual hammers carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds crashing down upon him. Boom! The shadow had no time to spare. He swiftly dodged this lethal strike. After all, he was still human, a flesh and blood being that a single blow from those heavy hammers would turn him into mush. Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun were immediately thrown back by the immense force, crashing into the throng of people in the center of the factory. Puff! Poor Zhao Lei, already severely wounded, felt the impact of Xiaotian's nearly 10,000-pound strike as it created a crater 5 meters wide upon impact. The sheer force was astounding. However, it was better to be injured than to lose one's life entirely. After all, his ability was tempered steel. He should be able to endure, right? If Zhao Lei could hear Xiaotian's internal musings, he would likely be furious. Should be? Damn it. Chapter 032, The Ferocity of the Heavy Hammer, Part 2. Who are you? The shadow inquired gravely. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of the uninvited guest, the Xiaotian paid him no mind, brandishing two hammers weighing over 300 pounds, charging at the Kappa. Experience points, here I come. Boom! With one mighty swing, 3 Kappa were smashed to a pulp, dead beyond revival. Boom! Boom! Ding! Killed a Kappa, gained 200 experience points. Ding! Killed. Notifications flooded the top left corner of his vision, causing Xiaotian to soar with delight. The earring-clad man stood in shock. Was this the mysterious figure Zhao Lei spoke of? Wherever Xiaotian passed, blood and flesh flew. The concrete floor shattered, leaving behind massive craters. The shadow was furious, feeling as if he might explode. Where did this brute come from? Whose child was so poorly supervised? These were the legendary creatures, Kappa. Their strength was comparable to 3 adult men, with the strongest among them being at least 5. Their scales and hard shells rendered them nearly invulnerable. It was no exaggeration to say that with 50 Kappa, he could dominate Z County without opposition. Coupled with over a dozen white phantoms and the Dao in his hand, he was an absolute tyrant. Yet now, a formidable challenger had emerged, unleashing a barrage of crushing blows without hesitation that in the time it took to blink. Xiaotian had already dispatched most of the Kappa. Only a handful of the diminutive creatures remained, and they were now fleeing. The greatest instinct of a beast is to flee when it knows it cannot win. Xiaotian would not show mercy to let them escape. If they ran, how could he enhance his fire-forged body? Stop! The shadow roared, brandishing his long Dao as he charged forward. Although you are formidable, I am no slouch, either. Xiaotian casually hurled one of his hammers at the advancing shadow. Then, without a glance, pursued the fleeing Kappa. Bosses are best saved for last. After all, he had undeniably attracted a significant amount of aggro, and it seemed this fellow was determined not to let him go. The Kappa, however, would truly vanish if allowed to escape. The shadow raised his Dao high. Adopting a stance to cleave, he was confident in the sharpness of his blade, that a mere hammer could not cleave through it. He would willingly sacrifice himself. Crash! Then he was sent flying. What? Such hardness and force! It seemed he could not cut through it, and it was highly likely he would be struck by the hammer. Boom! The shadow and his Dao were sent crashing into the concrete wall by Xiaotian's powerful blow. The earring-clad man thought, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? With such a powerhouse in Z County, what need do I have to exist?" Cough, cough, the shadow emerged from the rubble, feeling as though several of his bones had shattered. Since becoming an extraordinary being, he had experienced a significant enhancement in his physical abilities, yet this was the first time he had sustained such severe injuries. Looking at the massive spiked hammer at his feet, his eyes twitched. "Are you a devil?" A hammer weighing over 300 pounds felt as light as a toy when wielded, yet it could unleash tremendous power when thrown. "Just how immense was your strength?" He raised his Dao and examined it. He nearly suffered a heart attack, for the exquisitely crafted blade bore cracks. The razor-sharp edge had several nicks. This discovery nearly caused him to spit blood. "My blade!" With damage to the Dao, his strength would inevitably decline. This was the flaw of extraordinary beings. All their abilities were contingent upon exceptional items. Outside the factory, Xiaotian wielded his hammers, chasing after the fleeing Kappa. Though these diminutive creatures were swift, he was evidently faster. As long as he caught up, it was a single, decisive blow. Both the creature and its shell were driven into the ground, resulting in a gruesome demise. Director Huang, along with his team of officers stationed outside, were taken aback upon witnessing the appearance of the Kappa. Even with prior mental preparation, the sight of such fantastical beings materializing in the real world was utterly shocking. Is this still the world we know? How could such monsters spring forth to wreak havoc? Subsequently, they beheld Xiaotian, the enigmatic figure X, emerging from the abandoned factory, engulfed in flames and wielding a massive iron hammer. He relentlessly pursued the Kappa, delivering crushing blows with glee. Bang! They could even feel the tremors of the earth beneath them. "Gulp! Director, are we dreaming?" the deputy director stammered, his hands trembling, unable to steady his weapon. Earlier, as Xiaotian brandished the hammer, he had attributed his extraordinary strength to innate prowess. With over 1 billion people in Huagua, encountering a few exceptionally gifted individuals wasn't too surprising. Yet, the hard-shelled dwarf was a definite mythological entity. Especially now, as Xiaotian was ablaze with intense flames. Goodness! Even a magician would hesitate to engage in such theatrics. After systematically dispatching the remaining Kappa, Xiaotian returned to the factory, brimming with satisfaction. Inside awaited a formidable boss, and Bai Chui. Eager for his attention, he wondered how much experience he could garner this time. Right. He should ask Zhao Lei and the others for a few 100,000 later. Surely that's not unreasonable. After all, he had just saved their lives. Plus, he had vanquished the shadow and rescued hundreds. Shouldn't they reward he with a bonus? He mused that his previous exploits at the Zhongqing slaughterhouse should not go unrecognized either. With this thought, Xiaotian felt even more exhilarated. Not only could he gain tens of thousands of experience points, but it seemed he could also pocket a tidy sum that it wasn't greed. Rather, enhancing his martial arts level required substantial resources. Dining out was out of the question. Barely surviving on a bit of ginseng soup was all he could manage. Entering the factory, he noticed the shadow cradling his Tang Dao in solitude, exuding sorrow that he could even feel a twinge of sympathy. What was this? A love affair between man and blade. "You are doomed," the shadow spat upon seeing Xiaotian return, bitterness lacing his words. Everything had been proceeding according to plan, despite a few minor hiccups along the way. However, this mysterious figure wielding 2 massive hammers possessed far too much destructive power. Just when his scheme was on the verge of success, it abruptly fell apart. "Put down your hammer and surrender." Had he lost his mind? Xiaotian was utterly perplexed. That previous forceful strike hadn't landed on the Shadow's head. Had it? Otherwise, why utter such foolish words? "If you do not surrender, I will kill both of them along with these people." The Shadow was resolute. Even if he couldn't fulfill the organization's directives, he would ensure Xiaotian paid for his grievances. As for the aftermath, who cared? What does it matter to me? Xiaotian believed he was no fool. The individuals present bore no significant relation to him, except for Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun, who were involved due to Z County's predicament. But alas, he was not one to sacrifice himself for others. unless, of course, his parents happened to be among the captives. This caught the shadow off guard. You don't care for the lives of over 100 people. If the authorities find out, won't you face internal punishment? Chapter 033, The Ferocity of the Heavy Hammer. Part 2, The earring-clad man felt rather helpless. Realizing that the enigmatic figure X was merely a civilian oddity, not a member of any governing body, the atmosphere within the abandoned factory grew awkward for a moment. Xiaotian scrutinized the enormous ice sphere. Frowning, the Kappa had already been dispatched. What was the shadow still hiding within? There were over a dozen by Chui, which he showed no fear of. He could handle the shadow. Did modern individuals truly enjoy slacking off? Earring man, can you honestly say you deserve the rank of third-level inspector and the 10,000 yuan given to you by the state? Iceman, come out and eliminate him. Otherwise, I will first kill your teammates. And then these ordinary people. Ah, how clever of you, big boss, to think of utilizing Earring Man against him. Come out, I have a big treasure to show you. Xiaotian shouted at the ice sphere while raising his heavy hammer. Earring Man thought to himself, what the hell? Show me a treasure. I don't believe you for a second, you brutish man. Just a moment ago, I witnessed the shadow receiving a humiliating defeat at your hands. With my frail physique, a single blow from you would surely send me to the afterlife, awaiting a memorial service from my colleagues. Boom! Xiaotian moved, a bolt of lightning, and charged toward the shadow's position. Simultaneously, he leaped high, hammer in both hands, summoning a cataclysmic force as he brought it crashing down. Damn it! The shadow cursed internally. Hadn't they just been bantering? Why was he so quick to resort to violence now? As the enraged Xiaotian unleashed his full strength with a single strike, it was not something easily endured. His astonishing speed left the shadow with no choice but to brace himself with his blade. Rumble! And then calamity befell the shadow. The earring man could clearly see, under the moonlight, the extraordinary Tang Dao shattering upon impact. Indeed, it shattered, rather than merely bending. The elegantly crafted blade fragmented into over 100 pieces. Goodness, that hurt, if only this could be captured. The school could potentially produce another extraordinary individual. But was the mysterious figure X truly that formidable? Each extraordinary item's durability exceeded imagination. With a massive iron hammer, he could obliterate it. Just how much strength did he possess? The shadow was utterly dumbfounded. Was his source of power truly gone? Almost immediately, a sharp pain in his chest confirmed it. Yes, it was indeed gone. Boom! A line of blood arced through the air, splattering onto the ground, and the shadow, the behind-the-scenes boss, was embedded into the cement wall. He was unable to extricate himself. Had it not been for the Tang Dao absorbing most of the impact, he would have surely been reduced to nothing by then. Ding! The vengeful spirit's blade has suffered severe damage, earning 5,000 experience points. What? A shattered blade is worth 5,000 experience points? Xiaotian was astounded. This was even more powerful than the pig's resentment. If it had been his former self, he would likely have been kneeling before the shadow today, singing praises of submission. Just as the blade shattered, over a dozen white phantoms surged forth, charging at Xiaotian. As a valiant hammer wielder, how could he fear such specters? Without hesitation, he swung his massive hammer down upon them. Did I care not for what you are? I shall simply strike. The blazing heavy hammer met them in an instant. Hiss! Hiss! Clouds of black smoke billowed from the Bai Chui, and the flames upon the hammer were doused as if splashed with cold water, nearly extinguished. Xiaotian's inner energy was significantly depleted in that moment. However, compared to his vast reservoir of inner strength, this expenditure was negligible. Ding! Killed by Chui, earned 100 experience points. The notifications in the upper left corner of his vision flashed 11 times in succession. Is their strength truly that low? The vengeful spirit's blade? The ability to control by Chui stemmed from that Tang Dao, didn't he it? Goodness! The shadow seethed as he watched his carefully nurtured by Chui fall to Xiaotian's hammer, spitting blood in frustration. Why would such a figure emerge in this remote Z county? This masked brute could surely contend with legendary monsters. Well then, the pre-meal soup is quite delightful. It's your turn now. Xiaotian flashed a smile at the shadow embedded in the wall. A smile he considered amiable. Unfortunately, with his pig-nosed mask, the shadow could not see it. Patter, patter, dragging the hammer with one hand. He advanced step by step toward the shadow in the hushed factory. The sound of footsteps and the dragging of the hammer echoed like the death knell, instilling profound fear. I surrender. You truly are a clever little rascal. Xiaotian had not anticipated the shadow would be so devoid of dignity that in truth, he couldn't be blamed for waving the white flag after the destruction of the vengeful spirit blade. Apart from possessing a physique over 3 times stronger than an ordinary person, he had nothing left. Faced with the ferocious Xiaotian, it would be remarkable if the shadow did not surrender. Moreover, could one expect a villain to possess integrity? If they had any, they wouldn't be committing such nefarious deeds. Nevertheless, Xiaotian had no intention of letting him go, while the Tang Dao and the Kappa provided the bulk of the experience points. This fellow would surely contribute a decent amount as well. Even a few hundred points would be a worthy addition. Crack! The sound of shattering came from behind, and Xiaotian didn't need to turn around to know it was the earring man emerging from the ice sphere. X. Do not kill him yet. I need to ask a few questions. His tone was not forceful, but rather tinged with a request. X. Was he referring to me? Xiaotian glanced down at the gilded X emblazoned on his chest. Ask. After all, this was a member of the authorities. It was best to avoid enmity where possible. The shadow was already his captive. With the vengeful spirit's blade shattered, what could he possibly use to contend against him? Were you the one orchestrating the Xiaotian slaughterhouse? What is your purpose in Z County? Also, regarding the missing persons case, your previous actions were impeccably executed. Why did you command the Kappa to leave so many flaws? And what about the organization lurking behind you? The earring man's inquiries eased the shadow's tension. As long as he remained valuable, there was no need to fear being smashed into a pancake by the brute. After all, you are merely a peculiar individual awakened by the masses. How could you possibly contend with the relevant authorities? Therefore, in order to preserve his own life, he cooperatively stated, the Xiaotian slaughterhouse is part of the plan that I utilize the blade of vengeful spirits to slice open a rift the length of a pinky finger. The breath of the netherworld poured forth, causing the long-standing malevolence within the slaughterhouse to undergo a transformation, resulting in one of the butchers becoming eroded and turning into a vengeful entity. Furthermore, due to the emergence of this vengeful body, many of the meats became, to varying extents, imbued with a trace of that aura. Should the vengeful body metamorphose into a monster, it could, in an instant, ensnare the population of over 300,000 in County Z for its own purposes. Regrettably, the process of transformation encountered some issues, leading to a premature outbreak among those who consumed the meat laden with malevolence from the slaughterhouse. If only the pigs had been granted a few more days, success would have been assured. The multitude of flaws left behind was solely due to the inadequacy of my sway, even with the blade of vengeful spirits. I still needed to expend considerable effort to maintain control. The arrival of the gluttonous king cannot be delayed any further. As for the organization behind me, you must guarantee my safety and absolve me of my crimes. Once I am safe, you will not pursue the matters I conducted in County Z, and I will provide a detailed account of my organization to the state. No sooner had he finished speaking than a spiked iron hammer flew towards him. In the astonished gaze of the shadowy figure, it struck his skull with tremendous force. Bang! Blood sprayed and bones shattered. The man with ear studs stared in disbelief. Chapter 034. The Discourse of Peculiar Individuals. What in the world is this? Brother, he hasn't even revealed the organization behind him. What does a hammer to the head signify? Ding. Killed the peculiar individual Zhou Zheng, gained 1,000 experience points. Xiaotian stroked his chin, realizing that this fellow's threat level plummeted significantly once he was stripped of the blade of vengeful spirits. He was barely comparable to the vengeful pigs within the Xiaotian slaughterhouse, merely worth 1,000 experience points. The reason for killing the shadow was to prevent the man with ear studs from agreeing too readily. What choice would he make then? If he truly acquiesced to learning about that unnamed organization, wouldn't that be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Although the likelihood of the shadow discovering his identity was minimal. He was a man with a pronounced persecution complex. Thus, deciding to act decisively, he took advantage of the man with ear stud silence to smash the shadow to death. The dead are of little value, especially for a deeply sinful individual who might harbor enmity towards this mysterious figure. He chose not to speak, so I made the choice for him. The man with ear studs rolled his eyes, inwardly muttering that the choice he made was likely the one the shadow most dreaded to see. Now I have 2 questions that require your answers, Xiaotian said, brandishing the hammer as he approached him. Please keep your hammer at a distance before you question me. I fear you might strike me down if you become displeased. What distinguishes peculiar individuals from those who are extraordinary? The man with ear studs breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Xiaotian was going to ask some confidential matter. A peculiar individual possesses innate talents, such as Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun.1 can harden oneself, while the other can manipulate liquids.as for me. I wield the ice of nature, relying on my own abilities, which qualifies me as a peculiar individual. Conversely, those who utilize extraordinary items are termed extraordinary individuals. For instance, the shadow from earlier, whose ability to control by sway stems from that tang knife. He previously mentioned that the rift at the Xiaotian slaughterhouse was cut by him. Generally speaking, individuals who can accomplish such feats through their own strength are exceedingly rare worldwide. Hence, extraordinary individuals tend to be powerful and enigmatic, as their powers derive from external sources, sparing them the need for arduous cultivation. However, they too possess weaknesses. Once the extraordinary item is destroyed, their strength is nearly obliterated. The man with ear studs refrained from voicing certain thoughts. He was wary of being struck by Xiaotian. The shadow's tang knife was undoubtedly in a weakened state. Otherwise, it would not have exhibited such diminished strength. Tio cut open a rift to the netherworld. Even one merely the length of a pinky finger was still a formidable feat. For my second question, are there many special cases erupting in first and second-tier cities? Every so often, a case will arise. However, those cities are guarded by powerful individuals. Many peculiar individuals and extraordinary entities are concealed within the country. And within a maximum of 2 months, a large-scale inspection will occur. Suddenly, those with no criminal records will be recruited that if one does not wish to enter the system, they must at least register and be monitored until it is determined that they pose no danger and can effectively control their abilities. As for those with criminal records, they may face lighter penalties, such as being assigned to address various special cases, or, in more severe instances, being executed. Xiaotian pondered this, for it was indeed the case that anyone who suddenly discovered themselves to be superhuman might harbor some mischievous thoughts. Of course, besides himself, who had merely been contemplating survival and development, it was likely that others with extraordinary abilities were also causing chaos. If you have relatives in County Z, I advise you to relocate to a first or second-tier city as soon as possible. The transportation here is simply beyond my capacity for criticism. First, it requires a 6-hour flight, followed by another 6-hour drive, that if you had an airport, I doubt I would be the only one to arrive this time. Moreover, should another entity of destructive power akin to the shadow appear, County Z would not be so fortunate. The man with ear studs spoke the truth. The protection of cities prioritized critical areas. After all, those regions housed more people. The 3 of them were merely fortuitously present. Of course, this is merely my suggestion. While County Z may be somewhat remote, it must be acknowledged that since the onset of special cases a year ago, this is the only occurrence you've faced. However, if you wish to enhance your own strength, moving is imperative. That I presume that when you crushed by Sway and the Kappa earlier, you sensed a trace of energy emanating from them that contributed to your growth. Yes, be it peculiar individuals or extraordinary entities, to continually strengthen oneself, one must consistently vanquish these malevolent spirits. Otherwise, unless you can daily cultivate using energy crystals, you should seek out trouble with these miscreants. Energy crystals? Xiaotian inexplicably recalled the crystalline structures within the food street alleys. You are not affiliated with the system. Yet you are unaware of energy crystals? Those things are essences leaked from the netherworld, amalgamated with our earthly essence, forming potent crystals beneficial to peculiar individuals and extraordinary entities that if you dislike the term energy crystals, you may also refer to them as spiritual energy crystals. Ultimately, call them whatever pleases you. There is no regulation mandating their designation. Furthermore, even if you acquire one, it does not guarantee that its properties will align with yours. For instance, my ability is ice, so I must seek crystals that correspond to that. If I were to obtain a fire crystal, it would naturally be incompatible for absorption. However, this is not an absolute rule, to my knowledge. There are some who have discovered attribute-less crystals that any peculiar individual or extraordinary entity can absorb. Of course, in terms of efficacy, they are slightly inferior to those that align with one's specific abilities. The man with ear stud's demeanor led Xiaotian to suspect that this fellow might possess ulterior motives. Why else would he remain so enthusiastic after witnessing him slay the shadow? In truth, he was unaware that the man was simply afraid of the iron hammer in his grasp. How can I ensure the safety of my family in first- and second-tier cities? Beyond any doubt, Xiaotian felt conflicted. Staying in County Z might be safe, yet it could also sever his avenues for gaining experience points, leaving him stagnating at his current level. Should a formidable entity arise that he could not withstand, it would be tantamount to an early game over. However, even if he relocated to a first- or second-tier city, who could guarantee that anomalies wouldn't occur? If your family is wealthy, just settle in a rich enclave. I assure you, the safety of your family will significantly increase, the man with ear studs said with a mysterious smile, seemingly hinting at something elaborate. Xiaotian regarded him with a raised hammer, demanding more information. Alas! Don't be rash. I'll speak if you insist. I was merely jesting. Is it necessary to draw the hammer? Chapter 035 Real Estate that keeps up with the times. Currently, major real estate developers are amassing a considerable number of peculiar individuals and extraordinary entities to ensure the safety of residents. In ordinary neighborhoods, having even one is commendable. However, regarding property prices, you understand. The most secure locations are undoubtedly villa districts, though prices have soared tenfold or more compared to the past. Some wealthy individuals also have families. How else could they recruit several peculiar individuals as bodyguards? Once dispersed, the level of safety significantly diminishes. Thus, regardless of which city you choose, simply select a villa district with exorbitant prices. The man with ear studs quickly divulged all the insider information he possessed. Is the state unconcerned? Brother, do not jest. These peculiar individuals and extraordinary entities are not committing crimes. They are merely being paid as bodyguards. The law does not stipulate that peculiar individuals seeking employment will be apprehended. Moreover, not everyone is affluent. Earning $1 million a year is worth their life's risk. Additionally, real estate developers provide a house for their families, which helps ensure their safety. These individuals, rather than lurking in the shadows, might as well come forth to alleviate some of our pressures. To my knowledge, in the Villa District of Magic City, only 2 special cases have occurred in the past 6 months, and there have been no fatalities. The unluckiest person merely ended up disabled. At the very least, they preserved their life, did they not? However, one must brace themselves. The property prices are truly despairing. Xiaotian previously pondered whether the security guards employed by real estate developers might be poached by the wealthy. However, when the man with ear studs mentioned that they would offer a house, he quickly dismissed this concern. To entice someone away, one would need to purchase a property. How much would that cost? Aside from a handful of billionaires in the country, it is likely that most affluent individuals would find it burdensome. What are the property prices? Starting at $300 million, the ear stud man replied nonchalantly. Typically, it was Xiaotian who pierced others' hearts, yet today he found himself on the receiving end of a sharp jab. Damn it. $300 million. How much has my father saved over the years? Perhaps a few tens of millions at best. Even if he sold the paper mill, he might not be able to scrape together $50 million. Oh, and there is also the annual security fee of $1 million. Strange, isn't it? Why would one spend $300 million on a villa and still have to pay an annual security fee of $1 million? If you're unwilling, feel free to recruit 20 extraordinary individuals to oversee the villa security in shifts. Moreover, the recruited guards must not be novices. At least 2 should possess healing abilities, and 2 must have perceptive skills. Only then can they promptly detect malevolent entities and peculiar occurrences. Timely treatment of injuries ensures that residents remain out of harm's way. Truly worth it, Xiaotian conceded, albeit reluctantly, uttering those 2 words that is $1 million worth it. As he stated, undeniably so, but I find it even more perplexing that you are willing to risk your lives for a mere $10,000 a month. Xiaotian reiterated his inquiry. To be fair, 1 million versus 10,000. Everyone knows which side they would choose. Haha. Do you believe the power of the wealthy rivals that of the state? Extraordinary individuals require training and enhancement. By joining a national department, you would enjoy preferential access to resources, and no matter how affluent the billionaires are, they cannot purchase rare resources that enhance power. These are firmly controlled by the state. Moreover, the more missions you undertake, the more the higher-ups will value you, thus increasing your authority. In due time, you would not need to bow and scrape even in the presence of super-rich individuals. They might even reverse the roles. As the saying goes, a man of stature cannot be without power for a day, unless one is willing to be a watchdog for a lifetime. In this drastically changing world, strength is paramount. Squandering the golden opportunity to enhance one's power for the sake of trivial wealth is truly a loss. The 10,000 is simply for you to provide for your family, as the organization will supply all necessary provisions, covering all expenses incurred during missions. Upon hearing this, Xiaotian nodded in agreement. That makes sense. By the way, regarding your handling of the Zhongqing slaughterhouse and the missing persons case, would a reward of several hundred million be out of the question? What? Exclamation point. The ear-stud man momentarily fell into a state of bewilderment. How did the conversation shift to money? Impossible. After a brief moment of distraction, he quickly recovered and rejected Xiaotian's proposal. Come on. If that were the case, I would have been a billionaire long ago. I saved the lives of 3 of your people. It would be unreasonable not to offer a reward, but there is no precedent for this. The ear-stud man felt uneasy, as there had never been instances of ordinary, extraordinary individuals assisting them before. I saved the lives of over 100 people within the factory, protecting the populace. Brother, it's not that I don't want to give you a reward, but even if you desire one, you must wait until I complete the report and submit it to my superiors, right? All right, but make it quick. Tomorrow evening, let us meet at the most popular lobster stall on the food street. Come alone. Xiaotian considered this and found the reasoning sound. Although the ear-stud man appeared to be a privileged scion, there were many in this era who looked fine on the outside but were rotten within. Why does this feel like a street transaction? Xiaotian remarked as he picked up his heavy hammer and departed. He had gained an abundance of experience tonight and needed to digest it thoroughly upon returning. Outside, the officials responsible for the perimeter lockdown, including Director Huang, instinctively took a few steps back upon seeing him emerge from the factory. The image of one hammering down on a diminutive figure kept flashing in their minds, leaving them fearful that Xiaotian might deliver a similar blow to them. Go on in. The victims are now safe. With that, he vanished into the darkness. 10 minutes later, Xiaotian returned to his apartment complex that he first stashed the dual hammers away before taking a shower, as he was drenched in sweat from the sweltering heat. After staying with his cousin for some time, he had developed a mild case of obsessive cleanliness. Once everything was in order, he lay on his bed to review his gains. Experience: 18,000 functions, scan martial arts. Fire refined, golden body, -06,000, mastery. Perfect grade cooking the sea. Expand, iron sand palm -0500, comprehension. Expand. An overwhelming harvest of 17,900 experience points. Just the vengeful spirits, shadows, and white apparitions alone contributed 7,100 points. The rest, aside from the remaining 100 points of experience, was entirely provided by the Kappa. Looking at it this way, those little figures were indeed quite charming. Huh? In the upper left corner of his vision, a line of text suddenly appeared. Ding. Experience points exceed 10,000. Would you like to level up? Tip. Leveling up grants new functions. Exceeding 10,000. Does that mean the cost for this level up is possibly 10,000 points? That leaves me with 8,000, enough to enhance the fire-refined golden body. I can also seek a lightness skill for escape or pursuit. Level up. It was a must, especially since he was affluent, that a single scan could enable him to cultivate martial arts, and the new functions might be even more powerful. Ding. Deducting 10,000 experience points. Leveling up in progress 151599100. Level up successful. Please select one of the following 4 new functions to add or upgrade an existing function. New function, enhancement. New function, simulation. New function, storage. Existing function, Scan 1. Xiaotian blinked in confusion. Could you not provide me with an introduction? Based on the literal meanings, enhancement might refer to strengthening his martial arts. Every martial art has its limitations, and once reached, further progression is futile. Of course, it could also pertain to something akin to enhancing equipment in online games. Perhaps it encompasses both. Simulation was unclear for the time, being due to its many possibilities. But the greater likelihood seemed to be otherwise. Storage was more straightforward. However, could you clarify the extent of this storage? If I choose it and can only store a toothpick, it would be quite the joke. As for the last option, Scan 1 is more easily comprehended. That IT suggests an upgrade to the original scanning capability, potentially allowing for the scanning of humans and malevolent entities. After much contemplation, Xiaotian concentrated and lightly tapped on the option. Chapter 036, Superman? Experience, 8,000 functions. Scan, Enhancement Martial Arts. Fire Refined Golden Body -06,000 Mastery. Perfect Grade Cooking the Sea. Inner Strength 30, Strength 9, Flame Resistance 4, Burning 6, Hardness 4. Iron Sand Palm -0500 Comprehension. Strength 2. Impact 1, Sharpness 2, Pressure 3, Hardness 2. Note, the attributes in parentheses apply only to both hands. Xiaotian stared at the upgraded experience system, perplexed. The extensive description of martial arts had vanished, replaced by a display similar to that of an online game's attribute values. 30 inner strength points. Does this indicate years of internal cultivation? Strength should be derived from a force equivalent to 9 bulls. The flame resistance was not surprising. As the manual once stated, external techniques reach a level where fire cannot harm the flesh. Burning. This likely refers to attacking enemies while engulfed in flames. Hardness is straightforward. Fire Refined Golden Body is not merely a form of Qigong, but also a comprehensive practice to AS for the Iron Sand Palm. Its strength undoubtedly equates to 2 bulls. Impact. Could this be an enhancement to the first palm technique? Consequently, the sharpness and pressure pertain to the second and third techniques, respectively. However, the latter possesses an additional note. The attribute values apply solely to the hands. Hence, Strength 2, Impact 1, Sharpness 2, Pressure 3, Hardness 2 pertains to his palms, not his entire body. Spending 10,000 experience points to upgrade truly proved worthwhile. At the very least, these attributes are more intuitive rather than relying solely on descriptions for interpretation. When tomorrow comes, I will visit my cousin to pick up my mother and see if he has any lightness skills. With that thought, Xiaotian closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. It had been an exhausting night. By noon the following day, Xiaotian called in a renovation team, introduced by the security captain Li Mingyang. His own connections in Z County were virtually non-existent. After agreeing on a price, they commenced repairs on the shattered floorboards and broken windows. He would never forget the expression on the workers' faces, as if to say, "Did you blow up your house?" Additionally, he requested Li Mingyang to assign a security guard to supervise the entire process. Although the likelihood of any mishaps was minimal, it was prudent to take precautions. It was not that he underestimated others. But he had 2 300-pound hammers and 2 relatively well-preserved Kappa corpses hidden in his room. That if anyone stumbled upon such items, how could he possibly explain? The second-hand Audi slowly approached his cousin's Huayuan community. Throughout the journey, he contemplated how to acquire a substantial sum of money, 300 million. Not only that, but he would need at least 600 million. Due to Xiaotian's intention to live separately from his parents. Ever since he learned that the path to acquire substantial experience points lies in vanquishing these malevolent entities, he is destined to tread a road of no return. That if he were to attract the attention of certain formidable beings, would he dare to bring them home, alone, whether in battle or retreat? He retains considerable leeway. However, should danger encroach upon his parents' vicinity, it seems that only a desperate fight to the death remains as an option. If he can prevail, all is well, but if not, it could result in a catastrophic fate for the entire family, an outcome he is keen to avoid. Alas, my head aches, Xiaotian, who had never had to worry about finances since childhood, now finds even a single penny a daunting challenge, let alone several hundred million. Yet, throughout this ordeal, he has not once considered the realm beyond the law. Setting aside the fact that the man with the earring remarked that a significant number of wealthy individuals employ extraordinary individuals as bodyguards. Even in the absence of such protection, would he resort to criminal activities? Let us take it one step at a time. At the very least, I cannot remain in this county any longer. Xiaotian muttered to himself. Aware that the shadowy death and the organization behind it would inevitably come to investigate at that point, he could find himself embroiled in a myriad of troublesome situations. The formidable nature of this organization is evident from the cursed blade. Capable of cleaving space, what else could it be but a divine weapon? In any narrative involving the concept of time and space, none are to be trifled with. Thus, relocating has become imperative within 10 minutes. He arrived unimpeded at Huayuan Community. After parking, Xiaotian gathered his thoughts and ascended the stairs. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of his father, mother, uncle, and aunt all present. Xiaotian, you've returned. What on earth is going on with you? Why won't you let us come home? His aunt's inquiry and his mother's reproach collided with him like a tidal wave. You found the missing workers from the factory, didn't you? Oh, how did you know? His father and uncle exchanged glances, puzzled. Let us move. What on earth is wrong with you today? First, you don't want us to come home, and now you suddenly mention moving. Do you want a bigger house? Hearing his mother's words, Xiaotian could only muster a wry smile. It's not just us. My cousin's family is also relocating, leaving this county. What? The four of them were momentarily stunned, incredulous. Their roots are here, and their livelihoods are firmly established. To ask them to move is utterly absurd. Listen to me, this world is not as it appears. It is currently perilous with disappearances and incidents of people attacking one another, all shrouded in hidden truths. Before he could elaborate further, his mother interrupted him. One is merely an infection, while the other is a rampant organ trafficking organization. The police have already provided explanations. What hidden truths could there be? Infection and organ trafficking. Do you truly believe such explanations? The two incidents were instigated by the same organization, now that their leader is deceased. I fear they will send someone to create further chaos at that time. I may not be able to protect you. Xiaotian spoke with earnest gravity. Indeed, should a formidable foe appear, he might find himself singing a lament. What is wrong with you today? Why are you spouting nonsense? Faced with the incredulous gazes of the four, Xiaotian felt utterly exasperated that he approached the table, grasped the ashtray, and before their very eyes, crushed the glass object into powder. Xiaotian, have you taken steroids? Mom, do you think a normal person, even a competitive eater, could consume 20 pork knuckles and 50 steaks in a single meal? As his words fell, flames erupted from his hand. The sight startled the four, as Xiaotian seemed to ignite spontaneously. Subsequently, the teapot was overturned, but due to his 30 years of internal energy, the water evaporated entirely. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Is this magic? Smack! Xiaotian's lips twitched, and he slammed his palm onto the solid wood table, which shattered instantly, reduced to ashes by the flames. A superhero? Chapter 037. 8 Steps to Catch the Cicada Dash. Click! Just as the four stood in shock, witnessing their son, or nephew, transform into a superhero, the security door swung open, revealing his cousin, clad in a police uniform and displaying signs of fatigue. Upon seeing the five surrounding a pile of ashes, Lu Junming rubbed his eyes, but the scene remained unchanged, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred wood. My table, Lu Junming wailed, his voice laden with despair. After a moment, the family began to bombard Xiaotian with questions. Do you mean there are monsters in this world? Are extraordinary individuals emerging all over the country? Why were you able to awaken and become extraordinary while we cannot? Faced with these inquiries, Xiaotian found himself at a loss, overwhelmed by despair. Moreover, he considered himself merely a false extraordinary individual. Without his unique advantages, they might well have ended up lying in the abandoned factory by the river, subjected to a blood sacrifice. I've laid everything bare for you. Surely my cousin, a police officer, must know more about the underlying truths. Xiaotian turned to the dazed Lu Junming and said softly, I signed a confidentiality agreement. I cannot violate police protocol. If Director Huang finds out, I might end up in prison. Smack! Lu Jin, frustrated, struck his son's head. What in the world are you thinking? At a time like this, you're worried about police protocol. Your father's life is at stake. If it weren't for your uncle and aunt being here, I'd have knocked some sense into you. Admittedly, Xiaotian's assertions were factual. Before leaving, the Special Task Force had specifically cautioned them to remain vigilant. For this shadowy organization might send individuals to investigate. Lu Junming, under the collective glare of the family, could only relent. But our paper factory has a significant number of outstanding orders. He Sheng and Lu Jin found themselves in a quandary. What kind of time is this? Still thinking about money. It's better to have a life than to earn money without one. Their respective wives tugged at their ears, shouting in protest. As for the paper factory, I've considered it. Let us sell it outright. With this large order, we can fetch a better price. Xiaotian interjected. Easier said than done. You don't feel the pain when you sell your father's land. The big boss and the second boss rubbed their ears and murmured softly. Very well. We'll follow your lead. However, we need at least a week to secure a good price. No way. His mother Wang Mei and Aunt Helan rejected this outright. Who knows when that organization Xiaotian mentioned will arrive. We'll give you 2-3 days to handle the paper factory. As for us, we'll sell the house immediately, and we'll set off for the Magic City without delay. Why the Magic City and not Kyoto? He Sheng and Lu Jin protested immediately. Why must everything be decided by them? Have you forgotten? Xiaotian is studying in the Magic City. Although the world has changed, education cannot be neglected. Let him live quietly as a doctor, saving lives and healing the wounded. Do you really want him to sacrifice himself for the nation? Wang Mei began scolding He Sheng, tugging at his ear. For her son's safety outweighed all else, even if that school aimed to serve the nation and protect the lives of the populace. With such a lofty goal, he is her only son. What if he were to vanish during a mission? After all, they are dealing with monsters and demons that in an instant, the four began to take action, leaving only Xiaotian and his cousin behind in the house. The speed at which they moved left even the martial arts trained Xiaotian in the dust. Cousin, was it you who exhibited incredible strength with a hammer last night? Lu Junming finally asked the question that had been on his mind since his parents left. Xiaotian's previous remarks made him unable to resist associating him with the mysterious figure. After all, how could he know so much about the secrets? Only the police, the Special Task Force, and the mysterious figure wielding a heavy hammer were aware of yesterday's events. What do you think? Xiaotian rolled his eyes. If you had already made up your mind, would I even need to refute? So your remarkable appetite is due to awakening as an extraordinary individual. Sigh. Why was I not endowed with such talent? Lu Junming sighed, inadvertently providing a rationale for his cousin's earlier displays of veracity. Cousin, where are your secret manuals? Let me borrow a few to peruse. Noticing Lu Junming's dejected demeanor, Xiaotian sought to divert the conversation while inquiring. In the study, on the shelf. Go ahead and look. But speaking of which, now that you've become extraordinary, why bother with martial arts? That stuff is the greatest scam in history. If it weren't for the 7-day no questions asked return policy, I would have returned every single book by now. At this point, Lu Junming's resentment was palpable. The world was beginning to deviate from normalcy. Abilities such as elemental manipulation, liquid control, and his cousin's command over flames had emerged. Yet why, he pondered, could martial arts not be mastered? In the study, Xiaotian gazed at the 5 manuals laid before him, momentarily lost in contemplation. 8 steps to catch the cicada, 13 bodyguards horizontal training, great stone slap, diamond lioness roar, and split head kick. With the exception of the last, Xiaotian yearned to master them all. Why? The true strength of the split head kick lies in the shoes, which have no bearing on the technique itself, wearing shoes impervious to blades and fire. With an attack power enhancement of 10,000%, even the world's greatest expert would be sent sprawling. If I were to strike with that kick, do you believe you would survive? I digress. Xiaotian's purpose this time was exceedingly clear. He sought a manual on lightness skills that AS for everything else that could wait until later. Ding, a complete martial arts manual has been discovered. Would you like to add it? Oh, this time it is indeed complete, rather than fragmented, and does not require experience points. Add experience points. 8,000 functions. Scan, enhance martial arts. Fire-tempered golden body, -0 6,000 mastery. Perfect grade superior boiling sea. Inner strength 30, strength 9, fire resistance 4, burning 6, hardness 4. Iron sand palm -0 500 comprehension. Strength 2, impact 1, sharpness 2, pressure 3, hardness 2. Note: attribute bonuses in parentheses apply only to both hands. 8 steps to chase the cicada -050, not yet initiated. He focused his mind and lightly tapped the plus sign. 8 steps to chase the cicada -050, initiated. 8 steps to chase the cicada -100, novice. Speed 1. 8 steps to chase the cicada -150, slight improvement. Speed 1. Explosiveness 1. 8 steps to chase the cicada -200, proficient. Speed 2. Explosiveness 1. 8 steps to chase the cicada -250, mastery. Speed 3. Explosiveness 2. 8 steps to chase the cicada, mastery. Speed 4. Explosiveness 3. Infinite. Does this mean 8 steps to chase the cicada has reached its maximum value? Chapter 038, Breaking Through Limits. Would you like to spend 500 experience points to enhance 8 steps to chase the cicada? Suddenly, a line of prompt information jumped into view in the upper left corner of Xiaotian's sight. Ah, how could I have forgotten this? It dawned on him that he had chosen enhancement during the upgrade, but had neglected to experiment because he was too tired and went straight to sleep. After waking from his midday slumber, he had rushed to his cousin S' house to persuade his parents to move away from Z County. He had just spent 800 experience points, leaving him with 7,200. Continuing to spend 500 points to elevate 8 steps to chase the cicada would not hinder the enhancement of fire-tempered golden body. Thus, he chose to enhance it. Enhancing 8 steps to chase the cicada. Please wait 15099-100. Enhancement complete. Upon glancing at the results, Xiaotian noted the change. Experience points, 6,700 functions. Scan, enhance martial arts. Fire-tempered golden body -0 6,000, mastery. Perfect grade superior boiling sea. Inner strength 30, strength 9, fire resistance 4, burning 6, hardness 4. Iron sand palm -0 500 comprehension. Strength 2, impact 1, sharpness 2, pressure 3, hardness 2. Note: attribute bonuses in parentheses apply only to both hands. 8 steps to chase the cicada -0 500, mastery. Speed 4, explosiveness 3. The infinite symbol vanished, replaced by 500 experience points and a plus sign. Focusing his mind, he lightly tapped again. 8 steps to chase the cicada -0 1000, outstanding. Speed 5, explosiveness 4. Observing the remaining 6,200 experience points, Xiaotian resisted the urge to continue enhancing, that he then stuffed all the manuals from the desk into his bosom, including the cracked head kick. Who knows when he might suddenly become wealthy overnight, practicing for fun. A cup of Herbo 2 makes my eyes water. The roles of Sheng, Dan, Jing, Emo, and Shou, a true hero, does not look back. If you wish to leave, I will not hold you back. Love that is force will not endure for long. Unable to endure solitude, the boundaries shift. Do not think that an underground romance is impenetrable. I say, you are cunning, using innocent eyes. After lying twice, I take it to heart the song, You're So Cunning, by Xiaotian echoed softly as Xiaotian answered the call. Hello, Mom. What is the matter? Can you explain what is going on with the renovation team at home? I was so preoccupied with searching for lightness skills that I forgot about this. Our house is being invaded by Kappa. Do you think I'm truly mad enough to not call you back? All right. Our house has already been handed over to the agency. As long as your dad deals with the paper mill within 3 days, we can move to the Magic City. There might be someone from the agency going to your cousin's place soon. Please inform him to take a leave from the police station. Okay. I understand. Beep, beep, beep. Xiaotian rolled his eyes and hung up the phone. Exiting the study, he looked at Lu Junming, his cousin, who had just finished showering. Cousin, please take a leave from the police station. The agency will be coming over shortly. No need. I want to be working until tomorrow. When you left so suddenly, we were busy at the station until noon. It nearly exhausted me. Lu Junming replied, looking weary as he returned to his bedroom, clearly unable to endure any longer. Meanwhile, Xiaotian, carrying all the manuals, headed to the Tongxi pharmacy, the TO upgrade fire-tempered golden body once more. He needed supplements. Along the way, he began contemplating the matter of 300 million. Sigh. I am utterly at a loss. Once we reach the Magic City, let us first rent 2 adjacent houses. For the time being, we can manage. I refuse to believe that we cannot find a way to earn money. Xiaotian resolved firmly in his heart that a villa worth 300 million was out of reach. Surely our family could still afford a community protected by extraordinary individuals. Besides, he would be living across from his parents, ensuring timely rescue in case of any emergencies. Inside the ancient-style pharmacy, the aroma of traditional Chinese medicine wafted through the air. Upon seeing Xiaotian enter, the owner immediately broke into a smile. Witnessing this scene, Xiaotian felt a twinge of apprehension. He was about to be fleeced again, his savings accumulated over many years would likely be drained this time, that if only wild ginseng could break through limits like 8 steps to chase the cicada. Wait a moment. Enhancement. Yes, why hadn't he thought of this sooner? Why not experiment to see if experience points could enhance medicinal ingredients? If successful, it could save him a considerable sum of money. 1 stock. Xiaotian extended a finger and said casually. The pharmacy owner responded, Bro, you used to be quite extravagant, didn't you? Why only 1 stock today? In fact, wild ginseng is profitable, but it has few buyers. That it's rare to see someone as lavish as you suddenly appear. In just a few days, how much had Xiaotian spent here? Over 200,000. Xiaotian departed amidst the owner's resentful gaze, resembling a battered little wife. Clutching the box tightly, he frequently squeezed his rear end. Sitting in the driver's seat, he took out the wild ginseng, concentrated his mind, and lightly tapped on the enhancement option. Ding! Would you like to spend 100 experience points to enhance the wild ginseng? Yes. Enhancement successful. Level 1 Wild Ginseng Vitality 3. Xiaotian observed the wild ginseng in his hand and felt it hadn't changed much. After some contemplation, he decided against further enhancement. With only 6,100 experience points left, if he continued to consume them, fire-tempered golden body would stagnate. However, to prevent this level 1 wild ginseng from being insufficient to replenish the consumed essence, Xiaotian quickly devoured it entirely. After several upgrades, he had a rough estimate of what would be needed for the next consumption of fire-tempered golden body that he figured it would be best to swallow it directly. If it was sufficient, he would immediately enhance his martial arts. That if not, he would only waste a stock of wild ginseng and 100 experience points. That as the ginseng entered his stomach, Xiaotian immediately felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through his body. It was simply exhilarating, more intense than when he had consumed 4 stocks previously. But he promptly tapped the plus sign. The notation 6,000 began to blur. That a powerful current surged from his dantian, rushing toward his limbs and bones, causing fissures wherever it passed. However, the essence of the level 1 wild ginseng quickly replenished it. About an hour later, Xiaotian was drenched in sweat. Experience points, 100 functions, scan. Enhance martial arts, fire-tempered golden body -0 6,000 outstanding. Supreme, blazing sky. Inner strength 50, strength 12, fire resistance 5, burning 8, hardness 6, metal transformation 1, charred 1, water extinguishing 1, fire control 1, exorcism 1. Iron sand palm -0 500 comprehension, strength 2. Impact 1, sharpness 2, pressure 3, hardness 2. Note: attribute bonuses in parentheses apply only to both hands. 0.8 steps to chase the cicada -0 1000. Outstanding. Speed 5, explosiveness 4. Inner strength, fire resistance, burning, and hardness all saw improvements. And 5 new attributes: metal transformation, charred, water extinguishing, fire control, and exorcism were added. Xiaotian grasped their characteristics from their definitions. It must be said, this time marked a qualitative leap compared to before. Chapter 039, Where's My Hammer? In Z County, the Food Street's lobster stall was bustling as night fell. Despite the vendors being mere stall owners, each one was quite affluent, undoubtedly part of the middle class within the county. Earning 1,000 or so in a single night was completely normal. Of course, all this was hard-earned money, with operations lasting until the early hours of the morning, only to rise again at noon for more work. The man with ear studs, along with Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun, had already secured a spot early on. The three of them drank beer and peeled small lobsters, engaging in casual conversation. Peñe, is he that formidable? Did the mastermind really get hammered to death? Zhao Lei, though pale, looked significantly better than when he was in the abandoned factory. The extraordinary individual's recovery ability was remarkably strong, as long as he wasn't mortally wounded. He was generally fine. Given his fortification abilities, the deadly strike from the shadow merely caused him to lose a lot of blood, as for Zhou Yun, aside from a lingering pain at the back of her head. She was otherwise unharmed. The kappa merely rendered her unconscious, rather than ending her life. Indeed, I watched as he delivered a hammering blow that shattered that peculiar object. Without the bizarre item, the extraordinary individual is akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. As you well know that I have reported this matter. You too shall undoubtedly receive commendations upon your return, as for the reward sought by X. The higher-ups have provided a response. Yet, I cannot fathom why this fellow, who clearly stated he would meet tonight, has yet to arrive. Admittedly, Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun only made a brief foray before faltering, but their courage is commendable. After all, few are willing to risk their lives these days, especially for the sake of others. Such qualities are indeed rare. Meanwhile, Xiaotian did not drive to the food street this time, opting instead for a swift dash propelled by the 8 steps to chase the cicada technique. I must say, this form of lightness and movement proves exceptionally effective over a straight distance, particularly with regard to explosive power. Even a 100-meter champion appears laughably inadequate in comparison to his terrifying speed. He moved like a streak of black lightning, darting through the streets. Upon reaching the food street, the atmosphere began to buzz with life, in stark contrast to the previously desolate roads that as he approached the lobster stall. He immediately spotted the earring-clad man. There was no mistaking it. His aura was distinctly beyond that of ordinary individuals. How much of a bonus is your superior planning to grant me? The trio had just clinked their glasses and taken a sip of beer when a cold voice pierced their conversation. A tall figure settled into their midst, the golden X emblazoned on his chest signifying his identity. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but they felt the mysterious figure had somehow grown taller. Previously, he had barely reached 185 centimeters now. He seemed to tower at least 190, standing out like a crane among chickens that in truth, Xiaotian had noticed his own height increase after advancing in the fire-forging body technique, a martial art that significantly enhances physical attributes. The once semi-healthy youth had transformed into a veritable muscle-bound titan. Had his classmates glimpsed him now, they would likely not recognize him. According to the higher-ups' decision, for resolving the matter of the extraordinary individual at the Zhongqing slaughterhouse and the abandoned factory disappearance case, a reward of 500,000 yuan has been allocated. The earring-clad man stated with a grave countenance. Xiaotian said nothing, instead scanning the surroundings. Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. X, what are you up to? The earring-clad man asked directly. Nothing of consequence. Merely searching for a hammer. Alas, I forgot to bring it when I left, Xiaotian replied. The trio fell silent. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to express your discontent that we can negotiate. While we cannot increase the reward amount, we can certainly file a report. Are you truly looking for a hammer? Do you intend to crush us 3? That's not it. Brother, can I call you brother? 500,000 is substantial, yet we 3 toiled tirelessly for a mere consolation prize of 20,000. The earring-clad man was genuinely frightened, unlike Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun, who had fainted and thus lacked experience with Xiaotian's formidable presence. He had witnessed true violence. Just the thought of wielding 2 massive iron hammers weighing over 300 pounds, or even facing him empty-handed, would likely result in being reduced to a mere puddle of pulp. Did you eliminate the pig spirit? The earring-clad man asked, grimacing. Did you slay the shadow? Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun turned their heads away, feigning ignorance. You saved the lives of over 100 people. Xiaotian shrugged and replied. Thus, you can only receive 20,000, but 500,000 is certainly not commensurate with my worth. The trio exchanged exasperated glances, rolling their eyes in response. Do you believe this is akin to selecting a courtesan in ancient brothels? Not commensurate with your worth. He continued, moreover, I am on the verge of relocating, planning to purchase a villa. 500,000 is merely a drop in the bucket when compared to 300 million. Can we not engage in conversation? If it weren't for Xiaotian's prowess, we would have long abandoned our drinks and fled. 1 million is non-negotiable. I demand cash. Tomorrow night, we shall reconvene here for the transaction. And should you dare suggest that you cannot procure the funds, I will crush you to do not attempt to haggle. I can generously offer you 2 complete Kappa corpses at no extra charge. Xiaotian arrived swiftly and departed even more quickly. His words hung in the air as he melded into the throng, leaving the earring-clad man speechless. Pungo, should we consider fleeing tonight? Flee. Unless this fellow meets his end, we shall inevitably cross paths again. Unless you happen to perish on the way before encountering him. Such matters were not his concern. That burden lay with the higher-ups. Furthermore, given Xiaotian's accomplishments, it would not be an exaggeration to say he had saved the entire Z County. If the Shadow's claims were accurate, a successful plan would have turned over 30,000 citizens into puppets, an unfathomable scenario that, of course, the earring-clad man did not fully believe him. It was normal for someone on the brink of death to boast for the sake of survival. Nevertheless, saving the lives of over 100 individuals was a tangible achievement that none dared dispute. Asking for 1 million in reward was not excessive. Enough of this nonsense. Our action group is financially strained. Rumor has it our minister is growing increasingly frantic, that if we request another 500,000, do you think he would dare send me to cooperate with those experimental madmen for profit? Zhao Lei's eyes flashed with fear. In recent months, several departments had emerged to handle special incidents, with the action group being the most impoverished, truly scraping the bottom of the barrel. Their minister had become a ravenous wolf, resorting to luring newly graduated recruits to partake in experiments for quick cash. The 500,000 must have been squeezed from the tightest of budgets. We may be short on funds, but among the hundreds rescued from the abandoned factory, there are a few wealthy individuals. Splitting 500,000 among us would not be burdensome. A day passed, and all 3 families had listed their houses for sale. Once Sheng and Lu Jin's paper mill found a buyer, they could embark on their journey to the Magic City. That Xiaotian's family resided in Z County, with several relatives, though their relationships were rather lukewarm, consisting mainly of holiday greetings. Outside of those occasions, there was little interaction. That evening, they had discussed the matter, but it ended without resolution. Firstly, their family had deep roots in Z County, suggesting a move was preposterous. Secondly, if they were to obediently relocate to the Magic City, how would they sustain themselves? Moreover, their relatives were living comfortably enough. After the harvest season, they engaged in small businesses and led relatively prosperous lives. Why risk potential danger by working in a big city, subject to exploitation? Furthermore, Xiaotian could not disclose everything, as a loose tongue could stir up a storm and lead to chaos. During a conversation with his mother, Wang Mei, Xiaotian suddenly realized his own tragic situation. Before high school, both sets of grandparents had passed away in succession. However, he was taken aback to learn that his uncle was actually an orphan. This was news to him. Uncle Lu Jin fell in love with his aunt in college, forsaking the splendor of the big city to settle in the desolate Z County. Nevertheless, he had fared well, co-owning the paper mill with his father, which thrived and prospered. At it turned out that there were always those worse off. Never the worst. The following evening, Xiaotian returned to the lobster stall on the food street. This time, he was alone. Zhao Lei and Zhou Yun were nowhere to be found. The earring-clad man sat quietly on a small stool, a black leather case in hand, indulging in the delectable shrimp. With each bite of shrimp meat, he enjoyed a sip of beer. Take a seat. Upon seeing Xiaotian's arrival, the earring-clad man gestured toward the small stool beside the table. Do you think they are currently enjoying themselves? Xiaotian could discern the underlying intent of the earring-clad man's question, a prelude to recruitment. Without waiting for an answer, he interjected, Are you implying that these individuals are able to leisurely dine at roadside stalls, sipping beer and boasting, due to the silent sacrifices made by your group behind the scenes? And then recounting tales of the hardships faced during missions and the fallen comrades. I advise against wasting your breath. I am merely a fortunate individual among the masses, who has accidentally acquired the means to combat malevolence. If you expect me to selflessly devote myself to their cause and risk my life for them, I must apologize. I cannot do so. Aside from my parents, There is no one in this world for whom I would sacrifice my life. You may call me cold-blooded and selfish, but it is best if you keep those thoughts to yourself. I am not one to take such insults lightly. Moreover, I have brought a hammer today, which I left in the back seat and trunk. The earring-clad man was taken aback. He was not following the expected script. Enough of this. People have their own aspirations. One cannot force them. This is the 1 million you requested. Count it in the car. I will finish this plate of shrimp and take my leave. Saying this, he handed the black leather case to Xiaotian. 2 complete Kappa corpses. The 2 men resembled characters in a film about underworld dealings, attracting the bewildered gazes of passers-by. 2 large men, one flamboyantly adorned with diamond-studded earrings, and the other clad in long sleeves and a mask that wasn't it hot. 3 days swiftly passed. The paper mill had been sold to another local tycoon. Although this tycoon was only moderately wealthy, the price offered was considerably below its true value. However, time equated to money that Xiaotian's father and uncle viewed the situation with a pragmatic outlook. The world had changed. Lamenting over a small sum of money was hardly worthwhile. The 2 families split a tidy sum, enough to ensure a comfortable life in the Magic City, as long as they did not indulge in a life of excess that on the morning of the 3rd day. After having breakfast, we set off for the bustling metropolis. Why not take a flight, you ask? It's a jest. Xiaotian's 2 hefty iron hammers simply wouldn't pass inspection. Thus, the 6 of us embarked on our journey in 2 vehicles, cruising along the expressway towards the city. The trip was fraught with minor thrills, but ultimately safe. That Xiaotian encountered a few supernatural occurrences along the way, yet he refrained from intervening rashly. After all, he had family to consider. Should his recklessness endanger them, it would be a grave miscalculation. After 3 arduous days of travel, we finally arrived, weary yet relieved, while Xiaotian remained invigorated due to his martial training. The others bore expressions of exhaustion, that we found a hotel and booked 3 adjacent rooms before immediately succumbing to rest. Meanwhile, Xiaotian ventured to a real estate agency, intent on securing a rental. Safety. In broad daylight, the hidden specters would not dare to emerge boldly to wreak havoc upon the living. He required 2 apartments. One spacious, ideally a 3-bedroom, to accommodate his parents and aunt, and a smaller one. A 1-bedroom would suffice for himself. Ideally, they would be opposite each other, ensuring he could easily attend to any matters that arose. That Xiaotian was truly burdened with the responsibility of this family. However, his parents had nurtured him for 20 years. What was this small sacrifice in comparison? By the afternoon, he finally located a desirable property. Yet the price was steep, an astonishing $30,000 a month. The listing prominently boasted of exceptional safety. The 1-bedroom across the hall commanded $10,000, that what had he previously paid for rent in the city? $4,000 or $6,000? Goodness! Even amidst the world's upheaval, real estate remained the most lucrative industry. Unbeknownst to Xiaotian, as the frequency of supernatural incidents surged and scrupulous developers had been inflating property prices, desperately seeking extraordinary individuals to bolster their valuations. The average person was bewildered, accepting the rising costs as inevitable, yet wondering why the increases were so drastic. For those living in cramped quarters, the situation wasn't dire enough to warrant panic. They could always retreat to the suburbs if need be. Xiaotian's choices were all rental properties, naturally priced accordingly. The furnishings, appliances, and decor were all ready for immediate occupancy. After meeting with the landlord through the agency, Xiaotian was bombarded with assurances of safety. The landlord repeatedly emphasized the prowess of the security chief and claimed that no strange occurrences had transpired in the past 6 months. That in essence, he did everything possible to dissuade Xiaotian from negotiating a lower price. After an hour of back and forth, they settled on a 6-month lease with a 10% discount. Once the contract was signed and payment completed, he promptly returned to the hotel. Upon waking, his parents and uncle were utterly stunned. "We merely rested for a moment. And you've already secured a place?" After checking out of the hotel, the family headed straight to their new abode, stopping briefly to purchase essential provisions. Supernatural events typically unfold at night, and with dusk approaching, there was little reason to dine out. That a simple home-cooked meal would suffice to celebrate their new residence. Xiaotian carried 2 large boxes. The conspicuousness of the 2 iron hammers necessitated concealment. If he were to encounter an ordinary person, how could he possibly explain their presence? After enjoying a home-cooked meal, the family retreated to their respective rooms for rest. Xiaotian returned to his one-bedroom apartment across the hall, but refrained from sleeping. Instead, he lay on the bed, contemplating how to continue acquiring experience points. Undoubtedly, experience points were the cornerstone of his existence. Only by strengthening himself could he hope to survive in a world rife with demons and monsters. Joining relevant authorities was one potential path, as the intelligence they possessed was unparalleled. Regrettably, Xiaotian quickly dismissed this notion that he preferred to quietly develop his skills in the shadows, avoiding entanglement in troublesome affairs. It was easy to imagine that the machinations surrounding extraordinary individuals would not be peaceful. As a newcomer, would he not be easily deceived by the seasoned veterans? If a conflict arose and he offended a superior, what would happen during missions? Would he face sabotage? Such scenarios were not far-fetched. Workplace conflicts were an everlasting reality, even among extraordinary beings. Moreover, those who disregarded the greater good for personal gain were plentiful. If Xiaotian truly encountered such situations, what could he do? Swing his 300-pound hammer and bludgeon them one by one? Absurd. Engaging in such actions would likely lead to a wanted notice. Thus, he was left with no choice but to operate independently. What? Form a fellowship of like-minded extraordinary individuals. That was a surefire path to destruction. After all, extraordinary individuals were already under the watchful eye of the authorities to prevent disturbances and criminal activities. At such a critical juncture, what was the purpose of forming small factions? Did he intend to establish a brotherhood of mutants or a hellfire club, or perhaps create an organization akin to Hydra? If he lived a lawful life, the state would grant him freedom. But if he dared to form a group, it wouldn't be long before the authorities came knocking, delivering a thorough reprimand and enforcing legal education, ultimately integrating him into their ranks. Unwilling to comply? Very well. I shall now accuse you under Article 300 of the Criminal Law for organizing and utilizing cults, thereby undermining the implementation of national laws and administrative regulations. You would face a prison sentence of 3 to 7 years. If your actions were deemed particularly severe, the sentence could exceed 7 years. Therefore, aside from being compelled to join, was there any other viable path? Xiaotian's side withdrew his phone and opened an online forum, hoping to discover whether any peculiar incidents had transpired in the metropolis. However, he was met with a series of 404 errors. Room 302 of the Unity community on Haining Road has become a haunted house, claiming 3 lives in a month. Finally, no one dares to continue the challenge. IT has said that the reward for a successful challenge has risen to 10 million. Clicking the link, he was met with an apology. Sorry. The post you were trying to view is no longer available. Next, a midnight attack involving a woman in red. Who could be behind it? Why has all the blood vanished from the victims? The police are offering a reward of 500,000 for a clue. Again, the same 404 message appeared. Third-tier celebrity Jing Qi has been missing for 10 days, with his last appearance on the show Real Men garnering pre-airing fame. Unremarkable. He chose not to click on that. Reports of dragon roars have been coming in from Pujiang, with numerous witnesses claiming to have seen a massive shadow gliding beneath the river at night. Is it fact or fiction? Local gossip suggests the Dragon King is angry. Today, another 17 people have perished drowned in the waters. Yet again, a 404 error mocked him silently. Want to see? Not a chance. He resolved to visit the medical university the following day to uncover the truth behind the strange occurrences. After that, he would inquire about the 10 million reward. With that thought, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Despite being a martial artist of exceptional skill, the day's exertions had rendered him mentally fatigued. The following day, Xiaotian's father and uncle took the car to handle the necessary paperwork for their out-of-town vehicle. Without proper documentation, they would face restrictions on travel. Fortunately, the car did not belong to him. Otherwise, he would have had to accompany them instead of visiting the medical university. After 2 years of university in the metropolis, he was somewhat familiar with the area that he boarded a bus to the medical university. Recently purchased smartphone in hand. Upon opening a certain app, he decisively selected the search option, specifying the scope, metropolis, keyword, supernatural. The result, 0. Had even certain terms been blocked from communication apps, he quickly adjusted his search. Entering modern tales. Almost instantaneously, a plethora of chat groups filled his screen. Without hesitation, he clicked on the first one, as it boasted the highest activity and had 1999 out of 2,000 members, just one shy of full capacity. Unable to resist, Xiaotian submitted his application, filling in the 2 characters for supernatural. Almost immediately, the group admin approved his request. Ding ding ding. As the group messages flooded in, Xiaotian grinned. This group was exceptionally lively. Room 302 of the Unity community. Challenge reward has reached 10 million. Are there any brave souls in the group looking to claim this prize? Upon joining, he discovered discussions revolving around the reward. Come face me if you're a woman, you old scoundrel, who defies the supernatural 3 times and ends up what? All of them missing, and the police have yet to find a trace of them. You can eat dirt? Is that 10 million real? Come face me if you're a woman. Brother, your name is quite provocative. Call me daddy, Xiaotian replied, and a private conversation request popped up, followed by a barrage of messages. It's true. 10 million is no joke. It's a bet among a few wealthy heirs. Initially, the reward wasn't so high, but after several disappearances, it kept increasing. This situation could have resolved itself if just one of them had backed out. But out of pride, they all held on. If it weren't for their families having some clout, the victims' families would have long since dealt with them. That I could put you in touch, but if anything happens, it's not my responsibility. Why are you so eager? A true man never looks back at explosions. If you succeed in the challenge, I shall receive 1 million in referral fees. Indeed, it appears that no one rises early without the promise of profit. Call me daddy, you go ahead and make contact. Once it's done, I expect 50,000. A true man never looks back at explosions, Brother, have you thought this through? Such matters are not to be trifled with. If you can truly spend a night in scathe, what difference does 50,000 make? Xiaotian closed the temporary chat and tucked his phone into his pocket. 1 million. Such a rare opportunity. Hadn't Yuan and the shadow ultimately succumbed to his hammer's might? He could hardly believe he would falter beneath the so-called haunted house. Chapter 042. Are you a monster? Upon arriving, Xiaotian stood by the street, gazing at the familiar Shanghai Medical University, feeling an accumulation of years weighing upon him. Perhaps it was due to the myriad of bizarre experiences he had encountered since acquiring the experience point system. He wandered into a nearby CF, ordered some desserts, and began to observe. The perimeter of the medical university had been cordoned off, with 2 soldiers wielding rifles standing vigil at the entrance. Inside, it appeared deserted. However, it was certain that the situation was far more complex than it seemed. As the waiter approached with coffee and pastries, Xiaotian inquired, "Do you know what is happening here?" gesturing towards the university. "Oh, it's been circulating for a while now. They say a toxic gas leaked from the university lab, and the emergency response team is on site for repairs." Xiaotian nodded, sipping his coffee intermittently. That a few passers-by had received stern warnings for coming too close, he was utterly unconvinced by the notion of a toxic gas. After all, he had spent 2 years at that school and understood it better than anyone. After finishing his coffee and settling the bill, he took a stroll around the university, leaving no corner unexamined. Inside the campus, soldiers were also stationed, heavily armed. That he noticed that previous blind spots in the surveillance had now been equipped with cameras, likely military grade, to prevent unauthorized personnel from sneaking in. Occasionally, 3 or 4 drones patrolled the area above. Such a level of security was indeed formidable. During the day, entering would be impossible, and even at night, it would be a daunting task. Xiaotian had no intention of testing the law, especially not against the might of a rifle. The penetrating power and impact of a bullet were beyond his capacity to withstand. That IT was undoubtedly a special case. But of what nature, he did not yet know. Given the government's heightened concern, the matter was significant. The risks were high, but the experience points promised to be equally rewarding. For the time being, the situation would not resolve quickly. Therefore, he needed to focus on enhancing his strength so that he could seize a piece of this grand opportunity from the medical university when the time came. Indeed, in Xiaotian's eyes, a special case was akin to a cake lavishly adorned with cream. Of course, it was laced with poison. Those with formidable strength could devour it fearlessly, savoring the satisfaction of cream sliding down their throats. Conversely, those lacking confidence would be courting death by daring to partake. Boarding the bus back to his new residence, he resolved to conserve his energy. There was 1 million to be earned that night. Compared to the multi-billion villas, it might seem trifling, but it was still comparable to the fruits of his father, Xiaotian's labor at the paper mill for half a lifetime. His mother had mentioned that the family savings were around 30 million, with a substantial portion coming from the paper mill's land. Over 20 years, they had barely earned about 10 million yet. This amount now only required Xiaotian to spend 12 hours in a haunted house. Even robbery could not be so swift that if Xiaotian were to learn of this, he would surely be astounded. You mean to say my lifetime of savings can be matched by you spending a single night? Is there no justice in this world? At noon, he pulled out his phone and ordered a whole roasted lamb through an app, expected to arrive around 5 or 6 in the evening. Thus, he spent the entire afternoon resting in his rented room. The ever-reliable delivery driver arrived promptly before dinner with the roasted lamb. Soon after, the family gathered to witness Xiaotian's performance. The entire lamb was devoured bite by bite, bones crushed and swallowed within moments, leaving onlookers in astonishment. This man truly lived up to the moniker of Superman. His cousin Lu Junming, channeling his frustrations into appetite, devoured an entire lamb leg, his expression a mix of disbelief at why he had not become a superhuman himself. Xiaotian, watching his cousin devour the meat, mused internally that if Lu ever awakened to become an extraordinary being, he would likely be afflicted with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Ding-dong. A notification chimed from the messaging app, prompting him to open it. A true man never looks back at explosions, bro. Hurry to Haining Road, Unity Community. Those rich second-generation kids are here, and you're the only one missing. Call me grandfather, received. The leader of the paranormal group felt a surge of irritation at the name change. How had he gone from daddy in the morning to grandfather by evening? After informing his family, he returned to his small quarters, hefted a box, and descended the stairs, ensuring to grab his trusty iron hammer. Carrying both would be cumbersome, so he decided on just one. He could always wield it with both hands if necessary. He opted not to drive his second-hand Audi, as it was undergoing repairs due to minor issues with the documentation. Instead, he opened a ride-hailing app and summoned a vehicle waiting by the roadside. After about 5 minutes, a Bentley glided to a stop beside him, and the driver honked twice, signaling him to get in. Xiaotian found it strange. Shouldn't it be a Volkswagen? Brother, hop in, the driver called out, rolling down the window to reveal a pale face. The man appeared to be in his 40s, bearing the marks of a life of excess. Seeing this, Xiaotian lifted the wooden box resting by his feet, reaching for the car door. As long as it would take him to Haining Road, he thought, what did it matter? However, upon touching the door, he sensed something was amiss. The IT felt too light. There was no metallic sensation at all. Instead, it felt like paper. Whoosh! The energy within his dantian surged suddenly, that Xiaotian's skin turned a shade of blue. Boom! The sound of the car's engine roared to life, leaving him stunned. Was it fleeing? Wait! How had the Bentley turned into a paper vehicle? Xiaotian smacked his forehead in realization. So, you are a malevolent spirit. Just as I was seeking experience points, you dared to come to me. Thinking you could escape, Xiaotian bent his legs, hefting the 300-pound iron hammer and darted forward, transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot towards the Bentley. His speed was astonishing, especially with the added boost of explosive power. His long legs propelled him 10 meters in a single leap, leaving clear footprints on the pavement, a testament to his strength. The middle-aged driver wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, having only ventured out tonight for a simple meal. He had not expected to encounter such a formidable opponent. The car, sustained by his dark energy, began to falter when Xiaotian touched the door, as he felt his energy plummet. Had he not reacted promptly to flee, he might have been reduced to nothingness. I must be more discerning with my assignments. Thankfully, I still have some wits about me. Then, he noticed in the rearview mirror a robust figure rapidly approaching, carrying a box taller than himself. Is this guy a monster? The driver, with insufficient dark energy to maintain the illusion of a real car, could only watch in horror as Xiaotian closed in. Most would flee at the sight of a paper Bentley, but now what was this entity pursuing him? Chapter 043, sir? I was wrong. Boom! The driver, glancing back at the rapidly approaching Xiaotian, felt his forehead nearly break into a sweat. This was a genuine monster. If he were caught, who knew how he might meet his end? Having just become a spirit, he wondered if there was a chance for rebirth if he perished again. Oh! Come on! Xiaotian exclaimed, his speed increasing even further. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," the driver cried out. "Are you a beast? This is my son's car. It's fast, even faster than a real one." After all, one ran on fuel, while the other drew from dark energy, two completely different sources of power. Yet, here was a human chasing down a spectral vehicle, and he was even carrying a box that clearly weighed a considerable amount. "Let us go!" Xiaotian matched the speed of the phantom car, casually tossing the box containing the hammer into the Bentley's back seat. Boom! The paper door offered no resistance that in truth. Even a metal door would likely not withstand his immense strength. Clang! The driver was instantly dismayed. The weight was overwhelming. Through days of experimentation, he knew that carrying items consumed his dark energy. The heavier the object, the greater the toll. Having just experienced a drop in energy combined with the rush of the accelerator, he had little left now. With a 300-pound iron hammer suddenly added, he could only watch helplessly as his speed dwindled. "Run! Keep running!" he urged desperately. "You got guts, daring to target me." Xiaotian grinned, tapping on the car window. "Sir, I called you grandfather. Isn't that enough? I swear I had no intention of harming you." The driver, wearing a mournful expression, pleaded for mercy, realizing he must concede. "Come on, open up and let me smash you to bits. Otherwise, I'll reduce you and your car to crumbs." Xiaotian was not easily swayed. He reached into the back seat, pulling out the wooden box, and in the driver's astonished gaze, revealed the massive iron hammer. "What the heck?" The driver gaped at the enormous hammerhead, its chilling spikes glistening ominously as the car door swung open. He hastily exited, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Raising his right hand, he swore with 3 fingers extended, "My lord, I have never harmed anyone. Moreover, I only worked for 3 days, transporting a mere 2 passengers that at most. I might have taken a brief breath of their vitality, which wouldn't shorten their lives. They might feel a bit unwell or catch a fever upon returning home, necessitating some ordinary supplements. I am truly an honest man. No, I should say an honest ghost. Look at me, still driving even in death. How dedicated I am." Xiaotian, wielding a hammer, looked utterly speechless. "Your dedication has nothing to do with me." Observing the indifference of the man before him, the car owner clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, declaring, "My dear sir, from now on, you can summon my vehicle at any time without charge." "That is indeed a commendable offer," Xiaotian murmured, furrowing his brow. For someone like him, particularly frugal and intent on saving for a villa, every penny saved was a boon. "To the Tuanjie community on Haining Road, I shall grant you 20 minutes. If you are even a second late, I shall turn you into crumbs." The car owner's eyes brightened as he patted his chest. "Fear not, I was quite the experienced driver in life." Before entering the vehicle, the spectral chauffeur felt a twinge of anxiety that he feared Xiaotian might, as before, continue to drain his dwindling essence. However, he soon realized his concerns were unfounded. Thus, a paper M6 Bentley began to speed recklessly down the street. 20 minutes was imperative. Even the mere thought of that spiked hammer made him instinctively tense. The culprit behind the car owner's diminishing vitality was undoubtedly his internal energy, yet at this moment, it was firmly under Xiaotian's control and could not be released. In front of the Tuanjie community on Haining Road, 7 or 8 luxury cars were parked that a group of youths in their 20s, despite having waited nearly half an hour, displayed no signs of impatience. "Sister Nan, do you think that reckless newcomer might have changed his mind?" One young man with dyed yellow hair cautiously inquired of a woman, seemingly fearful of being reprimanded for his words. "Let us wait another 10 minutes. If he doesn't arrive, we'll just take a joyride." The group of young men obediently nodded, not daring to utter a word. 5 minutes later, just as they began to believe the notoriously troublesome newcomer would not show, a Bentley zoomed past the Tuanjie community. "Wait, am I seeing things? That car seemed to be made of paper." One young man blinked, looking to the others for confirmation. "Gulp!" A collective swallow echoed as they were all too aware of the secrets surrounding peculiar cases. Yet, hearing of such matters was one thing. Witnessing them was another. The existence of a $10 million wager stemmed from this very reason. 3 consecutive disappearances had already occurred. Had one person admitted defeat, the matter might have been laid to rest. But young men, prideful as they are, would not easily concede, fearing ridicule from others. Thus, they pressed on, determined to persist despite the risks. "You must be mistaken. How could it be made of paper?" The others shook their heads in unison. Setting aside whether they truly saw it correctly, even if it were indeed a paper imitation of a Bentley, they would feign ignorance and speak falsely. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, perhaps due to their words. The paper vehicle returned. All eyes widened in shock, and a few legs began to tremble that my goodness. After so many late-night strolls, they finally encountered a ghost. Just as they prepared to flee, the passenger door of the paper car swung open, revealing a tall and robust figure clad in a hoodie and mask that a golden X emblazoned on his chest left a lasting impression. That he approached the back seat, retrieving a slightly smaller box, which he hoisted onto his shoulder. Then, waving at the paper vehicle, two horned blasts echoed. This Bentley, which instilled terror in all, vanished into the night. Who is the true man? I am the grandpa. Had Xiaotian arrived in a taxi, such words would surely have earned him the disdain and curses of the young crowd. However, with such a striking entrance, no one dared to contest his declaration. Even if one claimed to be their ancestor, they would not dare to retort. Chapter 044. I am, was the calm reply from the only composed individual present. Sister Nan, you are a true man. Xiaotian, still carrying the box, was genuinely taken aback that he hadn't expected that behind such a wild moniker stood a woman of stature. This leader of the group, who never turned to witness the chaos, stood at 180 centimeters tall. Even in the night, he could see she was wearing flat shoes rather than heels. Her long legs were indeed striking, yet anyone standing beside her would undoubtedly feel the pressure. No wonder those young men kept their distance. The term adorable height difference might sound flattering, but when roles are reversed, it somehow elicited a laugh. Is the 10 million ready? Though the group leader was tall, fair-skinned and leggy, Xiaotian was there for the money. Flirting? Please, he would rather spend that time watching more anime or playing games that, of course, this was a matter of subduing demons and gaining experience points. What about that car earlier? The group leader, named Sister Nan, seemed more focused on the spectral vehicle that had vanished into the night than on the wager itself. After all, how many normal people had encountered such a scene? Moreover, those who had typically met grim fates, either vanishing mysteriously or meeting a cold end. A friend of mine enjoys pranks. That was merely paper affixed to the car's exterior, intended to frighten people. Xiaotian casually fabricated an explanation, eliciting eye rolls from the others. Brother, we are car enthusiasts. Surely we can discern the truth. That was clearly a paper facade, not merely a cover for the real vehicle. The group, skeptical, sought to press further, but Xiaotian raised a hand to silence them. Give me the keys, and prepare the 10 million by tomorrow morning. Should you dare to deceive me, his sentence trailed off as he tossed the box onto the ground. Bang! The sudden noise startled them. The young man with yellow hair gulped, slowly retrieving the keys from his pocket and approaching Xiaotian to hand them over. Well then, see you tomorrow morning. He hoisted the box once more and entered the Tuanjia community. Sister Nan, where did you find him? Once Xiaotian departed, the group rushed forward, bombarding her with questions. Do you believe what I said about the group? If you don't wish to share, we want to press further. But your response is rather dismissive, isn't it? Who doesn't know your group has 2,000 members, with 1,999 being alternate accounts? The activity levels are all artificially inflated. To claim someone came in a paper car, you say they are a group member? One young man's voice dwindled to a whisper as he spoke, for Sister Nan's sharp gaze pierced through him like a knife. In truth, this entire situation was merely coincidental. Unbeknownst to her, had it not been for Xiaotian, she would not have noticed a single alternate account missing from her group. Initially, she intended to play a little game, teasing whether the group members were all her alternate accounts to satisfy her mischievous side, and thus agreed to the request. Little did she anticipate that her jest would lead to Xiaotian's inquiry about the 10 million bounty. Following that, everything spiraled out of control. Sister Nan was curious to see whether this fortunate individual who happened to join her private group was genuinely boasting, so she called a few wealthy second-generation individuals to gather at the Tuanjia community and await his arrival. To her astonishment, the notoriously troublesome newcomer indeed showed up, and in a paper vehicle no less. We should try to avoid going out at night from now on, that I've come to realize that my father's beatings were truly for my own good. The speaker, the young man with yellow hair, had a slightly swollen face. Sister, look, look. One young man pointed at the spot where Xiaotian had thrown the box. The group collectively turned their gaze, only to find spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the ground. The cause of this disturbance, Xiaotian calmly unlocked the door to room 302 and stepped inside. His hand brushed against the wall by the door, and he soon found the switch. Click! The room brightened, revealing a clean and tidy living room. This apartment bore no striking differences from an ordinary dwelling. 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom that exuded a warm ambience rather than any ominous or eerie feeling. The overall color scheme was neither glaring nor uncomfortable. Setting the box on the floor, he retrieved a hefty iron hammer weighing over 300 pounds that he then carried it to the sofa and settled into a comfortable position. Subsequently, he pulled out a stack of paper money, the token given to him by the spectral driver, that was said that if he drew a note and ignited it after sunset, assistance would surely arrive within 10 minutes. Xiaotian chose to spare the experienced driver partly because he had claimed never to harm anyone, that he merely took a breath of vitality, which at worst might cause a chill or a cold, easily remedied with some medication. Additionally, killing him would not necessarily yield much experience points. Such a timid ghost was a first for him. Lacking any real capability, Xiaotian even doubted he would earn 50 experience points for dispatching him. Ultimately, he was mindful of saving money. After all, he would need to take a taxi frequently. Each ride would cost at least 20 yuan, and for longer distances, it could easily reach 30 or 40. While it may seem insignificant at first glance, when accumulated, it amounts to a considerable sum. Moreover, with the ghost vehicle at his disposal, his future movements are bound to be shrouded in secrecy. This fellow, truly deserving of the title seasoned driver, maneuvers the car with remarkable finesse that a journey that typically takes half an hour was completed in a mere 15 minutes. That Xiaotian, is a man of his word, having promised to arrive at Haining Road within 20 minutes. He cannot go back on his word. Alas, it's a pity that the experienced driver cannot venture out during the day. Otherwise, it would be akin to acquiring a private chauffeur, and at no cost. If the seasoned driver were to overhear this, he might very well choke on his own blood. Good sir, even a ghost vehicle has its fuel consumption. Not only is he unwilling to pay, but he also wishes to summon me at all hours. A 24-hour service? Even the miserly Zhou Baopi would only crow like a rooster at dawn. Yet you, Baopi, are even more ruthless that there truly no such thing as ghostly rights. Time passed. Though how long he could not tell, and Xiaotian drifted into a hazy slumber. At midnight, precisely at 12 o'clock, the living room light flickered ominously, as if the voltage were unstable. Suddenly, with a soft hiss, it extinguished completely. Room 302 was plunged into darkness. Humans instinctively fear the night, for in its inky depths, one can never know what may lurk. This fear is rooted deep within the soul. Tick-tock! The sound of dripping water emanated from the bathroom, as if beckoning Xiaotian to investigate. Unfortunately, he was already asleep. Crimson liquid seeped through the narrow gap of the tightly shut door. As the liquid flowed past the iron hammer beside the sofa, a pig-like squeal erupted. Then, as if startled, the sanguine fluid abruptly retreated back into the bathroom. Chapter 045. I must continue to stay here, Part 1. Xiaotian awoke, lazily glancing around. The light in the living room had extinguished at some point. Checking his phone, he noted the time frozen at 12:05. Did I just hear a pig squeal? He muttered in confusion, his gaze drawn to the menacing iron hammer beside the sofa. In room 302, the only item that could possibly be linked to a pig was this very hammer. He could think of nothing else. Could it be that this object is also an extraordinary item? Regrettably, the experience point system scanning feature had not been upgraded. Otherwise, he might have discerned the hammer's true nature. The silence in the room was thick with an eerie atmosphere. Xiaotian had the unsettling feeling that he was not alone in this space. It seemed as though there were 9 others. Such a peculiar, disjointed thought lingered in his mind. Impossible to shake off, that he grasped the hammer and approached the security door. Twisting the handle, he found it would not budge. Of course, if he were to exert force, the door would yield easily against his immense strength. Yet, There was no need. Having won a $10 million prize, he intended to stay the night. To leave now would be to go back on his word. Thus, he turned back toward the bedroom. Da-da. The familiar scent, the familiar formula. Once again, the door refused to yield. It felt as if some unseen force were pressing against it. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The dripping sound from the bathroom continued. And Xiaotian rolled his eyes. Really, even horror films have moved past such cliché that nevertheless, he approached, determined to uncover what trickery lay hidden in the shadows. The bathroom door, unsurprisingly, opened easily for him. What he beheld was a torrent of blood gushing forth from the faucet, accompanied by a chilling aura that began to rise. Bang! Without hesitation, he withdrew his foot, promptly shutting the door. The dripping ceased abruptly, and that frigid presence vanished. That it was as if it were caught in a stupor. Creak! After a brief interval, Xiaotian pushed the door open once more, cautiously extending a foot. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The faucet again spewed forth sanguine liquid, and the chilling aura surged once more. Bang! He repeated his previous actions, retracting his leg and closing the door. Creak! The faucet ceased its flow, and the icy presence dissipated entirely. It seemed to have given up hope regarding Xiaotian. I'm coming in, he murmured, stepping onto the bathroom floor. Tick-tock! As the dripping resumed, he swiftly repeated his earlier motions. Bah! Room 302 fell utterly silent, a sorrowful inexplicability filling the air. Creak! The familiar sound of a door opening resonated. The bathroom remaining eerily stilled, Xiaotian cautiously extended his right foot, stepping onto the floor. Yet nothing peculiar occurred. Half of his body entered, and still, there was no response. Perhaps he had become numb to it all. He fully stepped into the bathroom, and the faucet remained obedient, like a well-behaved child. After taking a few steps, the chilling aura surged violently, as if afraid of his presence. The bathroom door, seemingly possessed by a will of its own, attempted to close, intending to trap him within. Bang! Yet Xiaotian did not look back, his left hand firmly pressing against the door. That frigid force could not budge him. Thus an awkward scene unfolded. The entity concealed in the shadows sought to close the door, yet found it impossible to do so. Xiaotian remained unmoved, hand pressed against the door, surveying his surroundings without a hint of fear. What the hell? The icy presence was now in disarray. That it was its first encounter with such a situation, completely unsure of how to respond. Click! Xiaotian heard a sound and turned to see the security door swing open, seemingly offering an exit. I'm not leaving. It's still hours until dawn. I'll be collecting 10 million. Why should I leave now? Whoosh! The living room lights suddenly illuminated the space. You want to leave? Then I shall take my leave. The chilling aura from the bathroom vanished. Returning to normalcy, this turn of events was beyond even Xiaotian's expectations. After merely teasing you a few times, you actually fled. Have you no sense of decorum? You wretched ghost, how pitifully cowardly. Now it was Xiaotian's turn to feel embarrassed. If it were something akin to a pig's grievance, he could simply swing the hammer, and in it point one blow wouldn't suffice. Then two would do the trick, ensuring it would submit and kneel and surrender. But what could one do about a ghost? If it chose not to reveal itself, Xiaotian was utterly powerless. Given the circumstances, what else could he do but sleep? Was he to believe that shouting would summon the ghost back? He set the hammer back on the floor and reclined on the sofa to continue his slumber. The night passed without incident. The following morning, the sound of the security door clicking open roused Xiaotian from his slumber. Groggily opening his eyes, he beheld the group leader, standing at a height of 6 feet, accompanied by a fellow with yellow hair and another with green hair as they entered. Upon crossing the threshold, they immediately spotted the fearsome iron hammer. With such a weapon, even an elephant would surely kneel in submission. What brings you here? We're here to deliver breakfast, the yellow-haired one stammered, holding out a fast food container. The previous day, Xiaotian had terrified everyone with his ghostly vehicle, and now, confronted with the brutal hammer, they quaked in fear. I'm not hungry. Is breakfast more important than 10 million? The self-proclaimed true man of the group approached the television. He then witnessed the leader pulling out a pinhole camera from the cabinet. Are you spying on me? Big brother, if we didn't install cameras, how would we know if you were deceiving us? Nan Jie interjected, producing a small card and inserting it into her phone that Xiaotian considered the logic. After all, what if he hadn't even arrived and had merely slept in the hallway? Although they were wealthy second-generation heirs, it was unwise to assume they were fools. Thankfully, he had forgotten to remove his mask the previous day. The three gathered to review the footage from the previous night, that as the clock struck midnight and the lights extinguished. Their hearts raced in unison, especially when the blood-like liquid surged from the bathroom. Adrenaline flooded their systems. How exhilarating! The moment a pig squealed, startling the liquid back into the bathroom. Xiaotian's antics of repeatedly opening and swiftly closing the door to tease the malevolent presence transformed the horror into a comedy. The trio could only stare in disbelief. Can it really be played with like this? It was evident that Xiaotian, the man who dared to ride in a ghost vehicle, possessed an extraordinary confidence. When the sound of the door clicking open echoed, presenting a scene of farewell, they began to think perhaps there was nothing to fear from ghosts after all, until the lights illuminated the room. Xiaotian slept soundly until morning. "My 2 million! The yellow-haired one lamented, clutching his head in despair. "What are you crying about? I put in 5 million. Did I complain?" The green-haired one nearly choked his companion in frustration. 2 million. And you're already in tears? I'm twice that amount. In contrast, Nan Jie appeared pleased, her eyes sparkling with newfound interest at a man who dared to confront ghosts. Who wouldn't he be intrigued? Chapter 046. I must continue to stay here. Part 2. This is an anonymous card with 1,050,000 inside, Nan Jie stated, presenting a bank card to Xiaotian. Then he naturally accepted it, tucking it away in his pocket. Delete the video. I have no desire to become an internet sensation. The mere thought of such footage being shared online was enough to send shivers down his spine. Even with the current state of national controls, a well-meaning mischief maker could easily download and disseminate it that in this digital age, even the faintest whisper could lead to a beggar becoming a star. Nan Jie complied, pointing her phone at Xiaotian and deleting the video right before his eyes. Snap! The little black card was extracted from the phone and promptly snapped in half. Is anyone able to give me a ride? It's on your way. Xiaotian is currently scrimping and saving to purchase a villa. He cannot take the bus due to his oversized suitcase. Taking a taxi? That would still incur expenses. Me! Huang Mao and Lu Mao clamored, eager to be in the presence of such a remarkable individual. They would never forget the scene in the video where he wielded a large iron hammer, searching the house for ghosts. Absolutely astounding. He far surpassed those pretentious Taoists and monks. How much greater he was. Would they dare to act so recklessly as Xiaotian? In the end, he even forced the objects in the house to flee through the door. Previously, 3 people had gone missing in succession. This clearly indicated that the eerie happenings in room 302 were indeed sinister. Last night was reminiscent of a bullied young bride. Had the circumstances been different, they might have laughed uncontrollably. Xiaotian pointed casually at the little yellow-haired boy. Mao was particularly conspicuous. The 4 of them exited the Tuanjie community and were greeted by 3 expensive sports cars parked along the street. Many passing vehicles kept their distance. After all, one careless scrape could necessitate selling a house to cover the damages. That Xiaotian glared at the cars, each worth at least 10 million, cursing the detestable rich second generation in his heart. These were the very luxuries he had once dreamed of, only to have his youthful fantasies shattered by a decade-old second-hand Audi. Throughout the journey, the little yellow-haired boy appeared apprehensive, his expression indicating a multitude of unvoiced questions. Though he refrained from disturbing Xiaotian, who was resting with his eyes closed. Even upon arriving at the street where the rental house was located, he held back his inquiries after parking. Xiaotian disembarked with the suitcase in hand, casually waving his sleeve as a form of greeting. By the way, prepare 10 million. I will return tonight. Before departing, he left Huang Mao in shock with those words. Xiaotian's figure vanished into the street, leaving Huang Mao still dazed. When Nan Jie and Lu Mao arrived, he remained rooted to the spot in astonishment. Hey, Huang Tao, what's wrong with you? Nan Jie. The expert said to prepare 10 million. He intends to stay in the haunted room 302 tonight. Lu Mao also appeared as though struck by lightning, instantly dumbfounded. Nan Jie smiled slightly, nonchalantly saying, well, You could just gather people for the money. After all, it wasn't her concern. No, we didn't say we could stay for long. However, you didn't deny that you could stay indefinitely. Nanjia's words made the two wish they could weep in despair. It was all for the sake of pride. If only they had surrendered sooner. Wait, we can forego the reward. Lu Mao's eyes lit up with a look of surprise. The young man named Huang Tao promptly gave him a light tap on the back of his head. Are you out of your mind? Do you really want to experience the scene of the expert wielding a large hammer, searching for ghosts? Ghosts and monsters, no matter how fierce, had never truly been encountered. There was merely an inexplicable sense of fear. Yet everyone had witnessed Xiaotian's brutal demeanor. Forfeiting the reward. If they encountered someone rational, it might not be so frightening. But the Xiaotian in the video appeared to be a ruthless individual. What if he became angry and swung a hammer at them? The three individuals who had gone missing before had all entered the restroom at precisely midnight and never returned. The morning's video had revealed far too many concealed truths. You needn't worry about the money. Do you have any idea how much the families of the three victims have collectively been compensated? Shouldn't you be grateful for encountering such a skilled individual? I suspect their fathers are struggling to contain their emotions. Once the police get involved, you'll be the one suffering. Although this person is a bit peculiar. He possesses genuine skill that if he can assist you in resolving the haunted room 302, spending a little money is well worth it. Nanjie shared her perspective, understanding that these wealthy second-generation individuals had connections. And they were not the ones who had caused the deaths. However, it all stemmed from the gambling incident. While certain victims had been unable to resist their greed, that did not absolve them of their culpability as instigators. Huang Tao found her reasoning compelling, that he gritted his teeth and said to Lu Mao, Li Zheng, contact the others shortly and gather at the Crane Tower for a meal. We'll lay everything bare and propose raising 50 million to hire the expert to completely resolve the haunted room 302. Even if our parents can't cover it, leading to a public uproar, we'll at least have an explanation that I understand that this may seem a bit unethical. However, each family of the victims received 3 million in compensation from my family. I imagine they received a similar sum from yours, right? Others likely did as well. That amount should be sufficient for their families to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. This can also be seen as avenging the first three individuals. Don't forget to thank me once it's all over. Nanjie interjected once more. Huang Tao and Li Zheng rolled their eyes. How could she still say that? They hadn't intended to continue this, but her single phone call had thrown everyone into disarray. Unfortunately, they were too angry to voice their frustrations, or else they wouldn't have forced themselves to attend the meeting last night. Meanwhile, Xiaotian, back at home, placed the suitcase down and headed next door. His mother and aunt were watching television. Recently, his father and uncle had been so busy they could scarcely catch their breath. While they were rather leisurely, Xiaotian, where did you go last night? His mother, Wang Mei, asked upon seeing him enter. Just earning a little pocket money, he replied lightly. Our family doesn't lack a few extra coins. Can't you just stay at home? Even though you've become extraordinary, you can't just run around. What if you encounter something dire? Xiaotian smiled. He particularly cherished this warm atmosphere. If Wang Mei knew that his pocket money amounted to more than the profits from his father's paper mill over 20 years, she would undoubtedly be left speechless. Having earned over 10 million, why do I feel no joy? Sigh. I should have asked the earring-wearing man how one might encounter a ghost. Chapter 047, Seeking Ghosts. This was the only vexation Xiaotian experienced last night. Although he had playfully teased some malevolent spirits, he had not inflicted any substantial harm. At most, he had merely irritated them for a while. It was for this reason that he had left the suggestion of preparing 10 million before departing. On one hand, he was unwilling to let the spirit off the hook, wishing to reclaim some experience points. On the other, it was a rare opportunity to meet a few affluent individuals. If he didn't take the chance to profit, he would be betraying his ambition of purchasing a villa. Should Huang Tao and the others refuse, Xiaotian would not force their hand, in a society governed by law, who would dare to engage in extortion. Such a mindset was purely speculative. He would first test the waters that if they were uncooperative, so be it. After all, he had concealed himself well, never revealing his identity from start to finish. Did I ask for the contact number? That was a gift from a certain computer genius several years ago. The individual had since gone abroad for studies, making it impossible to trace that if these fellows were obedient and prepared 10 million. It would be like earning money for nothing. After chatting with his mother for the entire morning, he returned to his small room after lunch. He took a nap in the afternoon, planning to stay up all night to vanquish the malevolent spirit in room 302. Around 6 o'clock, night had completely fallen. Xiaotian shouldered 2 wooden boxes and exited the community. For some reason, wielding a large hammer felt as though he was missing a soul. Perhaps he should bring everything tonight. Wouldn't it be exhilarating to strike with both hands? He pulled out a stack of ghost money from his pocket, casually igniting a bill and tossing it to the ground, then quietly awaited its arrival. After about 5 minutes, a flashy Bentley sped toward him. It executed a thrilling drift before coming to a halt with remarkable flair right in front of Xiaotian. Impressive, my skilled driver. He felt fortunate, grateful that he had acted with integrity the previous day. In this day and age, encountering such an honest ghost was not merely rare. It was likely more elusive than a giant panda. Despite fearing him to the core, the act of igniting ghost money had drawn him near. Xiaotian pondered his conscience. If the roles were reversed, he would have vanished without a trace. "Sir, get in." The driver, pale as if he had indulged excessively, greeted Xiaotian with a grin that he opened the back door, placed his 2 large hammers inside, and naturally took a seat in the front passenger seat. Haining Road, Tuanjie Community. Got it. Hold on tight. We'll arrive in 15 minutes. Virum. The roar of the engine reverberated through the streets, startling the surrounding residents into shouts of disapproval. Haining Road, Tuanjie Community. This time, Nanjie was delayed by some matters and did not accompany them. Only Huang Tao and Li Zhong, the 2 wealthy second-generation individuals, were present, having been practically dragged along. 50 million was a sum that, to these individuals, was neither excessively large nor particularly small. Yet, to resolve the haunted room 302 in one fell swoop. There was no room for refusal. They were fond of games, occasionally a bit arrogant and rebellious, but that did not imply they were indifferent to human life. When the first person went missing, it felt surreal. They had clearly seen in the video that the challenger had merely gone to the restroom at night and never returned. Initially, many believed he had somehow exited room 302 through the lavatory. In reality, there were numerous cases of locked room murders, and once the truth was revealed, it left everyone astonished. Afterward, they ceased to concern themselves with the first missing person. After all, they were merely playing. Who would bother about him? Thus, the second disappearance occurred. They grew somewhat fearful when another individual, precisely at midnight, exited the bedroom only to enter the restroom and never re-emerged at that moment. Some began contemplating withdrawing from the wager. Yet, no one dared to be the first to speak. They were all part of the same social circle. Sometimes, a person's face can be more valuable than their very life. Thus, the stalemate ensued. The third challenger arrived uninvited, and a group of individuals pressed on, their resolve hardening. Until the moment of disappearance, a chill ran through everyone. Coincidentally, at this juncture, several newspapers caught wind of the events and began to report sporadically. However, due to the limited scale of the incidents and the government's tight control over such information, it all sank into oblivion. Almost as soon as the news was shared online, it was met with a 404 error. The second-generation wealthy, left with no other options, confided in their elders. Soon after, the families of the missing came knocking, seeking compensation to settle the matter. After some time had passed, these families would report the disappearances to the police, ensuring their sons remained unscathed. For them, any situation that could be resolved with a bit of money would never warrant the use of connections. After all, for those who could afford million-dollar sports cars, a few $100,000 was hardly a concern. It wasn't until yesterday that Xiaotian accidentally found himself added to Sister Nan's self-entertaining communication group that if given the choice, the second-generation heirs would rather not continue gambling. Everyone tacitly agreed to refrain from mentioning the haunted house at 302, that if this continued, the matter would gradually fade from memory. However, Sister Nan's sudden emergence drew them together. This woman, entrenched in the circle of Shanghai's wealthy, instilled fear in everyone. Compelled by her imposing presence, they could only suppress their dread and attend, and no matter how terrifying the haunted house was, the entities within were unseen and intangible, thus not instilling overwhelming fear. Yet Sister Nan was a living embodiment of terror, capable of kicking you where it hurts right in front of your father. The most astonishing part was that after inflicting such pain, she would still claim it was for your own good, that if Xiaotian merely acted nonchalantly yesterday, she would have promptly declared the wager null and void. This was to safeguard his life and to take revenge for the amusement that arose from the group's collective antics. The scene of Xiaotian arriving in a ghostly car was indeed breathtaking. That it was perhaps the first time he witnessed a genuine specter. Thus, Sister Nan changed her mind, eager to see if Xiaotian could survive within the haunted house. At the street corner of the Unity community, a young man with yellow hair and another with green hair squatted on the ground, smoking. Both were troubled, fearing that their 50 million would not be enough to sway a master. Yet, this was the largest sum they could muster. The previous compensation had drained them, leaving them financially crippled. Creak! A Bentley abruptly halted before them, and before they could rise, Xiaotian emerged from the vehicle. A master? The two men exclaimed excitedly as they rushed forward. Once Xiaotian retrieved a wooden box, he gestured for the driver to leave. Beep beep! The horn sounded, marking a farewell as the Bentley slowly disappeared into the darkness. Master, was that the car from yesterday? Huang Tao inquired tentatively. Indeed, as I mentioned yesterday, that layer of paper was merely affixed. Regrettably, his words lacked conviction. It seemed that due to his statement, the two second-generation heirs clearly witnessed the vehicle. Under the streetlight, seemingly traversing through space, gradually vanishing from sight. If I were to say that was the latest in invisibility technology, would you believe me? Xiaotian retorted, exasperated, finding the driver somewhat mischievous. Huang Tao and Li Zheng exchanged incredulous glances. Pleading, could you at least provide a reason we could believe? If you yourself do not believe such nonsense, how can we? Chapter 048. Just be reckless. Master, we would like to request your assistance. Huang Tao spoke with a hint of trepidation. Though much calmer than when he first encountered the ghostly car yesterday, trembling in fear that Xiaotian, carrying a wooden box containing 2 iron hammers, was heading towards the Unity community. Upon hearing this, he immediately halted, turning with a puzzled expression. We intend to spend 50 million for you to eliminate the entity within the haunted house at 302. What? Xiaotian was taken aback. 50 million to kill a ghost. Huang Tao and Li Zheng, assuming his astonishment stemmed from reluctance due to the insufficient amount, quickly clarified, Master, please do not be angry. This is all the savings we have left. Any more is simply beyond our means. I know 50 million is a bit on the low side, but could you show us mercy? This could be seen as a service to the community. Xiaotian fell silent for a moment, contemplating that he had no desire to pity them, nor did he wish to smash them with a hammer. 50 million is a little low, brother. There's no one quite like you in boasting. Truth be told, it was not entirely Huang Tao and his companion's fault. Had it not been for the video this morning as evidence, they would have deemed 500 yuan excessive. Yet, when faced with the reality of the situation, is 50 million truly a large sum to pay someone to confront a ghost? At least in their eyes, it was not. Fine. What more could Xiaotian hope for? A million multiplied 5 times to become 50 million. He could hardly contain his laughter. Yes. Huang Tao and Li Zheng silently cheered in delight. That Xiaotian then resumed his course towards the Unity community, ensuring that until the evil entity within the haunted house at 302 was dealt with, no one would mention 50 million again. Although they were second-generation heirs, it did not imply they were foolish. If they pretended to be generous and handed over their cards, what if he fled midway? To this day, they remained unaware of the masked man's true identity. Thus, someone acquired yet another nickname. Clack! After pushing the box onto the floor, Xiaotian flicked on the lights, as if returning home. Placing the hammers in the living room before collapsing onto the sofa, he couldn't help but wonder what expression the evil entity would wear upon seeing him. Would it be furious and rush at him? After a moment of thought, he found this prospect rather pleasant. When the time came, he would grab the hammer and smash it, securing 50 million and getting one step closer to his goal of purchasing a villa. The thought made him feel quite content. At midnight, precisely at 12 o'clock. Sizzle. The lights in room 302 extinguished in an instant. The sound of dripping echoed from the bathroom that a chilling aura began to rise, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. It seemed as if it were luring the occupants to investigate. Xiaotian rose, gripping the large hammer, and approached the bathroom. Upon reaching the door, he raised his foot and kicked it open. Bang! He controlled his strength. Otherwise, the door would have shattered into pieces. The faucet suddenly returned to normal. Simultaneously, the cold aura vanished without a trace. Room 302 was astonishingly normal, that Xiaotian could hardly believe that there was a ghost more cowardly than the seasoned driver. How could one know if they could defeat him without trying? Win and enjoy the spoils, lose and face the consequences. Hadn't he heard that before? Spit, coward. Xiaotian spat towards the bathroom, uttering a disdainful remark. Unfortunately, the evil entity remained unmoved. Do as you wish, that I simply refuse to show myself. Wait, I may not understand the evil entity, but there's one individual who certainly does. Xiaotian suddenly realized, setting down the hammer and opening the security door to exit. Outside the Unity community, he pulled out a ghostly banknote and set it alight, patiently waiting. The seasoned driver was a living ghost. Why hadn't he thought to inquire about the inside scoop at that moment? Beep, beep. 5 minutes later, a Bentley, capable of participating in a rally, thundered from the intersection. Screech! It came to a rapid halt, settling firmly before Xiaotian. Sir, hop in. Xiaotian rolled his eyes. This guy was becoming increasingly cheeky. The entire ghost resembled a lewd old madam from ancient brothels. Do you know about the ghost in room 302? I want to eliminate it, but every time it sees me, it hides away. I can't see it, and I'm utterly helpless. The seasoned driver looked bewildered, realizing that not only was he being used as a free chauffeur, but he was also expected to become a ghostbuster. To be honest, they had no connection whatsoever. The relationship between ghosts was akin to a tonic. Those lacking strength would avoid confrontation, not daring to approach. However, for a ghost to exist, it must have a vessel. My vessel, for instance, is the urn of ashes that if it were to be broken, leaving no remains, until a new vessel is found, it would be akin to a leaf without roots. Its power would gradually diminish until it completely dissipated. Recently, the city has been quite unstable. If it weren't for my Bentley S speed, I would have long been devoured by other malicious spirits. All right, I understand. Xiaotian nodded and re-entered the Unity community. Beep, beep. The seasoned driver honked twice in farewell before speeding off into the thick night. Upon entering room 302, Xiaotian seized the 2 hammers and charged into the bathroom. For 2 consecutive nights, there had been disturbances in the restroom. Therefore, it was reasonable to deduce that the evil spirit's vessel must be among the items within. He was no detective, nor did he consider himself skilled in unraveling complexities. Thus, Xiaotian chose to be reckless. He refused to believe that by storming into the bathroom and smashing things, he wouldn't be able to force out the evil entity. Boom! Xiaotian burst in, smashing a hammer down on the faucet, that if you enjoy the dripping sound so much, today I shall ensure you never drip again. The wash basin shattered on impact, splintering into pieces, unable to be reassembled. Boom! 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 The entire bathroom transformed into a wreckage. The neighbors upstairs and downstairs had already been awakened by the first smash. Yet no one dared to shout or scold. After all, room 302 was indeed a haunted house. Some even struggled to contain themselves, contemplating calling the police. What would they say? A ghost is causing mayhem. It wants to consume people. Xiaotian's actions caused the temperature in the bathroom to plummet to freezing point. Blood-red stains rapidly spread across the walls. Drip! Tick-tock! Blood dripped from the ceiling onto the floor that a blood-soaked figure, as if flayed, emerged, its eyes glaring malevolently at Xiaotian. Who are you trying to frighten? Rather than cowering in fear. Xiaotian swung a hammer at it. This malevolent spirit, or perhaps a wretched being, should have acted long ago if it had any real power. To be fair, after being toyed with so mercilessly the previous night, even the most good-natured person would reach their breaking point. Thus, aside from its lack of strength, this creature possessed no leverage to instill terror in Xiaotian. Chapter 049. Didn't he see this coming? Surprised? Unexpected? Boom! With a single swing, Xiaotian nearly smashed through the ceiling that he held back his strength. Exorcising evil spirits was a lucrative profession, but he couldn't damage the property of other citizens. The tenant above was utterly bewildered, clutching his phone with the glaring digits 110 illuminated in the night. Was this ghost truly so cunning? All he wanted was to call the police, yet it dared to issue a warning. Couldn't he sleep in peace? In the bathroom, Xiaotian looked up at the blood-dripping ceiling, only to find that the bloody figure had long since vanished. Everything in room 302 began to tremble, as if some unseen force was awakening. Whoosh! A layer of azure flames enveloped him, igniting the hammer in his hands, which blazed fiercely. His mastery of the fire-forging body technique had reached its zenith, transforming from crimson flames to azure, significantly amplifying its lethality that a chill swept through the master bedroom. And without hesitation, Xiaotian hurled his mighty hammer. Boom! The door shattered instantly, the fiery hammer crashing into the bedroom. Clang! At that very moment, the tenant below put down his phone, wiped the dirt from his face, and shook the dust from his blanket. Then he quietly lay back down, covering himself with the blanket to continue sleeping. Showing no inclination to express anger over the cracks appearing in his ceiling, that Xiaotian unleashed a flurry of strikes, charging into the bedroom with a scorched path left in his wake. The exquisite floor was instantly reduced to ruin, as he surveyed his surroundings. He found the walls adorned with countless blood-written characters of death. It was clear how much malice the malevolent spirit harbored against him. Ha! Useless wretch, if you have any guts, come face me directly. Xiaotian picked up the hammer, his expression fierce. Unfortunately, he was dealing with a cowardly ghost. It wouldn't emerge to meet its demise simply because of a few taunts. Not coming out? Fine. Tonight he would demolish its lair, leaving it nowhere to hide. Clang! Clang! With two hammers dancing through the air, Xiaotian still felt unsatisfied. There was no choice but to hold back. Otherwise, he would have already breached both floors. The downstairs neighbor trembled with fear. Shaken by the sounds of chaos above, he vowed to sell the place and move out by morning. Having heard rumors of room 302 being haunted, he had always been skeptical. But now, with such a ruckus, could it possibly be the work of a human? He could only think of demons. He wasn't the only one wanting to move. The man above shared his sentiment. Misery loves company. That moment, Xiaotian transformed into a frenzied demolisher, smashing everything in sight, leaving behind a trail of destruction. When he exited the bedroom, his eyes met a scene drenched in blood. A figure, as if skinned alive, lunged toward him. Bang! He swung the massive hammer down on its head with all his might. The immense force shattered the figure, azure flames consuming the remnants, burning fiercely. Two chilling gusts of wind surged behind him. But Xiaotian didn't look back, swinging his hammer backward. Bang! Bang! Two blood-soaked figures were sent flying by an overwhelming force, crashing against the wall, with cracks spreading across the cement surface. Is this all you can muster? The azure flames blazed as the two figures emitted piercing wails. The surrounding neighbors, terrified, were wide awake, all silently vowing to leave at dawn, declaring they no longer wanted the cursed house. Xiaotian approached the bloodied corpse, scrutinizing it closely. This creature was indeed a corpse, unlike the ethereal specters he had encountered in Z County. But how had they concealed themselves? Unable to fathom it, he dismissed the thought. He wasn't a scientist, after all. His task was to eliminate them all. Clang! Clang! Two mighty strikes obliterated the corpse's head. The energy within surged, the azure flames flaring even brighter. Sizzle! In no time, it was reduced to ashes. That he set down the hammer and immediately logged into the messaging app, addressing the group leader. Real men never look back at explosions. Call me ancestor, the haunting in room 302 has been resolved. Have Huang Mao and LV Mao come for inspection. A day had passed, and his nickname had changed again. That he then turned off his phone, picked up the hammer once more, and exited the room, seemingly preparing to wait outside the community for them. In the ravaged room. After Xiaotian left, a stream of blood surged from the bathroom. The pungent scent of blood filling the space until it coalesced into a human-shaped entity. It gazed at the desecrated room, trembling with rage, droplets of blood splattering onto the floor. After a moment, it let out a heavy breath. Circumstances dictated the course of action. One must concede when necessary. That brutal man wielding two hammers, though merely an ordinary person, exuded an aura that warned of danger. Hence, it had refrained from retaliating during Xiaotian's countless provocations the previous night. But tonight, this fellow was determined to eradicate it without mercy, a prospect that was rather troublesome. Contemplating his options, he resolved to dispose of the three unfortunate corpses as scapegoats. At this point, things were going smoothly. The muscle-bound man with the hammers had departed, allowing him to quietly hide and wait for the passage of time, anticipating new tenants, or rather, new unfortunate souls who would not heed the warnings. As the sinister winds stirred, the shattered furniture, cracked walls, and charred door began to restore themselves. The blood-colored figure appeared notably smaller than before, transforming from a towering 2-meter giant into an ordinary 170. Just as it turned to reconstitute itself into liquid and flow back into the bathroom, boom! The security door exploded, and a muscular man, engulfed in blazing azure flames, charged at him wielding two hammers, exuding a ferocious and violent aura. "Ha! I knew you hadn't perished, you cowardly rat hiding in the shadows. The three bloodied corpses you tossed out were mere scapegoats to deal you take me for a simple brute. Who doesn't he know that room 302 has seen 3 disappearances, perfectly corresponding to those 3 corpses? I may be a university student. Do you really wish to underestimate my intelligence?" Accompanied by wild laughter, the blood figure was met with a hammer filled with chilling spikes. Chapter 050. A modern-day Pangelian. If the blood figure had an expression, it would surely be one of incredulity. Xiaotian returned, delivering a fiery blow with the hammer, striking at the very moment when the figure was left vulnerable. Boom! The heavy blow was fierce. The flames roaring died in an instant. It evaporated half of its blood. Thud! The blood reformed into a humanoid shape, albeit shorter than before, now resembling a diminutive creature akin to a kappa. Ah! A howling cry, filled with rage and malice, echoed throughout the Unity community. The surrounding tenants jolted awake from their dreams, drenched in cold sweat. Some of the more timid individuals even wet their beds. "Shut up!" Xiaotian paid no mind to these trivialities, employing his agile footwork to close the distance to the blood figure in an instant. The hammer in his hand came crashing down once again. Shield! The blood figure's mass diminished drastically, leaving it only 50 centimeters tall in a moment of distraction. Yet a shield woven from blood emerged, blocking the hammer's path. Bang! Blood splattered as azure flames danced. Hissing sounds filled the air, while white steam enveloped the entire living room of room 302. Seizing the opportunity, the blood figure darted toward the bathroom. Thinking of escaping? Not on my watch. Xiaotian promptly hurled his other hammer. Boom! The floor shattered, creating an opening, forcing the blood figure back. What awaited it next was Xiaotian's embrace. As he looked down at the struggling little figure in his arms. He chuckled, the blazing azure flames surging once more. "Brother, I'll remember you. After all, you just brought me 50 million in funds." As soon as the words left his mouth, he prepared to unleash a crushing embrace. Wait! Crash! Xiaotian glanced at the bloodstains left on his arm, blinking in surprise. This entity could actually speak. Ding! Killed the blood oddity, gained 5,000 experience points. A blood oddity. It turned out that the source of malevolence lurking in room 302 was not a malevolent ghost at all, but rather an awakened oddity. To be honest, this revelation left Xiaotian utterly bewildered. After much contemplation, it dawned upon him that he had once been a human, and no wonder he could still open doors to usher guests out, scrutinize with moderation, and even execute a cunning ploy. Yet in an instant, he burst into joyous laughter, having amassed 5,000 experience points. This was comparable to the time in Z County when he wielded the blade of vengeful spirits, exuding an air of invincibility. But why was he so feeble? Since charging into room 302, it had only been a matter of mere seconds that in that fleeting moment, an extraordinary individual had been swiftly dispatched. He failed to recall that when he vanquished the shadow, it required little effort. Subsequently, he had earned an impressive bounty of experience points, leading to substantial growth. Now, effortlessly obliterating an extraordinary being worth 5,000 experience points. Was that truly remarkable? A crisp sound pierced the air, drawing Xiaotian's gaze downward, where he discovered a blood-red orb, no larger than a fingernail, resting quietly on the floor. What is this? As he bent to retrieve it, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The entire world seemed to spin, and he was astounded by this revelation. Could it be that this individual had left behind a hidden scheme to ensnare him? How careless! Achi, Men of Honor was painstakingly procured by Aja for you, that if you perform well in the program, your popularity can soar from the 3rd tier to the 2nd. Unfortunately, the production team only allowed you to enter alone. And who knows how much hardship you'll endure? A gentle voice from behind startled Xiaotian, prompting an involuntary turn and response. Rest assured, it matters not that it's merely 3 months of close filming. While it may be arduous, I have always regretted not enlisting during my youth. Now, I have the opportunity to earn money while fulfilling a childhood dream. What is not to like? As Xiaotian listened to himself speak, gazing at the chiseled face before him, an odd sensation enveloped him. Suddenly, his perspective shifted from first person to third. What was this? Wait, this person named Achi bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhengqi, a film star who had recently withdrawn from the popular boy band So. He was participating in Men of Honor. It all made sense. Suddenly, a realization struck Xiaotian. Hadn't this young celebrity gone missing for 10 days? Was it possible that he had entered the world that once belonged to Zhengqi? Was it the blood orb's doing? At first, Xiaotian found the 3 months of military training to be somewhat novel. However, as time wore on, it became tiresome. Finally, enduring until the end, the production team announced an early wrap 15 days ahead of schedule, allowing everyone to return home. Zhengqi opted not to inform the woman, intending to surprise her. Yet upon returning home early, he found the house vacant, that he entered the bedroom and, in a daze, fell asleep. You've lost your mind? A low growl echoed in the living room, jolting Zhengqi awake. You actually want me to hire a hitman to arrange an accident for him? Do you realize he is a 3rd-tier star? A fatal accident would cause a huge uproar. If it remains undetected, fine, but if discovered, I would end up in prison. Upon hearing the voice, Zhengqi recognized it as that of his manager, Aja. But to hire a hitman, an accidental death, a 3rd-tier star. What was all this? I'm not insane. As long as we proceed cautiously, no one will uncover the truth. Then we can take Zhengqi's money and disappear. Do you truly wish to watch me marry and have children with him? Was this the voice of his girlfriend? They were conspiring to murder him and seize all his assets. In that moment, Zhengqi's worldview shattered. That it was a modern-day rendition of Ximenqing and Pan Jinlian. Enraged, Zhengqi stormed out of the bedroom, shouting. His manager, Aja, and his girlfriend were taken aback, kneeling in supplication, repeatedly apologizing. Their plot to kill him, overheard, left them in a state of panic. How could Zhengqi ever forgive them? He uttered a harsh threat, vowing to ruin their lives, to expend his entire fortune, ensuring they met a miserable end. In that instant, as Zhengqi turned to leave, Aja seized an ashtray and hurled it at his head. Bah! Zhengqi clutched the back of his head, collapsing to the ground. The ensuing scene was brutal and bloody dismemberment. Bone extraction, bloodletting, all flushed down the toilet. Even Xiaotian found himself grimacing at the sight that Aja was indeed a ruthless individual. Thus, Zhengqi vanished. His relationship with the modern-day Pan Jinlian remained a secret. Hidden from the world that on the company's side, everything was concealed by Azh, and no one could trace the clues. Betrayed by his girlfriend and manager, Zhengqi's resentment after the murder and dismemberment was immense. Over time, he somehow revived. He yearned for revenge but lacked the strength. Once he exited room 302, his power would wane. Thus, he remained ensconced within that room, quietly awaiting the arrival of the treacherous couple, unexpectedly, due to his recent antics. Rumors circulated that room 302 was haunted. Dazhou was aware of this. He was uncertain whether the haunting was real or mere fabrication, but he dared not set foot in the Unity community. Regardless, he had erased all traces. Even without these rumors, he wouldn't dare reside there, as Zhengqi had been killed in room 302. That time, several bored rich heirs, hearing that the Unity community on Haining Road was a murder house. Employed various means to acquire it, Dodge had no choice but to comply. Naturally, the money was substantial. Subsequently, they engaged in a gambling scheme. Those lured by greed audaciously moved in. Zhengqi felt an insatiable thirst for human blood. If he killed a resident and drained their blood, he could grow stronger. For vengeance, he unleashed the beast within by day. His power was insufficient, allowing him only to manifest at midnight. He was aware of the pinhole cameras left by the rich heirs in the living room. So he proceeded with caution, ensuring the gambling continued. Using the sound of dripping water from the restroom as bait, he lured individuals over. Time sped by until Xiaotian finally appeared. This robust man, armed with a heavy hammer, was in such a deep slumber. Zhengqi, unable to suppress his greed, emerged from the restroom, intent on draining Xiaotian's blood. Afterward, he destroyed the cameras. Everything was executed flawlessly. However, a loud snort from the heavy hammer startled him back into the restroom. The events that followed were clear. Ultimately, a final embrace and a fatal strike concluded everything. Zhengqi was liberated. After being consumed by hatred, he finally ceased to exist as the world spun around him. Xiaotian found himself back in room 302, confronted by the disarray of the living room. It turns out blood was the foundation of his existence, while Zhengqi lingered in the restroom. Alas, what a serendipitous twist of fate. As for the manager and his girlfriend, they were truly despicable. Chapter 051, Casually Reinforced a Cannon Car, Part 1. Xiaotian tucked the blood orb into his pocket and approached the restroom door, pulling the iron hammer from the floor. Why does it feel a bit warm? Ever since he had practiced fire refining body, he and T felt warmth as a sensation, except during each level up. Now, it felt as though molten lava coursed through his veins, so hot that he could not help but stifle a gasp, but of course, he did not mean to be misunderstood. It was not a pleasurable sensation. Could I be losing my mind? Xiaotian murmured, recalling similar plots from martial arts novels and dramas. Though he had no clear grasp of what losing one's mind entailed, it did not prevent him from entertaining such notions. Creak! The security door was opened from the outside, and two heads poked in, one blonde, one green-haired. It was Huang Tao and Li Zheng. These two had received a call from Sister Nan, and they were filled with sorrow and despair. Sister, are you out of your mind? Going to a murder house in the dead of night. We know there's a powerful presence, but we're still a bit scared. Initially, we planned to gather a few friends for courage. But upon hearing it was room 302 in the Unity community on Haining Road, everyone hung up, calling again. Sorry, the number you dialed is out of service. With no choice, the two steeled themselves as they peeked in. They were greeted by a scene of utter chaos in the living room. Did we take a wrong turn? Li Zheng asked, puzzled. Slap. Are you stupid? Did you also grab the wrong key? Come in. Xiaotian overheard their exchange. Upon hearing his voice, the two immediately relaxed. As long as Xiaotian, the one who dared to ride a ghost car, was alive, everything would be manageable. Master, have you dealt with it? Xiaotian nodded, refraining from elaborating that the being residing in room 302 was not a vengeful spirit, but rather an extraordinary person. By the way, a murder occurred in this house. The victim was the recently missing third-tier star Zhengqi. The murderer was his manager Aja, and the accomplice was Zhengqi's secret girlfriend. You all come from influential families. Tomorrow, figure out a way to report this. There should still be residual clues in the room, which would be a good deed. Hopefully, it won't implicate me. Huang Tao and Li Zheng exchanged glances. What you're suggesting sounds rather easy. It's as if our families truly have powerful connections. Master, here's 50 million. Though the task was somewhat challenging, it was not insurmountable. The two were delighted that Xiaotian had eliminated the menace within the house and promptly paid him. As for the investigation, don't be ridiculous. They were merely rich heirs, not priests or monks. How could they investigate? Let us go. Xiaotian packed the two iron hammers into a wooden box, pushed it out of the room, and hoisted it onto his shoulder before departing. Master, do you need us to escort you? No, someone is here to escort me. On a tranquil evening, it is wise to refrain from venturing out, for it is rumored that the night in the bustling metropolis is far from peaceful. As the warning from Xiaotian echoed in their ears, Huang Tao and Li Zheng exchanged exasperated glances. Are you aware of the unrest? Then why summon us in the dead of night? They then witnessed Xiaotian produce a paper offering from his pocket, igniting it before casting it to the ground. What is the meaning of this? The two men were utterly perplexed. Burning joss paper at such an hour. What sort of madness is this? Ding, ding, ding. 5 minutes later, a Bentley emerged from the distance, providing them with an answer. Thud! The two men instinctively clutched each other's shoulders, swallowing hard in unison. Since descending the stairs, they had not seen Xiaotian pull out his phone. All he had done was ignite a piece of paper. Get in, sir. The seasoned driver leaned out of the window, his pale visage grinning at the trio. Huang Tao and his companion felt their teeth chatter, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Good grief. And you say this isn't a ghost car? All that talk of the latest cloaking technology is nothing but a ruse. Make a note of this phone number. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call the driver. He will relay your request to me, though I must warn you, my services do not come cheaply. Xiaotian stuffed a suitcase into the back seat of the Bentley and handed a note with a string of digits to the duo, who were on the verge of losing control. Rest assured, should anything arise, I shall definitely be there. Ding ding. After 2 honks, the Bentley glided into the shadows. Tao Ge, I'm scared, Li Zheng whispered. I'm frightened too. And could you please stop clinging to me? You're a man, not some delicate damsel. Meanwhile, inside the Bentley, Xiaotian retrieved an old-fashioned phone, a model long discontinued. Should anyone seek me out, contact me immediately. The driver accepted the phone, his smile turning ingratiating. Sir, could you perhaps refrain from summoning me so often during these quiet days? Why is that? Xiaotian countered, his tone questioning rather than dismissive. After all, he considered himself a man of conscience, not a mere opportunist. It is the vengeful spirit clad in red that has caused this turmoil. The situation has escalated recently. Any woman adorned with red is now a target. The taxi industry is in disarray. Those who work late at night now travel in groups for safety. The taxi business has plummeted. Income has dwindled, and for someone like me, unable to secure work and absorb young energy, I am left to subsist on past resources. Thus, I plan to take a break until this storm passes, or until someone intervenes to restore business. The driver lamented, his face a mask of sorrow. In these times, even spirits have their struggles. Were it not for his protective urn, he would have long since ceased to exist. A vengeful spirit in red, the one that drains the life force. Indeed, now not a single woman dares to don red in this city. Many have perished, and disbelief is a luxury no one can afford. As they spoke, a BMW whisked past them. Out of the corner of Xiaotian's eye, he caught a glimpse of a red figure in the back seat. The man at the wheel and the woman beside him were engaged in lively conversation. To his surprise, he recognized them. The man was a manager, and the woman was his ex-girlfriend. Zheng Qi. Stop the car. Screech. Sir, what is the matter? Follow that vehicle. I never expected to encounter this modern-day Pan Jinlian and Shimen Qing. The driver promptly executed a U-turn, tailing the BMW from a distance. Do not misunderstand. Xiaotian had no intention of rescuing anyone, that he merely wished to observe how these two would meet their demise and, perhaps, claim a life in the process to gain some experience points. With a blood bead in hand, Xiaotian mused, though I may take your life, allowing your remaining belongings to witness your demise at the hands of a malevolent force could be considered a form of poetic justice. No. Zheng Qi was both a pitiful and detestable figure, and no matter how he argued his case, 3 lives had fallen due to his actions. Murder is unforgivable, especially when it ensnares the innocent. Chapter 052, An Unintentional Kill. Part 2. My dear, when shall we depart? The woman cooed, nestling against her partner's arm with an air of yearning. Soon, once the storm passes, I shall transfer Zheng Qi's assets, and then we can emigrate abroad. Azure replied, affectionately patting her head. However, his thoughts were far from sweet. This woman was well aware of too much. Should she stray from his wishes, he feared she might expose his role in Zheng Qi's demise. After all, she was merely an accomplice. He was the true perpetrator. The couple continued their conversation, oblivious to the unexpected guest that had entered their vehicle, closely followed by a foreboding Bentley. "Sir, are we truly getting involved in this?" The driver's complexion grew even more ashen. As a mere cog in the wheel, he was acutely aware of the violent spirits that roamed freely in the depths of his own fear. Had it not been for Xiaotian's even greater brutality, he would have retreated to his urn, trembling in dread. "My dear, did you turn on the air conditioning?" The woman inquired, her gaze fixed on her phone, not bothering to look up. "No, but your hand feels rather cold," Azure replied, oblivious to the chill emanating from her touch. "Hand? What hand?" The woman cast a puzzled glance at him, only to behold a pallid arm draped over her partner's shoulder. She stiffly turned her head toward the back seat, her face paling at what she saw. Thought, in moments of sheer terror, one may not always scream. Often, the body is paralyzed, rendering speech impossible. "I told you your hand was cold. Would you kindly remove it?" Aja's voice grew impatient. Despite the sweltering summer heat, the temperature inevitably drops in the early hours. Feeling the delicate hand still resting on his shoulder, he turned to speak, only to find a woman in the passenger seat, hands clasped over her mouth, eyes wide with unbridled fear. Hand? If the arm upon his shoulder did not belong to her, then whose could it be? Screech! A sudden stop left black marks on the asphalt. Thud! Swallowing hard, he dared not look back. Curiosity has a way of leading one to ruin. Desperate to survive, he focused on calming his racing heart, and no wonder he was capable of murder, even in such a harrowing moment. He maintained a veneer of composure. Gradually, he unfastened his seatbelt, placed his left hand on the door handle, ready to escape. Click! The sound resonated like water sizzling in a hot pan. Ah, splat! Blood sprayed, splattering the windows. Xiaotian blinked, letting out a sigh. "I cannot abide such gruesome scenes." The driver grimaced. Did he not consider the feelings of the hammer-wielding figure in the back seat? "Tonight, I shall act as the hand of justice, avenging the women of the metropolis and settling the score for the treacherous pair within the vehicle." With that, he nimbly leapt to the back seat, flung open the wooden box, and retrieved a hefty hammer. The distance was negligible. With a single push of the accelerator, he would be at the BMW's side, but Xiaotian emerged from the vehicle, hammer in hand, standing before the window, inhaling the chilling atmosphere. Was this not akin to a cold storage facility? Bang! A withered hand suddenly slammed against the window. Most would have fled in terror. It slid down, revealing a pair of malevolent eyes fixated on Xiaotian. The driver cautiously edged the vehicle backward, fearful of becoming collateral damage in the impending confrontation between man and spirit. He had not absorbed yang energy for quite some time, that he still recalled the chaos that had ensued upon meeting Xiaotian, nearly costing him his life. "Oh, what a captivating gaze," he mused. Having just dispatched an extraordinary being, he felt no trepidation. What was there to fear? One hammer blow, be it human or ghost, would bring them to their knees in submission. Whoosh! Azure flames erupted, engulfing Xiaotian in an instant. "Come, let me show you some affection." With that, he hefted the massive hammer, aiming it at the eyes peering from within the car. Boom! The force unleashed was equivalent to that of a rocket launcher, especially with the azure flames dancing upon the hammer's surface. The BMW crumpled dramatically, folding in on itself. Whoosh! A spectral shadow burst forth from the car, hurling itself toward Xiaotian. Simultaneously, his own blood surged, as if magnetically drawn, threatening to escape his body. Boom! Xiaotian raised the hammer once more, summoning every ounce of strength to strike the blood shadow. The asphalt shattered, the ground sinking several feet in a radius of over 10 meters. The searing azure flames erupted like a firework display. Hiss hiss! Ah! A piercing scream rent the in the upper left corner of his vision. He caught sight of his own notification. Ding! Eliminated a 50-year-old white specter. Earning 2,000 experience points. Experience points. 7,100 abilities. Scanning, enhancement martial arts. Fire-tempered body. 6,000 outstanding. Exceptional flame unfolding. Iron sand palm. 500 comprehensive understanding unfolding. 8 steps to chase the cicada. 1,000 outstanding unfolding. 7,100 experience points. Excellent. I can continue to enhance my fire-tempered body upon returning. As he spoke, Xiaotian turned to leave. His demeanor was akin to that of a gamer casually acquiring a siege engine. The seasoned driver continuously wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Good heavens, is this even human? It is utterly savage, exceedingly ruthless. With just 2 strikes, he eliminated a malevolent spirit that terrified all the women in the Magic City, rendering them too afraid to venture out at night. Who can enlighten him on how one could possibly smash a vehicle into scrap with a single blow, and what in the world is the nature of the flames enveloping him? Reflecting on his own skills limited to merely driving, the seasoned driver felt like a complete fool. Once inside the vehicle, Xiaotian calmly remarked, "Let us proceed. We've already wasted too much time." Had it not been for the imposing aura surrounding him, the seasoned driver would have undoubtedly spat in his face. What a ridiculous notion of wasting time. Did it even take you a minute from stepping out of the vehicle to vanquishing that spirit? Alas, fortune is not on my side. Even as a spirit, I encounter someone with such a tempestuous temperament. My good sir, aside from during the day, you can summon me at any hour. The seasoned driver is at your service for 12 hours. Xiaotian glanced at the obsequious face before him, feeling an urge to strike it with a hammer. You are a spirit, not a harlequin, let alone a golden retriever. Could you not possess a shred of dignity? Chapter 053. Allow me to perform a trick. After Xiaotian and the seasoned driver departed from the battlefield, a trio of individuals arrived shortly thereafter in a vehicle. The car was of a peculiar design, an SUV with an object resembling a pot lit atop it. "Captain, what is going on here?" The young man in the front passenger seat stared in disbelief at the mangled BMW. "If you're asking me, where would I know?" The vehicle's navigation system was functioning properly. This was the latest product from the Energy Research Lab, a grievance locator. Although those individuals were all lunatics, the equipment they produced was indeed top tier. So, prior to our arrival, a battle had already taken place here, and the entire process from discovery to arrival at the site lasted no more than a minute, right? The young man in the front passenger seat wore a face filled with existential doubt. Resolving a conflict within a minute. What level of prowess does that signify? It is likely that all 3 of them combined would be crushed underfoot. Indeed, the captain nodded gravely, noting the dismal state of the BMW. Furthermore, the road was caved in, indicating that the battle had been overwhelmingly one-sided. Based on the residual grievances at the scene, it was evident that a malevolent entity had perished. Can we ascertain whether it was one of our own, or perhaps a passing extraordinary individual who dealt with it casually? A woman in the back seat inquired. The captain shook his head in resignation, saying, "Tonight marks a significant occasion. All the extraordinary individuals in the Magic City have gathered around Pujang. Department 037 has discovered the creature that escaped from the locking dragon pillar, and we cannot confirm anything." As he paused, the captain chuckled and gestured towards a camera over 300 meters away. Our inability to confirm does not imply that the surveillance did not capture him. Let us not forget, as urban custodians, we can access surveillance footage from all regions of the Magic City at any time. The remaining man and woman exchanged exasperated glances. Consequently, the trio huddled together to retrieve the surveillance footage. On the tablet-sized display, a man donned in a hooded sweatshirt and mask, wielding 2 iron hammers adorned with chilling spikes, emerged from a sinister Bentley and approached the BMW. Suddenly, he was engulfed in azure flames. And without further ado, he slammed one of the hammers down. The scene was brutally violent in that instant, the BMW was reduced to a mangled heap. Following this, a blurred crimson shadow erupted from the abandoned vehicle. The masked man then struck down again, creating a depression in the ground over a radius of several meters, obliterating the blood shadow. The masked man then calmly turned and drove away. Gulp! The entire process took no more than 30 seconds. 2 strikes had dispatched a malevolent entity that appeared to possess considerable power. My goodness, what a formidable individual. He can control flames and possesses immense strength. Moreover, it seems his flames inflict significant harm on malevolent entities. Quickly, Captain, investigate which department he belongs to, that we happen to be short-staffed, missing one. If we can recruit him, Our future missions will proceed much more smoothly. Furthermore, having such a powerhouse on board would greatly enhance our safety. The young man in the front passenger seat appeared exhilarated. This is a living, breathing ally. If not now, then when? Do I need to say it? The captain expertly took a screenshot and accessed the internal system for a search. Moments later, four characters appeared on the screen. No such person found. There are no extraordinary individuals among the populace. Let us forget about that. Once we resolve the situation in Pujang, we will report this matter to Department 037 for further investigation. Once identified, we can initiate recruitment. His words conveyed a deep sense of disappointment. Meanwhile, Xiaotian and the seasoned driver encountered a predicament. It would not be fair to label it a predicament. Rather, their route home had been blocked. Several men clad in traffic police uniforms had erected a cordon, and spike strips were laid across the road. The keen-eyed Xiaotian even noticed the bulges at their waists. Clearly, these traffic officers were armed. "Boss, we have a response. This vehicle is suspicious." One traffic officer whispered to the leader, who was holding a device reminiscent of the one used by the duo from Z County. "Are the jade bullets loaded?" "Yes. 7 rounds for each. We loaded them all this afternoon." The individual known as Boss nodded and commanded, "Upon detecting anything unusual, draw your weapons and fire. There is something significant happening in Pujang. We must not afford any mistakes here." He shouted on. With keen hearing and sight, naturally overheard their conversation, that he turned to the seasoned driver, conveying a glance. "My good sir, do not look at me. I was a law-abiding citizen in my previous life. Besides, I'm with you. In similar situations before, I would simply head home. Are you planning to stay in a coffin?" The seasoned driver, on the verge of tears, explained, "This is truly not my fault. Enough. Let us observe the situation and act accordingly." Xiaotian unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped out. "Comrade, routine inspection, though we suspect that your vehicle may be concealing prohibited items. We hope for your cooperation." 4 traffic officers approached, saluting respectfully. "Certainly. I have 2 boxes in the back seat. Shall I assist you in bringing them down?" The officers exchanged glances, taken aback by such an eager response. "Please proceed," one of them replied, while the others instinctively reached for their waists. Clearly, any hint of oddity would prompt them to draw their weapons, that he shouted on, with a resigned shrug, opened the back seat, and began to retrieve the wooden boxes containing the hammers. "Allow me to perform a trick for you." "What in the world?" As he spoke, he promptly hoisted a box onto his shoulder. With a powerful push against the ground, he shouted on, utilizing the 8 steps to chase the cicada technique, unleashed a tremendous burst of speed. Before the traffic officers could draw their weapons, he had vanished into the vast night. The seasoned driver exclaimed, "What? Is this what you meant by observing the situation and acting accordingly? You ungrateful scoundrel. After all the days I've driven for you for free, you abandon me at such a critical moment. Wait a minute, if the boss has fled, can't I just drive the car back to my coffin?" Just then, several traffic officers glanced toward the Bentley. Whoosh! Before they could act, the seasoned driver hit the gas and disappeared from sight. What the hell? The 2 fled, one after the other, leaving the traffic officers seething with rage. "Boss, another vehicle is approaching. Draw your weapons and take aim, that if there is the slightest hint of abnormality, shoot." Chapter 054. The seasoned driver, who works like a mule. The trio from the urban custodians looked on, bewildered, at the traffic officers who appeared ready to shoot at any moment. "What have we done to deserve this?" "Old Xiao, we usually don't interfere with one another. Even if there is some tension, you don't need to point guns at me and my team. Do you?" "Lei Yang, there is no need for your sarcasm." Old Xiao retorted angrily. The psychological trauma inflicted by Xiaotian and the seasoned driver was quite severe. What happened to the basic trust between individuals? In one moment, they were cooperating seamlessly, behaving like model citizens, and in the next, they turned tail and fled. "Did any of you see a sinister-looking Bentley just now?" Lei Yang suddenly asked. Old Xiao was immediately infuriated. "How dare you bring that up? Was it enjoyable to rub salt in my wounds?" Without answering, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling to release the others before turning to leave. Lei Yang was perplexed. Why was he leaving so abruptly? He turned to the traffic officer standing by the car window, asking in confusion, "What is going on with your captain today? Lego, is there a masked man in that Bentley you mentioned?" "Indeed, did you encounter him?" Lei Yang nodded affirmatively. "That was a phantom vehicle. After the masked man disembarked, he made a fool of our captain. Initially, he cooperated, then uttered the words, 'Let me perform a magic trick for you,' and subsequently dashed away with 2 boxes, as swift as lightning. Impossible to pursue, and no wonder he appeared so flustered. It turns out he was outsmarted by the hammer-wielding man. Well then, let us be more cautious in the future. By the way, please convey a message to your captain. That masked man is an extraordinary figure from the common folk. Before our arrival, he vanquished a malevolent spirit. He is not a villain." In a narrow alley, Xiaotian peered out from the peculiar SUV driven by Lei Yang as it headed towards Pajing. That it was evident that the traffic police were merely a disguise. Certainly, they were not criminals but members of a specialized department executing a certain mission. Moreover, the jade bullets they mentioned must be weapons specifically designed to combat malevolent entities. Otherwise, they would not have dared to risk approaching and inspecting a seasoned driver once the instruments detected he was a ghost. This raises the question, what precisely was their mission? Could he perhaps partake in their endeavors? If it were something formidable, delivering the final blow could yield a substantial amount of experience points. The more Xiaotian pondered, the more he felt the urge to court danger. He grasped his dual hammers and ventured further down a more concealed alley, retrieving a piece of ghost money to ignite. 5 minutes later, a horn blared at the alley's entrance. "Sir, what do you wish to do now?" The seasoned driver had a woeful expression, having just settled down when he was summoned again. Even ghosts require rest. "This card contains 10,050,000. The password is 199508. The driver clutched the steering wheel, utterly bewildered. What use is a bank card in the real world? "Find a place that sells wild ginseng and procure 10 stocks for me. Remember, do not exceed 500,000. If you spend even a cent more, I will shatter your urn. So it seems I am not merely your designated driver, but also your errand boy. I will grant you 20 minutes. I trust you will not disappoint me." As Xiaotian spoke, he weighed the hefty iron hammers in his grasp. The driver instantly recalled the earlier encounter with the folded BMW and shuddered. "Rest assured, sir, I shall complete the task within 20 minutes. Internally, he lamented. Where on earth could he procure wild ginseng at this hour? Wasn't he this tormenting a ghost? Xiaotian smiled as he watched the Bentley depart. Having a subordinate to command felt thrilling. As for whether the driver would abscond with the money, he harbored no concerns that if he wished to find him, he could easily locate his grave. Besides, a bank card in this world held no more value than scrap paper to him. Not to mention giving it to his family. That would be detrimental to his own descendants. Xiaotian hunted ghosts as one would butcher a dog. How foolish would the driver have to be to entangle his family in trouble? 20 minutes later, the Bentley reappeared at the alley's entrance. "Sir, here is the wild ginseng you requested, precisely 50,000. The driver presented 10 boxes along with a bank card. He appeared utterly exhausted, raising suspicions that he might have undertaken additional strenuous activities while running errands. "Thank you for your trouble." "Not at all. Not at all. Please, do not hesitate to call if you require anything else." The driver exhibited a demeanor as though he would sacrifice himself for a true friend, completely disregarding the fact that he had previously inquired warmly about Xiaotian's ancestry. "You should rest. I may summon you again before dawn." "Ah, I knew it. Why the sudden courtesy? It seems you still harbor designs on me." The driver, with a sorrowful expression, pressed the gas pedal and returned to his resting place. He regretted not being more decisive at their first encounter. Had he returned home immediately, none of these lamentable events would have transpired. What a misfortune! At that moment, why had he been so confident that he could escape Xiaotian? Experience points. 7100 functions. Scan, enhance, martial arts. Fire refining golden body -06000. Outstanding. Supreme Inferno expand. Iron Sand Palm -0500. Comprehensive understanding. Expand. 8 steps catching cicadas -01000. Outstanding. Expand. Concentrating. He gently pressed the plus sign. The characters 6000 began to blur. The energy within his dantian surged like the mighty Yangtze River, tumultuous and overwhelming that as he progressed, his physical form ascended to new heights. Becoming more resilient than ever before, Xiaotian opened a wooden box, took out the wild ginseng, and swallowed it whole. chewing not a morsel. Such is the audacity of wealth. Crack, crack, crack. His body underwent an astonishing metamorphosis at an incredible pace. His muscles gradually expanded, and his stature increased slowly. An infinite reservoir of strength flooded through him, by the time he had consumed 5 stalks of wild ginseng. The fire-refining golden body finally came to a halt. Experience points, 1100. Functions, scan, enhance, martial arts, fire-refining golden body. Incomparable. Perfect supreme inferno expand. Iron sand palm -0 500. Comprehensive understanding. Expand 8 steps catching cicadas -0 1000. Outstanding. Expand. He opened his mind to the data displayed below. Fire refining golden body dash. Incomparable. Perfect supreme inferno. Internal power 80. Strength 16. Fire resistance 10. Scorching 10. Hardness 10. Gold transformation 3. Charcoal 3. Extinguish water 3. Control fire 3. Exorcise evil 3. Essentially, all fundamental attributes had experienced significant enhancement. But why do I feel increasingly hot? Chapter 055, Block the road. Intercept the river. Find the fish. His dantian radiated as if it were a miniature sun, continuously emitting searing energy. Even the air within a 10-foot radius began to warp. The intensity of Xiaotian's burning sensation was truly remarkable. The experience point system is quite buggy. The fire-refining golden body manual cost 100 experience points to fully compensate. There should be no possibility of deviation leading to a state of madness. Though there was a slight surprise, he assured himself that he could manage for now. He planned to sneak over shortly to see if there were any bargains to be had. If not, he would immediately summon the driver to return home, seeking his cousin's contact information for the Taobao shop owner to inquire about the entire situation. After all, the manual had originated from the seller, and to claim ignorance would be unbelievable. Fortunately, this place was not far from Pujiang. As long as he passed through the traffic police checkpoint, he could enjoy some respite from the heat. That Xiaotian emerged from the narrow alley, wielding 2 heavy iron hammers. The moonlight illuminated his figure, revealing that he appeared to have grown taller once more. Previously standing at 185 cm, he was already considered tall among ordinary individuals. But now, he must have reached at least 2 meters. What an extraordinary sight! Furthermore, upon examining his physique, he was astonished to find himself covered in rippling muscles, resembling a true muscle-bound behemoth. His arms rivaled the thickness of an average person's thighs. Of course, this excluded those who were as thin as bones. Had it not been for the loose-fitting clothes, his expanded muscles might have burst through them. Thankfully, he was not running around naked. The only surprising thing was that his shoes had burst apart. Henceforth, Xiaotian could only walk barefoot. This posed no issue. With his tough skin and flesh, even traversing a mountain of knives would scarcely harm him. Old Xiao sat inside a specially modified vehicle, still brooding. The only consolation was that the masked man who had escaped was a good person. Yet he vowed that the next time they crossed paths, he would teach Xiaotian a stern lesson. How dare he humiliate him in front of so many subordinates? He had no regard for his own dignity. Ding dong! Old Xiao glanced at his phone and discovered a video sent by Lei Yang. Boom! In a brief span of 30 seconds, there were only 2 thunderous sounds. Gulp! Observing the video of the folded BMW and the sunken road, he swallowed hard. Was that the masked man? Good heavens! Old Xiao, filled with guilt, furtively glanced around before exhaling in relief that he decided to let the matter rest for tonight. The Dio not misunderstand. He was not frightened by those 2 large, barbed iron hammers, but rather by the masked man's benevolent actions. Whoosh! In the pitch-black night, a glimmer of cold light seemed to streak by that he lowered the car window and craned his neck to survey the surroundings. Had he just imagined it? Why did it feel as if someone had swiftly passed by his vehicle carrying something? Xiao Wang! Xiao Wang! Captain, what is it? Upon hearing Old Xiao's call, a traffic police officer hurried over to inquire. Is the surveillance camera still operating? Yes. Bring it up for me to see. A minute later, Old Xiao fell silent, watching the slowed-down footage at 10 times its normal speed. A towering figure clad in tight garments sprinted past, bearing 2 hammers. The golden emblem on his chest and the familiar mask on his face instantly reminded him of the individual who had once claimed to perform a magic trick for him. In just a moment, how had he become so incredibly strong? Surely, consuming something extraordinary could not account for such a transformation. Ding dong! Lei Yang pulled out his phone, only to find that old Xiao had sent him a video. This fellow is up to something. His sentence trailed off as if struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. Captain, what? Two team members, a man and a woman, approached, only to fall silent midway through their inquiry, mirroring Lei Yang's reaction. The video on the phone repeatedly played a slowed-down sequence, transforming a fraction of a second into 10 seconds of footage. In that moment, a muscular giant brandishing hammer surged past the traffic police. Is that the masked man? How on earth did he transform into a 2-meter-tall powerhouse? Smack! A woman delivered a sharp slap to the back of the man's head, exclaiming, "Your focus is rather peculiar. Good sir, do take a moment to observe the sheer terror of his speed. What could have compelled this fellow to breach the quarantine zone?" Lei Yang pondered, brow furrowed. What else could it be? I can hardly think of any other motive besides the bounty, the man replied, rubbing the back of his neck with a look of discontent. Moreover, Captain, reporting such matters to the higher-ups suffices. We mere foot soldiers must simply follow orders and adhere to commands. Rather than fretting over this, it would be more prudent to inquire about the mission when we encounter others later. No need to ask. I shall enlighten you. We are to find a fish. A fish? Lei Yang nodded, adding, indeed, a singular fish. Department 037 has detected its whereabouts, and our task is to eliminate it. Quite straightforward. Wouldn't you agree? Shortly, the waters upstream of the Pooh River will be diverted, allowing a multitude of extraordinary individuals to converge at the riverbed. The higher-ups are exceedingly incensed by its escape from the Dragon Lock Pillar and its subsequent upheaval in the waters, which has capsized several fishing vessels over the past few months. Naturally, they want to eradicate this anomaly at the earliest opportunity. Captain, if we do not rendezvous soon, we shall be late, the woman cautioned, for the discipline of the city cleaners is notoriously stringent. Let us proceed. Once we arrive, we shall report the matter of the hammer-wielding man to the minister. I believe this individual will pique the minister's interest, prompting him to personally extend an invitation. This could also bolster the strength of our cleaning crew. With that, the trio vanished from the riverbank, making their way downstream along the Pooh River. Not far around a bend, Xiaotian appeared, hoisting 2 iron hammers. The Dragon Lock Pillar. Diversion. Searching for a fish. Could it possibly be a fish monster? The Dragon Lock Pillar is quite renowned in the Magic City. 6 months ago, the construction of elevated roads was in full swing. Following the completion of the Inner Ring Road, the elevated C-City Road and Y-City Road were subsequently initiated, creating a grid that spans the Magic City in all directions. However, it was utterly unforeseen that as the project reached a critical juncture at the intersection of the east-west and north-south elevated roads, the foundational piles supporting the main column could not be driven into the ground. It is said that a mage was subsequently summoned, and after the ritual, the piles were successfully embedded. Upon completion, the column was immediately encircled with white steel and adorned with 9 dragon motifs. Hence its name, the Dragon Lock Pillar, also referred to as the 9-Dragon Pillar. At that time, it caused quite a stir in the Magic City, with nearly the entire city discussing the matter. Strange occurrences began to manifest 6 months ago. Could it be that beneath the 9-Dragon Pillar lies a rift to the underworld, and the fish monster emerged from there? Does this imply that slaying this creature would yield a substantial amount of experience points? Chapter 056, bro. Your hammers are incredibly fierce. Xiaotian had been clinging to a strangely shaped SUV. But as he approached the Pooh River Bridge, his progress became increasingly difficult. This was due to the presence of heavily armed soldiers, and he even spotted certain heavy weaponry. Many civilians in plain clothes gathered in small groups, engaged in hushed discussions, while some youthful faces stood aside, unable to interject, merely gazing in awe. The relaxed individuals were likely the extraordinary beings recruited by the authorities, the ones standing idly, unsure of their purpose. Were the school personnel that Zhao Lei had mentioned, likely out to broaden their horizons, that a quick glance revealed at least 100 individuals? Are you certain this is merely to find a fish and not an intention to thoroughly bombard the Pooh River? How much devastation could a single extraordinary being wreak? Coupled with the heavy weaponry in the soldiers' possession, Xiaotian would undoubtedly be brought to his knees at first sight. His fire-forged body had indeed reached maximum level. Yet it still could not withstand modern firearms. Perhaps a few handguns would pose little threat. However, on the Poo River Bridge, every 10 meters or so, there was a heavy machine gun, along with 2 soldiers wielding rocket launchers. He even caught sight of an anti-material rifle, the N-20. As an amateur military enthusiast, he was acutely aware that this weapon utilized 20mm Mauser rounds, capable of downing aircraft and helicopters with ease. Furthermore, the ammunition itself was diverse, including high-explosive incendiary rounds, high-explosive incendiary tracer rounds, and high-explosive semi-armored incendiary tracer rounds, among others. Xiaotian's eyes widened as he observed the soldiers on the Poo River Bridge laboring to push crates of military supplies. His pupils constricting in alarm. RPG 43 anti-tank grenades. Considered the most powerful grenades in the world, their anti-tank penetration depth reaches 75 mm, with a casualty radius of approximately 20 meters. Due to the excessive explosives, the grenades are quite heavy, and even the strongest soldiers can only throw them a little over 20 meters at most. Yet, witnessing a throng of extraordinary beings lining up to receive equipment, Xiaotian felt a pang of concern for the fish monster. The combination of modern weaponry and superhuman capabilities, could whatever emerge from beneath the 9-dragon pillar withstand that? Just a single volley of anti-tank grenades could obliterate it. Not to mention the heavy machine guns, anti-material rifles, and rocket launchers, that he felt that these extraordinary beings were superfluous as long as the creature was not of a supernatural nature, something that defies scientific explanation. Any monster with flesh and blood would surely be reduced to dust, but he contemplated retreating but was reluctant. After all, encountering a formidable boss like this was a rare opportunity, and he couldn't bear the thought of leaving without knowing when he might encounter such a chance again. The river water began to recede, indicating that the upstream diversion had commenced. In less than an hour, the riverbed, nearly 20 meters deep, was revealed. Suddenly, Xiaotian felt a chill run down his spine. The riverbed was littered with an abundance of human skulls. Though most were buried in the silt, a few were visible enough to be discerned clearly. After the river water ceased flowing, an eerie green light ignited from within the eye sockets. This sight sent shivers down the spine of everyone present. Except for a few seasoned veterans who had faced supernatural entities before, all newcomers trembled in fear. Xiaotian's eyes reddened with fury. How much experience would slaying 1,000 skeletons provide him? Forget the heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and anti-tank grenades. He was determined to take them all down. No one was allowed to steal his spoils. If he could vanquish them all, becoming rich overnight would not be a mere dream. Commander, we have detected anomalous beings. Should we engage? A soldier clad in combat gear reported to a man in his 30s. For now, refrain from action. Let us allow these newcomers to gain some experience. They are all rather low tier. Better they learn not to flounder during future missions. The man declined the soldier's inquiry, that he then approached the students who had come to broaden their horizons and declared loudly, "Originally, today's operation plan did not include you. The school merely sent you here for exposure, to understand the grim reality between extraordinary beings and malevolent entities. However, as the riverbed is now teeming with low-tier foes, to conserve the strength of the veterans, you will engage in combat and eradicate these skeletons. I hope you won't cower or cry for your mothers." Understood, Dean. A group of over 40 youthful faces exclaimed excitedly. How could one not be thrilled to participate in such a significant operation? It turned out that the man in his 30s was the dean of the Academy for Extraordinary Beings. Ropes were cast down from the Poo River Bridge, and the 40-odd students descended to the riverbed in succession. Then, in a chaotic rush, they charged toward the thousands of skulls. What? The dean's eyes widened, and he shot an angry glare at a certain individual. Disorganized and undisciplined. This is the first impression this group of students gives. That hasn't the school repeatedly emphasized the importance of unity and cooperation? The strength of one, no matter how formidable, is still insignificant. The dean was mentally preparing a reprimand for when the students returned. Just then, a figure engulfed in azure flames brandishing 2 massive hammers caught his attention, as well as that of everyone else. After the initial excitement, Xiaotian regained his composure, reminding himself to remain restrained, that if the soldiers were to accidentally open fire, it would spell disaster for him. Yet suddenly, a throng of individuals descended from the bridge, charging wildly toward the skulls. Unable to contain his primal instincts any longer, he surged forward like a cannonball, setting aside the individual who claimed to be a city cleaner and acknowledging that his information would likely be reported. He surmised that Zhao Lei and his acquaintances would have informed the authorities as well. Thus, even if he was not officially affiliated, he could at least partake in the extermination of malevolent entities as an ally, preventing them from firing upon him from behind. Boom! Boom! As soon as the 40-odd individuals charged down, the skulls rose into the air, enveloped in eerie green flames, converging like a torrent. Ding! Slay the vengeful skull. Gain 50 experience points. Ding! Slay the vengeful skull. Gain 50 experience points. Ding! Slay the vengeful skull. Gain 50 experience points. The messages in the upper left corner of his vision flooded his screen. Xiaotian felt elated. While the experience points were scant, the sheer number compensated for that. With a single strike, he shattered at least 30 skulls, resulting in a windfall of 1,500 experience points. Bro, your hammers are ferociously powerful. Which class are you from? Let us get acquainted. A voice called out from behind Xiaotian, but he was too engrossed in the battle to pay heed. There was no time for conversation. He would rather smash a few more skulls instead.